The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676 Foresight. The sky above the city of Yanjing has been occupied by densely packed soldiers at this time. There are two things to do to strengthen the walls and clear the fields. One is to strengthen the walls, and that is to have a strong enough defense force in the city. Not too much. The two are clearing the wilderness, taking away all the supplies outside the city, making it impossible for the enemy to get supplies. Originally, this plan was used on the barbarians in the north, but now it is used to deal with the mutated birds in ancient times. The ethnic minorities in the north always invaded habitually in autumn and winter, crossed the Great Wall and entered the territory of the Central Plains dynasty. Pots, bowls and pans, as long as they are useful things, can be brought to the grassland. Since they are done in autumn, they are also called fighting autumn wind. In the doomsday, there are no Manchus fighting the autumn wind, but the mutated birds have started this behavior. Who let humans control the food? In the apocalypse, there is everything if there is food. In order to survive, the mutated birds can only attack humans. On the other hand, the high-rise buildings in Yanjing are full of people in army green clothes, and the mutated birds have been circling in the sky, and it is so dark that they dare not come down from the sky at all, because the mutated birds have already tried it. When they came down, most of them would be shot and killed by soldiers. Moreover, among these people, they would support each other. If a dozen people were tied together, the weight could reach a ton, and the mutant bird could catch one person, but if more than a dozen people are together, it is impossible to catch them. The mutated bird was not a fool either. After several heavy losses, the mutated bird attacked less frequently, because it was difficult to survive even if it attacked under the observation of interested people. Everyone learned the fact that the density of mutated birds in the sky has become lower. Once mutated birds flew in the sky, the light immediately became dim, and the surrounding visibility was also extremely low. It seems that black clouds have enveloped the city of Yanjing, but now, the visibility in the city has become much higher, and the sunlight can also shine from the flock of birds. I have to say that the plan to fortify the wall and clear the wilderness has worked. The roof has become the main battlefield for the soldiers. As long as the bird falls, they will shoot directly. Every roof must have a heavy machine gun. As long as the birds swoop down, the surrounding roofs will shoot directly, and the dense bullets form a crossfire. No matter how many birds land, there will be no return. People with supernatural abilities have also entered the battlefield one after another, but their impact on the battle situation is negligible. In large-scale battles, the number of soldiers is still relied on. Today's Yanjing has 300,000 soldiers, and almost all the roofs there are soldiers, and the supply of ammunition is particularly sufficient, and there is never a shortage of ammunition. While Gong Changfa and the others were waiting for the mutant bird's next attack, someone suddenly came to report, Zhan Jinsa from the Xianlong Bureau is here. Should she come up? Guang Changfa nodded and said, let her come up. Although I am a junior, I can't put on airs. It depends on what she wants to say. Guang Changfa and Zhan Jinsa are not very familiar. Although Gong Changfa is also the heir of a big family, he is from the Beijing circle. He is familiar with the prominent people in Yanjing. No need to be clear. After Zhan Jinsa came to the roof where the Xianxong Bureau was located, he immediately began to question the teacher. Hey, Guang Changfa, hurry up and hand over Yu Hengai's body. This is to be handed over to the headquarters. It is impossible for you to hide it yourself. Hearing this threat, Guang Changfa snorted immediately, and said, I think you didn't let us visit the prison at the beginning, and we wanted to restrain Yu Hengai's ashes, but now you are quite good at talking. Let us hand over Yu Hengai's body. You've seen it, and you can still plant it on us. Zhan Jinsa snorted coldly, pointed to Sun Yan who was beside him and said, stop pretending. I know that the guy who stole Yu Hengai's body was Sun Yan. The car I was driving had a hole burnt out. At this moment, Xiao Sheng is in Siberia, K Yiming is in Jinling. Who else can melt steel? Only Sun Yan is left. There is no excuse for the crime. Sun Yan couldn't take it anymore, and he was detained for no reason. Obviously he had been killing mutant birds these days, and the dirty water was poured on him. I really can't figure it out. Sun Yan scolded directly. You little girl, don't be so unreasonable. There are many people who can melt steel. Could it be me? I also said that acetylene can also melt steel. Why don't you say that someone melted it with acetylene? Steal this. The guy who can take away Yu Hengai's body without me finding out is the only one with supernatural powers. So, this person must be you, and you cannot deny it. Zhan Jinsu was still relentless, insisting that it was Sun Yan who stole Yu Hengai's body. Sun Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense anymore, grabbed Zhan Jinsu's collar and threw him off the roof, saying coldly, "If you still dare to come up, I'll throw you down again." But 2 seconds later, there was a dull sound from below. Zhan Jinsu fell to the ground, and his lower body was shattered on the spot. The stubble of his bones was exposed outside. "Can heal yourself." Sun Yan obviously knew what Zhan Jinsu's abilities were, so he wasn't worried about throwing Zhan Jinsu to death right now. He was simply upset at being framed. Gong Changfa looked at Sun Yan and asked, "You really didn't do this?" Seeing that the boss was doubting himself, Sun Yan swears to the sky without hesitation, "I swear, if I steal Yu Hengai's body, then let me be hit by thunder from the sky, let me die badly, let me die." Everyone in the family died in the wild. After this poisonous oath was issued, Guang Changfa immediately believed in Sun Yan. He knew Sun Yan very well. Prove that this matter was really not done by Sun Yan. In this way, it is strange that someone has stolen Yu Hengai's body. Who did it? Could it be because of Yu Hengai's powerful ability? Guang Changfa murmured after Zhan Jinsu was thrown from the 10-story roof. If he hadn't had a strong recovery ability, he would have been thrown to death at this time, and he was in great pain at the moment, so he quickly used his supernatural power to recover. It's just that Zhan Jinsu didn't dare to go upstairs anymore. After this incident, Zhan Jinsu could see that the other party was really capable of attacking, and he didn't feel any sympathy at all. This kind of guy deserves to be found to girlfriend. Just wait for me, I will definitely retaliate against you in the future. Zhan Jinsu said harshly, and left the building where the Xiangsong Bureau was located. When Yanjing was attacked by mutated birds, Shen Feng was still leading people to clean up the mutated birds in Daba Mountain. He also rushed to the front line after that. Shen Feng was not clear about the situation in Daba Mountain, so he had to come in person take a look to understand. This time, Shen Feng came to the front line, followed by Chu Chaoyan. Chang Jianyi had given birth and could continue to work in Yazhou. Chu Chaoyan continued to follow Shen Feng, recording what he saw every day at this time. Chu Chaoyan is still working hard for her future great book, recording what she has seen and heard in the apocalypse. Only she can do this. This is a great goal. In the future, when the world is peaceful, I will write it down by myself. It is the first-hand material for studying history. I heard that Yanjing in the north and the 3 eastern provinces were attacked by mutated birds, causing heavy casualties. The northerners fled to the south one after another, and the north was in chaos. Fortunately, Yazhou was fine. We have been killing mutated birds. I believe mutated birds can't affect them. The autumn harvest in Yazhou. Chu Chaoyan wrote it down in his notebook. It was broad daylight at this time, and Yazhou's headquarters had moved to the mountains, and they camped under the shade of trees. It was too hot, so they could only enjoy the shade under the trees. Of course, the mutated bird doesn't have much IQ, so it's impossible to play a game like Lu soon as soldiers and mercenaries were all sleeping, and the battles during this period were carried out with their biological clocks reversed. They slept during the day, fought at night, and came out at night. The effect is also very good. The casualties of the soldiers have been greatly reduced. Many people were injured because they accidentally stepped on the trap set by the hunters. After being caught, they could not walk at all. This kind of traps can pinch wild boar's bones. Is it okay for people to step on it now? He broke his leg directly, and had no choice but to go to the rear to recuperate. And when the news of the north reached Yazhou, everyone cheered for the wisdom of the city lord. When Shen Feng proposed the plan to eliminate the mutated birds, there were not many people who supported it. The attack, from this point of view, was still the foresight of the city lord. It's still the city lord who is thoughtful. He has seen the crisis of mutant birds early on, so that we in Yazhou will not be attacked by birds during the autumn harvest. Those people in the north are miserable. These are some gloating people, words spoken. Although the mentality of gloating at other people's misfortune is not good, when most people think this way, it becomes a joy among the people. The people of Yazhou also feel that their life is stable. Although it is not as good as the days before the doomsday, but in horizontal comparison, Yazhou can live in safety without the threat of mutant beasts or mutant birds. It is really great. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan didn't sleep, but stayed in the same tent. Chu Qiaoyan was taking notes, while Shen Feng was reading manga. Shen Feng originally thought that there would be danger hidden in Daba Mountain, so after arranging the important things in Yazhou, he rushed here quickly, but found that the army was progressing smoothly, and the plan to go out at night was very effective. If you go down, you will definitely be able to clean up the mutated birds in Daba Mountain. As a result, Shen Feng was completely free. He didn't need to deal with official duties or fight. He just listened to Guo Pinming and Yang Chang's work report every day. However, on this day, Shen Feng got a message. A valley was found in Daba Mountain, and the enemy was found in it. Upon hearing the news, Shen Feng immediately took Chu Qiaoyan with him and set off. Flying during the daytime is a living target, but Shen Feng's speed on the ground is not slow, so he immediately left with Chu Qiaoyan on his back, and went straight to find the enemy direction of the valley. Chu Qiaoyan lay on Shen Feng's back, looked at the scenery around her. With a strong wind blowing on her face, she immediately smiled and said, "It seems that you don't need to drive if you want to go for a ride in the future, as long as you ride on your just body." Chu Qiaoyan's interest rose, and he shouted casually, "Drive, run faster." Shen Feng realized that he had become a donkey and a horse. He was a little annoyed immediately, and said, "Just take advantage of the time to be happy, and in the evening, you won't be riding me." When Shen Feng said this, Chu Qiaoyan blushed immediately. She understood what Shen Feng meant, and couldn't help cursing, "Stinky rascal, there is no doorman in his mouth." Shen Feng smiled, then hurried on his way, and finally arrived at the valley location reported by the vanguard. After arriving near the valley, Shen Feng tentatively shouted, "All brothers in the world." There was a thick layer of leaves on the ground, and a secret signal came out from under the leaves. "Qiashu Fangidun is a family." Immediately afterwards, a few soldiers in auspicious suits got out from under the leaves, saw that there were no mutated birds around, and said to Shen Feng, "City Master, we have found the guy who puts the traps everywhere in the mountain. In the valley opposite, shall we go and have a look?" Chapter 677. The Boy in the Valley. Shen Feng learned that the guy who hurt his subordinates was hiding in this valley, and immediately said seriously, "Since the enemy is in front of us, we have to go in and have a look." "How did you find the trace of the enemy?" "There are 5 leading soldiers here. They usually search for news during the day and sleep at night. Their work and rest are different from ordinary soldiers. They mainly discover the enemy's situation and report it at this moment." Upon hearing Shen Feng's question, the team leader quickly stepped forward and replied, "City Master, we found a lot of blood in the forest, which should be the blood of animals, and there are traces of dragging. Follow these traces of dragging, and finally came here." Shen Feng looked into the valley, and could find that the valley was hidden among many trees, and looking deeper, he could vaguely see a path on the ground. Lu Xun once said, "There is no road in the world. If there are many people walking, it will become a road." A path in the forest cannot be formed without a reason. There are only 2 answers. One answer is that people often walk on it, so a path is formed. But, having said that, in Daba Mountain, the number of beasts has dropped sharply. The reason is very simple, that is, there are not enough resources. When the main resources are taken away by the mutated birds in the sky, the remaining resources cannot support more. Therefore, the number of mutant beasts in Daba Mountain is far less than that of other mountains. Shen Feng thought for a while, and said, "I will walk in front. After the face is broken, the others will be in the middle." As soon as this remark came out, it immediately aroused the opposition of everyone. Such an arrangement is really a bit of a joke. Among other things, how can the city lord and his wife be the ones who open the way and in the rear? This is absolutely impossible, the vanguard said directly. How can the city lord put himself in danger? If there is real danger, we soldiers must go first, and the city lord and his wife are behind. If you encounter danger, we can block the bullets for you. Shen Feng explained, "I am a supernatural person, and the world is extremely fast. It is most suitable for me to take the lead. I can also notify you if there is danger. Let me go." Shen Feng made a decision based on his own strengths. His speed is the fastest and the safest, and he can protect others even if there is danger. But the soldiers firmly disagreed. This is the city lord, and he must not do anything that would put him in danger in the end. Under the strong opposition of the soldiers, Shen Feng chose to stay behind and observe the possible hidden dangers in the valley with Chu Qiaoyan. I arrived at several traps. Although they were covered with floating soil, the color of them was completely different from that of the surrounding ground, and there were no traces of walking. The most important thing was that there was a corn cob on the traps. The trap for South Koreans, but it doesn't work for other people, right? Shen Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw the corn cobs on the trap. Such an obvious trap is used to catch South Korean cobs, right? Question mark. Who made South Koreans be called sticks in China? It is reasonable for Shen Feng to think so. Chu Chaoyan said, I don't think this trap is prepared for us, but to trap animals like wild boars. After all, ordinary animals don't have such a high IQ as humans. Shen Feng nodded, and continued to walk inside, but at this time, there were sharp soldiers who did not pay attention to the top of their heads. After all, the danger basically comes from the ground. If you accidentally step on the trap, it will really be over, but there are people crashed against a silk thread hanging from a tree. The silk thread is very thin, and most people can't see it at all. Shen Feng walked behind and didn't have time to pay attention. Is it above? Lie down. The leading soldier yelled directly, and immediately fell to the ground without hesitation. Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan were also taken aback, and quickly lay down on the ground. Shen Feng also specially pressed on Chu Chaoyan's body so that Chu Chaoyan would not be attacked by bombs. However, after the silk thread was touched, the expected explosion did not happen. Instead, a strange voice came from a distance, ding dong dong. After hearing this voice, some soldiers felt that the voice was too familiar, so they asked suspiciously, are there still cows raised in the valley? Isn't this the sound of cowbells? In rural areas, cattle-raising people will hang a bell around the neck of the cow, so that no matter where the cow goes, it can be found by listening to the sound. In addition, the bells in the past were all made by themselves, and the timbre was different. People can tell whether it is their own cow by the sound of the bell. Shen Feng slowly got up from Chu Chaoyan's body. He understood after a little thought, and then said, I understand, this is not a trigger device for landmines, it is a tool for signaling. Now that we have touched the bell, the people inside it must have been prepared. Shen Feng thought for a while. Since he had already been exposed, he didn't have to be so cautious, and just rushed in. So, Shen Feng immediately said, I'll go in and have a look first, you guys come in slowly. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng cast Follow the Wind and rushed into the valley in an instant, and the soldiers couldn't see Shen Feng's movements clearly. When Shen Feng rushed into the valley, he immediately frowned, because he saw a lot of crop stalks in the valley, including peanut stalks and potato stalks, but the farmland is not too big. That is, there is 1 mu of land, more there is an earthen house in the distance, which is similar to a pigsty. What Shen Feng didn't expect was that someone would farm and live in the Daba mountain. There are many mutant animals in the mountain. It takes courage to live in the mountain. Once a mutant wild boar as big as a rhino appears, let alone a few at the mouth of the valley. It's a trap. Even with knives and guns, it can't stop the wild boar. While Shen Feng was observing the fields in the valley, a dirty child suddenly emerged from the earthen house in the distance, and shouted directly in a childish voice, Who is it? What are you going to do? Shen Feng looked in the direction of the child, and couldn't help frowning immediately. It wasn't that he looked down on the child, it was because he was too dirty. Let's not talk about the tattered clothes, let's just talk about his face. The whole face is black, especially in the direction of the mouth, which is already completely black. I don't know if I thought this kid had African blood. Who are you? Where are your parents? Shen Feng asked directly. The child didn't answer, but just stared at Shen Feng with guarded eyes. At this time, Chu Chaoyan and the soldiers who explored the road had also arrived in the valley. They searched the valley, but they couldn't find anything. It seemed that there was no one else except this child, and Shen Feng waiting for people to ask the child again and again, but they never got an answer. In the end, he was forced to ask too urgently, so he said, My big brother said that you are not allowed to talk to strangers. Hearing such an answer, Shen Feng understood instead. Sure enough, not only this child lives in the valley, he also has a big brother, otherwise, he would not be able to bring back the prey outside. Then, where did your big brother go? Also, did you put those traps in the mountains? Shen Feng continued to ask. He didn't want to embarrass the kid because it didn't make any sense, but the people under him had many of them were accidentally injured by bear traps, and this matter still needs to be clarified. The little boy hesitated for a moment, and said, My big brother went hunting with other uncles before and never came back. I dug out the yams and peanuts in the field. I will wait for the big brother to come back. Shen Feng was a little surprised. The kid in front of him must be in his teens. He is the only one who can dig potatoes and peanuts for an acre of land. Don't Lie to me, at such a young age? Can you still do farm work? Shen Feng said immediately, seeing that the other party didn't believe it. The little boy became anxious at this moment, and quickly led everyone into the room, saying, "If you don't believe me, look." Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan followed the little boy into the earthen house, and they saw a lot of potatoes and peanuts, and these potatoes were simply placed in the house. Perhaps due to improper storage, many potatoes began to sprout up. And on the side of Tudao, there is a black bedding. It can be known that this is the little boy's bed. The captain walked slowly to Shen Feng's side and said in a low voice, "When we were investigating the situation nearby, we found a lot of human bones. I think this kid's big brother has been eaten." Shen Feng remained silent. Now it seemed that this was the only possibility. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the whereabouts of the little boy's big brother. Ever since the zombies appeared, some people have been hiding in the mountains, especially in inaccessible places, which are the most popular. There were also many people abroad who chose to seek refuge in Greenland, but later discovered that Greenland is indeed a place where people live. There are few, but there is no way to grow food there. The ground is full of thick ice sheets, and plants cannot grow, and this child may have been taken to the mountain by the big brother to take refuge. At this time, the little boy saw guests coming to the house, and he did not forget the way of hospitality, so he immediately started to light a fire, threw more than a dozen yams into the fire, and when they were cooked, he pulled out one with a stick. Flickering, he handed it to Shen Feng and said, "No, eat, you must be hungry, right?" Shen Feng smiled, sat down on the ground, and said, "This is your ration. How could I have the nerve to snatch your food?" But the little boy didn't care, and threw the yam into Shen Feng's hand. Shen Feng had no choice but to find a piece of wood to scrape off the carbonized part of the yam, revealing the golden crispy skin underneath. This is the most primitive way to eat potatoes after they were introduced to China. They are eaten roasted. They are all carbohydrates, and they taste delicious, but they lack flavor. Next, the little boy threw yams to several people around him. Everyone hesitated for a while, but it was hard to refuse. Although it was not a particularly good thing, it seemed too cruel to refuse a child's kindness, but the little boy didn't care about this. After finding his own baked potato, he rubbed it on his clothes twice and started to chew. The result was that the carbonized part was not completely removed, so when he chewed the potato, it would always be in his mouth. Rub a lot of black charcoal. Everyone finally understood why the boy became like this. He was all dirty because he didn't pay attention to it. If he paid attention to it, he wouldn't be so dirty. However, he already lived alone in the valley, let alone some people may tell you that it would be nice to survive. Seeing the child's pitiful appearance, Chu Chaoyan couldn't help feeling sympathetic, and said to Shen Feng, "Let's take him away. If he stays in the mountains, he will definitely die." Shen Feng also nodded in agreement, and then said to the little boy, "What's your name? I'll take you to Yazhou. Then, you can go to school, you can read, and you won't be attacked by others." Hearing this, the little boy refused without hesitation. He said, "My name is Luo Wei, but I will not leave here. I still have to wait for my big brother to come back." Then, "How long has your big brother been away?" Shen Feng continued to ask. The little boy suddenly fell into confusion. He didn't remember how long the big brother had been away. He only knew that the big brother hadn't come back for a long time, and he didn't dare to go out of the valley. It is a fantasy that one day the big brother will drag the prey back as usual. Chapter 678. The Sole Survivor. Shen Feng looked at the helpless Luo Wei. This child was only in his teens, but he could only live in the mountains. However, there are mutated beasts and mutated birds in the mountains. If nothing happened now, it doesn't mean that there will be no accidents in the future. If you continue to let him live here, then he will definitely die in the mountains in the future. Besides, the big brother Luo Wei was waiting for probably died in the mountains, and all the waiting he did was just a waste of time. After all, Chu Chaoyan is a woman, kind-hearted, and she hates seeing other people suffer. She can't just sit and watch a child stay in the valley. Children of this age should go to school and stay in the mountain to face the situation. The dangers of the outside world. How could a child bear so much? Thinking of this, Chu Chaoyan said to Luo Wei, "Now there is going to be a war in the mountains. You follow us, you will be killed if you stay here. Now the sky is full of mutated birds, you can't survive. Come with us." However, Luo Wei still does not intend to leave. He must stay in this dilapidated earthen house. No matter what happens, he is unwilling to leave. For him, although this place is simple and the environment is very difficult, it is his home. Before the big brother left, "Wait for me to come back, don't go out." So, Luo Wei said nothing and didn't leave. "I'm not leaving, I'm going to wait here for my big brother to come back. You are all bad guys, you took me away, you just want to sell me. I heard from big brother that there are many people who will kidnap and traffic children. You are such bad people." Not only did Luo Wei not leave, but he began to blame Shen Feng, Chu Qiaoyan and others. Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan looked helplessly at each other. They didn't expect their good intentions to be misunderstood. How could it be justified? Shen Feng thought for a while, and then persuaded him in another way. "You can't survive if you stay here. When the potatoes in your house are eaten up, you will starve. In winter, you will have no firewood to burn, and you will have nothing to eat. You can eat food, but you will definitely freeze to death, starve to death. Think about it, if you are already dead, how can you still see big brother come back?" In fact, Shen Feng can directly say your big brother is dead, but considering the child's ability to bear, Shen Feng still didn't tell the truth directly. It would be too cruel for a child to do this. In the end, Shen Feng chose to detour to persuade the other party. Luo Wei thought about this problem, and immediately hesitated. Looking at the potatoes at home, he knew that sooner or later they would be eaten up. If the big brother hadn't come back by then, what would he do? For a teenager, the question of where to go is still too advanced. How does the child know what to do? Their worldview has not yet formed, and it is not just what others say. Now facing a dilemma, Luo Wei fell into confusion at that time. "But, if I leave, my big brother won't be able to find me." Luo Wei lowered his head. He knew that he shouldn't stay here anymore, but he still didn't want to leave emotionally. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, "Well, I will leave a letter for your big brother here, and when your big brother reads this letter when he comes back, he will know where to find you, okay? If you can read, you can leave a message yourself." Luo Wei's heart was moved immediately when he heard Shen Feng say this. He finally found a perfect solution, which would neither let the big brother find him, nor continue to stay in the valley to starve to death. "I can read, I will write to my big brother," Luo Wei said quickly. Shen Feng handed Luo Wei the paper and pen, and Luo Wei immediately began to write a letter, with crooked handwriting on it, saying, "Big brother, I left with uncle and, come find me when you come back." At the back of this letter, Shen Feng left an address, Yazhao, Fengshan Palace. Now, things have been clarified. Most of the guys who put down the traps before are dead. Otherwise, the traps in the mountains will not be rusted. After rusting, the traps will have a smell. Wild boar animals with a keen sense of smell, such as wild dogs, will not come close at all. And Shen Feng also found a lonely child in the mountains, and planned to take him back to Yazhao, either to send him to an orphanage, or find a kind person to adopt him. Luo Wei carefully suppressed the letter of credit, and then followed Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan out. Shen Feng took out the walkie-talkie and said, "I'm Shen Feng, please answer if you receive it. Let Chang Haoji come pick me up. Fly higher, don't be seen by the mutated bird." It didn't take long for Chang Haoji and Lu Qiang to come here. Originally, Chang Haoji planned to come here alone, but Lu Qiang had to escort him. Otherwise, if something happened to the eldest son, it would be difficult to explain. Shen Feng couldn't help but compare Chang Haoji and Luo Wei. Although Chang Haoji looked a few years older than Luo Wei, he could barely be regarded as the same age. He was naturally arrogant, while Luo Wei was dirty all over, even his face was dark. Standing next to Chang Haoji, he looked like a little beggar. Luo Wei was shocked when he saw someone descending from the sky on a cloud. Looking at the figures of the two descending from the sky, he asked incredulously, "Are you gods, Chang?" Haoji looked at the little beggar in surprise, because he never expected that there would be such a down-and-out child beside his brother-in-law, but he still replied afterwards, "I'm not a god, I'm a supernatural being, come up, let's go." Shen Feng took Luo Wei's hand and walked up to the cloud, and the rest of the people also came up one after another. Chang Haoji cast his supernatural power, and the cloud carried a group of people away quickly, heading towards the direction of the headquarters. After Shen Feng led the people back to the command post, he asked people to find a way to wash Luo Wei. Luo Wei washed half a bar of soap, and finally washed off all the dirt on his body. Afterwards, Chang Haoji washed himself. A set of clothes was sent over, and Luo Wei didn't dislike it. After putting on the clean clothes, his whole person finally looked brand new, and he was no longer in the state of the mud monkey before. Shen Feng looked satisfied with Luo Wei's current appearance, and said, "I will send you to a place where you can go to school with peace of mind in the future." If you behave better, then I can make you a supernatural person, that is, the kind of person who can fly, you know." Luo Wei nodded half understanding, and was quickly sent away at this time. Lu Qian came to report, "City Lord, I found out that 3 years ago, when the zombies appeared, many people hid in the mountains and wanted to take refuge, but later, there appeared in the mountains change. There are too many mutated beasts, so beware of being attacked at any time, and mutated birds also appeared at this time, and some survivors came out of the mountain alive, saying that the people in the mountain are basically dead." Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said with emotion, "In this way, Luo Wei is probably the only survivor in the Daba Mountain. It is really not easy for a 10-year-old child to survive in the Daba Mountain." Shen Feng can't imagine how a young child can survive in the mountains. It is obvious that he can't live for a long time just by growing potatoes and peanuts, and he can't hunt, and he can't get meat supplements. Must be malnourished, and it is more likely that they will starve to death directly at this time. Chu Qiaoan also took out her notebook and began to record what she saw today. Her mood was rather complicated, because she knew one thing, that is, there are many children like Luo Wei in the world, and they are all struggling to survive. There is also an orphanage in Yazhou. What about other places? How are those children going to survive? While Shen Feng was waiting for tonight's battle to start, a soldier came to report suddenly, "Report the city lord, your relatives are here." Shen Feng was puzzled. "My relative? Who is it?" Chu Qiaoyan volunteered and said, "I'll go and see what kind of relative it is." Chu Qiaoyan immediately went out to check, and when she came outside the camp, she saw a beautiful woman standing outside, slim and graceful. Her appearance directly attracted many soldiers on guard to watch secretly. All beauties are attracted in the eyes of others. Men's hobbies have never changed, that is, beautiful women. Chu Qiaoyan took a serious look, recognized it immediately, stepped forward excitedly, and said, "Sister, why are you here?" The person who appeared outside the barracks was none other than Shen Feng's sister, Shen Yu. She was in her 20s and in her prime of life. Now he is an important person in Rongcheng, and he can speak in the logistics department. While speaking, Chu Qiaoyan rushed forward to hug him affectionately. She and Shen Yu are still very familiar, otherwise, the movements would not be so intimate. While hugging Shen Yu, Chu Qiaoyan said, "Sister, why are you here? Why didn't you notify me before you came? Feng is in the military tent now, and I will take you to see him." Shen Yu was also very excited when she saw Chu Qiaoyan appear, and quickly said, "I plan to go to Yazhou, but after contacting Zhang Zixi, she said that Shen Feng and you were in Daba Mountain, so I came to Daba Mountain on the way. I don't know how long it will take to arrive, so I didn't inform you." "Okay, anyway, it's relative. Why don't you say that you won't be notified? Come with me, and I'll take you to eat a whole bird feast later. The mutated birds we caught recently can't be eaten up, and many of them are exposed to the sun. Dried and make it into air-dried meat." Chu Qiaoyan took Shen Yu's arm and walked away, with Chu Qiaoyan leading the way. No one else dared to stop him. They could only watch from the sidelines at this time. Shen Yu looked gloomy, as if she was not very happy. Chu Qiaoyan noticed this, but she didn't care about it, and planned to bring it to Shen Feng immediately. When Chu Qiaoyan took Shen Yu and left the entrance of the barracks, many soldiers discussed, "Have you heard the title of Mrs. Chu? This seems to be the sister of the city lord. Wow, she is so beautiful. Who can marry? If you lose her, then Sansei will be lucky." It's not just Sansheng's luck. This is the smoke from the ancestral grave. If you can marry the city lord's sister, then you will definitely be prosperous in the future. Did you see that the city lord's elder sister has very fair skin? She looks like she is pampered, and everyone is a lady, so don't take a piss and take a picture of yourself to see if you can match her. TCH, is there a problem with my fantasy? What can you control me, and what can you control what I think? The soldier standing guard started a discussion. Because Shen Yu lived in seclusion, many people had never met Shen Feng's sister. Besides, Shen Yu had been living in Rongcheng, and others had no chance to see her. Many people saw her for the first time. To Shen Yu. After Shen Feng returned to the tent, he continued to read comics. As the city lord, it was easy for him to be lazy, and others dared not criticize him at this time. Chu Qiaoyan brought Shen Yu in from outside the tent, and said with a smile, "Feng, look who is here. Sister, why are you here?" Shen Feng put down the manga, and was surprised to see his sister appearing here at this time. Shen Feng had an ominous premonition in his heart. Normally, it is impossible for parents and elder sister to leave Rongcheng, and even their actions have been monitored. It is very difficult to make calls. But now, elder sister appears in the after coming here. Could it be that something happened to Rongcheng's parents? Thinking of this, Shen Feng hurriedly asked, "Did something happen in Rongcheng? Tell me quickly." Chapter 679 Sister and Number 039, S Request. Shen Yu managed to meet his younger brother. Counting the time, it has been more than a year since Shen Feng returned to Yazhou from Rongcheng, and there is no chance to meet him. Although communication is still a regular thing, he has not met. Always a concern at that moment, Shen Yu rushed forward excitedly, hugged Shen Feng and crying while saying, "Shen Feng, you must help me this time." Shen Feng was dumbfounded at this moment, because she never expected that her always strong sister would show such a side. Since she was a child, her sister has been suppressing herself. Her parents are reluctant to slap her, but her sister doesn't care about it. The strong sister is holding herself in pain at this moment. I really don't know what she has gone through. Shen Feng immediately went at Chu Qiaoyan, and Chu Qiaoyan hurried out of the tent. During this time, if you have nothing to do, don't get close to the tent, Chu Qiaoyan said to the soldiers standing guard around. Several soldiers nodded, and quickly moved away from the surrounding area, and set up a blockade to prevent others from approaching. Only then did Chu Qiaoyan return to the military tent. At this time Shen Feng was comforting her sister. Don't cry, don't cry. What happened? You tell me, did your parents get bullied? Or did you say you were wronged in Rongcheng, and no one would let you leave if you wanted to? Tell me, I will avenge you immediately. Shen Feng said to his sister quickly. Although he was bullied by his elder sister since he was a child, and later went to Luzhou to go to school to avoid his elder sister, the relationship between the siblings is very deep, and it is nothing to fight in normal times. When there is a real danger, siblings are very reliable. Shen Yu cried and said, "Rongcheng is not on danger, and parents are fine too." Then, why are you crying? Everything is fine, so why did you come here specially? Shen Feng immediately fell into confusion. Since he was not on danger in Rongcheng and his parents were fine, why did his sister run all the way here? Shen Yu wiped his tears, then slowly let go of his hands, slowly sat on the chair, and said, "Parents are safe, and they can get living security without working during normal times, but their freedom is restricted. I came to find you, because something happened in Siberia." Shen Feng looked puzzled, and asked, "Sister, do you pay attention to current affairs and news so much? What does Siberia have to do with us? Are you saying that Siberian birds have flown to Yanjing? If you ask me to help, I won't go. The headquarters bullied my orphans and widows before, and pretended to be me again and again. I will definitely not support Yanjing." Shen Feng couldn't understand why my sister was crying because of the accident in Siberia. Rongcheng and Siberia are also far away, so why worry about it? After much deliberation, Shen Feng guessed that my sister was probably forced to come here this time. After the accident in Yanjing, reinforcements were mobilized from all over the country to support, and the 3 eastern provinces, as well as various regions in North China were also in crisis, but today is different from the past. Many non-government forces are not involved in rescue operations. They are all busy with the autumn harvest. Harvesting food is the most important thing. Therefore, Shen Yu's appearance was just to let him go to Yanjing to support him. However, the facts were not what Shen Feng had guessed. Shen Yu then said, "What happened in Siberia really has nothing to do with me, but Xiao Xing and many people with abilities from the Ability Management Bureau are still there. They have an accident. Gone. Xiao Sheng." Shen Feng remembered the name. Isn't this guy the one who claims to be his brother-in-law? Later, my sister did admit it, and said that she would get married after Xiao Sheng came back, but she was looking forward to it, but in the end she still didn't expect anything. What can happen to him? There are more than 20 supernatural beings over there, and he himself is still a 5th-level supernatural being. Besides him, Jin Zizhu and Zhang Zi are also first-class masters. What else can happen here? Something. Shen Feng immediately asked in puzzlement. From Shen Feng's point of view, Xiao Sheng's strength is not bad, so it's not that he can't handle the danger, right? Shen Yu cried and said, "Actually, Xiao Sheng hasn't contacted the headquarters for more than 20 days, and lost contact. Hey, what happened to me at the time? Didn't I just lose contact? Maybe it was snowing heavily in Siberia, which crushed the power supply equipment and affected the satellite signal, so I couldn't contact you during this period. It's a big fuss. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect it to be such a trivial matter. If there is no contact, there will be no contact. It is normal for such a situation to occur in the end of the world, but Shen Yu said eagerly, that's not the case. There has been no snow in Tumen recently. Satellites show that Tumen has now become a dead city. No one on the street can see it. Moreover, the original oil extraction activities have also stopped. Upon hearing the news, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning, and began to mutter in his heart, what kind of thing can instantly wipe out the population of a city? Even if Siberia is sparsely populated, it's not like no news can't be spread, right? Shen Yu continued, Shen Feng, I beg you, sister, you must go save Xiao Sheng. Now only you have the ability to do this. The headquarters will not send anyone to ask for clarification. I can ask, you are the only one left. I know, let me think about it. Shen Feng said hastily. Now Yanjing's headquarters is also in crisis of mutated birds. Obviously, they have no time to take care of Siberia's affairs, nor do they have the strength to do it. Besides, Xiangsuan Bureau and Xianlong Bureau are also fighting each other, and they have no time or energy going to save people. After many calculations, there are only 3 members of the Domestic Ability Management Bureau left, Qin Qa, Feng Qinghao and K Yiming, and K Yiming has already gone to Jinling to coax his daughter-in-law who ran away. He has never had any contact with Xiao Sheng. It's hard to say. It seems that a group of people far away in Siberia were really abandoned. Shen Feng pondered. My sister's request cannot be ignored. After all, this is a family relationship whose blood is thicker than water. He was cleaning up the mutated birds in the Dabo Mountain, and if he left, he would not be able to explain to his subordinates. Seeing that Shen Feng was thinking but didn't reply, Shen Yu knelt down and said, Shen Feng, I beg you, just help my sister this time. I really can't help it. Shen Feng didn't dare to accept her sister's kneeling, so he quickly helped her up and said, I will definitely find a way. Don't worry, it's useless to worry. I don't even know what happened in Siberia right now. I always have to think hard, right? Chu Chaoyan also spoke at this time. Sister, don't get too excited. Can you tell me? Why do you care so much about Xiao Sheng? Obviously you have such good conditions, with a good figure and appearance, and a very good background. Well, as a supernatural being, there is no need to care about Xiao Sheng, right? When Shen Yu heard this question, he hesitated for a moment, and said, because Xiao Sheng saved me twice, I have to repay my life-saving grace, and besides, we really love each other. In fact, Chu Chaoyan really wanted to persuade Shen Yu to change his partner. 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged toads are plentiful. There is no need to hang to death on a tree. How do you say that? Where is there no fragrant grass in Xian'ai? Why bother to fall in love with a single flower? However, Chu Chaoyan thought about it in a different position. If Shen Feng was in danger, and someone told her to change her husband, Chu Chaoyan would definitely beat him to death without saying a word. So, at this time, Chu Chaoyan Yen could only look at Shen Feng helplessly, hoping that Shen Feng could give an appropriate answer. Shen Feng was having a headache. It was a problem if he didn't go to the rescue, and it was a problem if he went. It was hard to solve. After much deliberation, Shen Feng had no choice but to take Chu Chaoyan and Shen Yu back to Yazhou. The situation in Daba Mountain was not particularly serious. Guo Pinming and Yang Chang could solve the problem. Leaving Yazhou is over, Chu Chaoyan brought Shen Yu to Fengshan Palace, and said while walking, Sister, I will take you to see your nephew, you will definitely like it, and as for the Siberian matter, Shen Feng will definitely take care of it. Walking in Fengshan Palace, Shen Yu looked at the surrounding buildings and landscapes in surprise, and was amazed in her heart, because it was so luxurious, especially in the apocalypse. It is really not easy to have such a luxurious residence. Sister, look, that's your little nephew over there. Chu Chaoyan suddenly pointed to the garden in the distance. At this time, in the garden, Du Xinxi was walking with Shen Xingzi in her arms, while Xiaolong learned to walk, walking step by step. When he saw Chu Chaoyan, he staggered over and shouted, and Chu Chaoyan took Xiaolong in his arms, and said to Shen Yu, Sister, this is Xiaolong, the son of Sister Du, who was later recognized by Shen Feng as a godson. Sister Du is the chief manager of Fengshan Palace, and she is holding a Feng. He is the son of Sister Chang, and his name is Shen Xingzi, and his baby name is Xiaohu, Du. Xinchi didn't know why, but saw a beautiful woman brought into the garden by Chu Qiaoan, and said to herself, could this be Shen Feng's new love? It's so beautiful, but why isn't Chu Qiaoan jealous at all? Who is this? Du Xinchi asked hastily. Chu Qiaoan quickly introduced, she is a Feng's older sister, named Shen Yu. You don't know each other, this is the first time you meet, and you will get to know each other later, only. Then did Du Xinchi suddenly realize that she was Shen Feng's sister, so she quickly said, hi sister, it's my first time meeting, I'm sorry, Du. Xinchi was called by Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoan, but Chu Qiaoan quickly explained, Sister Du, Sister Shen Yu is a few years younger than you, so it's wrong for you to call me that. Gone, Du. Xinchi smiled awkwardly, and said to herself, if it comes from Shen Feng, then I'm right. It's a pity, I can't explain this matter clearly. Shen Yu hugged Shen Xingzi in her arms, feeling confused. She had heard that her younger brother had a son, but now that she was holding her in her arms, she still felt different subtle emotions. Xiaohu, I'm your aunt. Shen Yu said softly to Shen Xingzi. However, Shen Xingzi was very timid, and when he saw a stranger, he burst into tears. While crying, he stretched out his hands to Du Xinchi and Chu Qiaoan. Du Xinchi quickly hugged her and coaxed her softly. Little tiger, it's okay, she's an aunt, not a bad person, don't cry. Chu Qiaoan said, Xiaohu is like this. He cries when he sees a stranger. It wasn't like that when he first met Shen Feng. Shen Yu also smiled awkwardly, and said, who made me come to Yeshao for the first time? It's normal. The child is also unfamiliar with me. At this time, Shen Yu was a little lost. He didn't expect that his nephew was not familiar with him at all. In his eyes, he had become a stranger he had never seen before. The world is really wonderful. He is an outsider, but he is so affectionate. Let Du Xinchi hug her, but her own aunt won't let her hug her. Compared with Xiaohu's shyness, Xiaolong took the initiative, pointed at Shen Yu and asked, and, who is she? Chu Qiaoan said, this is my aunt, your father's sister, do you understand? Xiaolong then stretched out his hand to Shen Yu and said, hug, and, this time, the depressed mood in Shen Yu's heart was finally swept away. Although the nephew was not allowed to be hugged, the nephew was allowed to be hugged, and he was not afraid of life at all. He must be a very cheerful child in the future. Chapter 680. Bad Idea. After his sister was taken to the Fengshan Palace, Shen Feng went straight to the city lord's mansion, where he found 3 of his advisors. 3 generations of old, middle-aged and young people were here, and they began to ask questions about Siberia. Now, I want you to tell me, what should I do now? Go to Siberia. The road is long and difficult. I don't know what will happen. Don't go. It's hard to explain to my sister. Dilemma. Shen Feng leaned on the chair helplessly and said Bangsun is still not the first to express his opinion as before. It seems that Wang Lao is very proficient in the study. Back then, Laozi once said, I have 3 treasures, keep and protect them. The first is compassion, the second is frugality, and the third is thrift. Don't dare to be the first in the world, and after showing it, Shen Zhengming is never the first to express an opinion, he always waits until others have finished speaking, or when they have said something about the same, before expressing their own opinions. This kind of practice is a typical way of letting others step on the thunder first. Wait and see for yourself first. Feng Shichen didn't even think about it, and said directly, City Master, it's very simple to solve this matter, you just need to use some means, it depends on whether you are willing to use it or not. Shen Feng quickly asked, what way? It's simple, that's to leave Yazhao and go to Siberia, but how dangerous is it to save people? Go there for a stroll, and when you come back, try to be as serious as possible, and say I couldn't find my brother-in-law. City Lord, what else can your sister do? After being sad for a while, wouldn't it be good to find someone else in the future? Feng Shichen said with a smile, bad idea, isn't this fooling people? Shen Feng was immediately displeased, what's the use of such a bad idea? Although Shen Feng had known for a long time that Feng Shichen liked to come up with bad ideas, but at this moment, the idea Feng Shichen gave was still too bad, and it was obvious that he was just fooling his sister. Feng Shichen spread his hands helplessly, and said, City Master, how can there be a way to have the best of both worlds? You have to solve the Siberia problem, and you also need Yazhao to not have any accidents because of your departure. You know, Daba Mountain is still there. It's a war, You're gone. What do others think? What Feng Shicheng said is very reasonable. Things like war are changing rapidly. At this time, there is no danger or emergency in Daba Mountain. But after Shen Feng left, if there is an accident, who will solve it? Shen Feng hesitated for a moment, and said, if I leave, senior sister will be able to solve Yaziao's affairs. In the past, when Shen Feng went out, the family affairs were handled by his wife, but Chang Jianyi could complete the task every time, which made Shen Feng habitually think that even if he left Yaziao, it would be fine. At this time, the young Yu Haijing said to Shen Feng, City Master, you can't go to Siberia, because the name is not right. Yu Haijing immediately objected to Shen Feng's leaving Yaziao. With a very serious expression on his face, Shen Feng quickly asked, why? Yu Haijing said seriously, City Master, don't forget one thing. The Ability Management Bureau is not your subordinate, and the headquarters doesn't care about it. Why should you do it? In other words, this is your sister's request, you have to do it, but have you ever thought about it? If this kind of thing happens for the first time, there will be a second time, this time because of my sister's request. I traveled thousands of miles to Siberia to save people. What about the next time? How about your parents begging you? Yu Haijing's words have been very straightforward. If Shen Feng really accepts his sister's request to go to Siberia to save people, regardless of the result, he is already being threatened. The hostage is in the hands of others. How about going to save people this time? What about next time? If it were Shen Feng's parents who came to ask, or even kneel directly in front of him, what could he do? Therefore, Yu Haijing's answer is very simple, that is, simply ignore it, so that others cannot threaten him. If the first time thing is gone, then the second and third time things will not happen, and solve the problem from the source. Shen Feng suddenly felt a bit of a headache, took a sip of tea, and said, your idea is not bad, but the consequences are worse than Feng Shicheng's suggestion. If you follow Feng Shicheng's plan, I can still be considered a fool. If I really don't care about my appearance, then I will stop doing it. What will others think of me? Now is the end of the day. As long as you have fists, there are some. A few gossips from idlers won't hurt your reputation as the city lord, right? Yu Haijing continued to ask. Shen Feng looked at Shan Jianyi, hoping that Bangsun could find a way for him at this time. Shan Jianyi silently looked at the teacup in his hand and said nothing. Half immortal, Bangsun. Shen Feng hurriedly called Bangsun, hoping that Bangsun would wake up. Shan Jianyi came back to his senses, and said with a wry smile, City Master, I'm sorry, I just thought about things too deeply and became obsessed. It's okay, why don't you give me a suggestion? Just say whether I should go to rescue Xiao Xing and the others. If it really doesn't work, I'm going to use Feng Shicheng's bad idea. Shen Feng said helplessly, although Yu Haijing, a child prodigy, put forward suggestions that are very good and very feasible. For Shen Feng, he always needs to worry about other people's opinions, in case others feel that he is not even willing to ask his sister's request. If the person who promises is not a good leader, then it will be bad. But Siberia seems to be particularly dangerous, and Shen Feng doesn't dare to underestimate it, especially when winter is coming. Finding someone in an unfamiliar place is simply looking for a needle in a haystack. So, such a difficult thing. Really, if you want to do it, then you can't stop pretending, and take someone over there to punch in a card, saying that you have searched for it. And you can come back for business. Shan Jianyi replied, City Lord, you are facing a dilemma at the moment. If you don't go, you will be sorry to my sister and family. If you go, you will be sorry to these people in Yaziao, especially now that the autumn harvest is approaching, and the Daba Mountain is still fighting. Shen Feng nodded, the situation is indeed like this, whether he goes or not, it is a very difficult choice. Then Shan Jianyi continued, in this case, we have to find a way to turn the disadvantage into an advantage. If we don't go, we have to find a suitable reason for your sister, either to send someone to Siberia, or to give you. My sister is looking for a new lover. If she goes, she will have to give an explanation to the people of Yaziao. She can choose a high-level reason, for example, go to Siberia to investigate the habitat of mutant birds, and prepare for the migration of migratory birds in the coming year. After being reminded by Bangsun, Shen Feng suddenly felt enlightened. That's right, if he is at a disadvantage, he should find a way to turn his disadvantage into an advantage. From this point of view, the reason for investigating mutant birds is it's more appropriate. North China and northeast China have already been attacked by mutated birds from Siberia. If they are not in order, these birds will continue to go south. At that time, there will be accidents in Yezhou. In this way, it seems logical to go to Siberia to investigate. Anyway, the people below are not know my real purpose. Shen Feng nodded after hearing Shen Feng's answer. Bangsun also understood what Shen Feng meant. Shen Feng still had to agree to her sister's request at this time, but it was not to rescue the Ability Management Bureau in name. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you about this time. You continue to read and rest. I'll go to my senior to discuss this matter first. Shen Feng immediately left the room here, and found the regular man in the office in the city lord's mansion. Jianyi. At this moment, she was still processing documents, and there were 4 or 5 secretaries sitting beside her, all responsible for organizing documents and giving suggestions. Shen Feng walked into the office, coughed twice, and the secretaries quickly stood up, and left the office in a sensible manner, not forgetting to close the door before leaving. Shen Feng walked behind Chang Jianyi, stretched out his hands to rub her shoulders, and then said with a smile, "Senior sister, I'm going to Siberia, but I promise, I will go back soon." When Chang Jianyi heard this, she immediately understood why Shen Feng took the initiative to massage herself. It turned out that she was going out, and then asked, "Go to Siberia? Are you out of your mind? How far is Siberia from our Yezhou? Do you know? Especially in winter, people can freeze to death over there. Why go there? Staying in Yezhou to stabilize the situation is the most important thing you should do." Shen Feng quickly explained that he didn't want to go to Siberia by himself. He was an otaku who couldn't wait to stay at home, so why would he go all the way to Siberia to feel uncomfortable? "It's really my sister's request that I can't ignore, so I have to go there, but I won't do that kind of particularly risky thing." When Shen Feng said this, Chang Jianyi couldn't help frowning. Obviously he didn't want Shen Feng to leave Yezhou among other things. It wasn't long after Shen Feng came back, and the situation in Yezhou had just stabilized. At this time, the mutated birds were also constantly multiplying. It was really not a good choice to leave Yezhou at this time. "Sister, I promise you, this time I go out, and I won't go out again after I come back. From now on, we will stay in Yezhou, farm, recuperate, and wait for the end of the day, okay?" Shen Feng quickly promised, "This is the last time to travel far, and I will never go that far again. Ghosts? Believe it. Do you think I'm easy to deceive? How much of what you say can be believed?" Chang Jianyi said angrily, obviously not believing what Shen Feng said at this time. His face didn't ease up in the slightest. "Shen Feng can only promise again and again. I promise to do it. This time it is for my sister. You can't do nothing to save your future brother-in-law, right?" "They were not married yet, so what's the point of dying?" Chang Jianyi asked back. Shen Feng was helpless, so he had no choice but to be soft and hard. He promised to go to Umen City in Siberia to take a look, and if he couldn't find anyone, he would come back without delay. Chang Jianyi was so entangled by Shen Feng that she had no choice but to agree, and said, "All right, you can go, but you'd better bring someone with you, that is Lu Xian." Shen Feng froze for a moment, and asked, "Isn't Lu Xian being quarantined for inspection? It seems inappropriate to take him there, right, Chang?" Jianyi found out a document from the drawer and handed it to Shen Feng, saying, "The document is here, take a look. Everything has been investigated. Lu Xian was implicated by his wife. He never betrayed Yezhou, otherwise, you wouldn't have stood by me before." Shen Feng sat down, leaned back on the chair and began to read the documents, frowning while reading. Lu Xian married Hong Yehu a year ago. At that time, Shen Feng even gave a gift money. "I thought this matter was over. Who would have thought that when something happened in Yezhou, Hong Yehu would collude with outsiders and reveal a lot?" The information was given to the Xianlong Bureau. Later, the Xianlong Bureau was able to capture Chang Haoji and steal Xiaolong and Xiaohu. This was the information that Hong Yehu betrayed. Hong Yehu was also decisive. After being caught, he simply said everything, but didn't mention Lu Xian at all. Shen Feng hates traitors the most, because the knife coming from behind is the most difficult to avoid, and this kind of people can still stand behind him, pretending to be loyal. After seeing this document, Shen Feng knew that Lu Xian was very innocent. Back then, Lu Xian was also found by Shen Feng hiding in the mountains. If he really had bad intentions, he would have relied on his own. The supernatural power is domineering, just like many supernatural beings Shen Feng has seen. It seems that Lu Xian is innocent, so I'll take him with me this time. Besides, let's take Suzing with me. She always wants to kill all the bandits in the world, so I'll take her out to have a look. Let her get rid of such thoughts. Shen Feng said after reading the materials. Chang Jianyi nodded, and said seriously, take Lucian, and keep an eye on the surrounding enemies at all times. If the situation is not good, then retreat directly, and don't rush forward foolishly. Chang Jianyi doesn't know what the situation is like in Siberia, but Lucian's ability is thermal energy perception, which can detect the enemy's situation without being affected by the terrain, and can easily identify enemies in disguise. Shen Feng was very helpful. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681 Dawn in number 039, T give up on a bad wife. Shen Feng has already decided to go to Siberia, and then he asked the city lord's mansion to issue a notice that he will take a few supernatural beings to Siberia to investigate the situation of the mutated bird, and it is best to find out the habitat of the mutated bird. When the notice was released, it didn't cause much sensation, because it was just a trip of a few supernatural beings, and it was just for investigation. It was far less eye-catching than the battle in Daba Mountain, but a few people still felt that something was wrong. We basically don't have any migratory birds coming to Yazhou. Why did the city lord go to Siberia to investigate? Besides, Yanjing headquarters doesn't go to Siberia, so what are we going to do? I don't understand this either. The mutated birds have been raging in North China. There are at most millions of mutated birds in Daba Mountain in Yazhou. Is it too early to worry? You are still too young. The city lord has always had a long-term vision. Before he decided to attack the mutated birds in Daba Mountain, many people still opposed it. What do you say now? We have nothing in Yazhou. Other places, when the autumn harvest comes, the mutated birds start to make trouble. That's right. The city lord has always had a long-term view. We don't have to worry about it. Anyway, this year is a bumper harvest, and there is definitely enough food. Let's say goodbye to the hard days before. Everyone in the tea house chatted while drinking tea. Although they were very puzzled by Shen Feng's decision, they didn't look suspicious at Shen Feng in the tea house. Everyone was drinking tea while watching an opera. A few years ago, at that time, basically no one would choose to watch an opera. All the opera industries were in decline. They all felt that it was too cliched. This art form is already very outdated and should not exist anymore. But at the end of the day, there are no more novel things on the internet. Everyone is running around for their lives. As for the film and television industry, they have been hit hard directly. Therefore, when they are free, everyone would rather watch a movie in a tea house than stay at home. Watch TV. Times have changed. There is a newest snack in the tea house, that is air-dried jerky, which can be eaten directly after tearing it off. It is spicy and delicious. It is made and sold in the city recently, and it is made by the mutated bird brought back from the front line. The front line can't finish it. All of them were sent to Yazhou to be made into air-dried meat, and in a room in the tea house, a group of people are discussing what to do. They were all important figures in the entertainment industry in the past, but they can only make a living by working in the apocalypse. Now they all want to change their destiny. Really? A large group of people squatted in the tea house and looked at fashionable things, and a group of guys in colorful clothes chattered on the stage. What's the point of this? Who made people in Yazhou not like watching TV and watching movies? If there is policy support, we can restore our original life. Forget it. In Yazhou, even selling pirated books is more profitable than making movies. Why don't we go to other places to do this business? Okay, other places are more dangerous. Besides, the people outside are too barbaric. They all hold guns in their hands. If the situation is not good, they will engage in assassination. Let's stay in Yazhou. In the room, these bigwigs in the entertainment industry are discussing the way out. How much they want to live like they did before the doomsday. Back then, if they just made a bad movie, they could get a high score as long as they hired sailors to hype. Money rushes over like flowing water, lives in a big villa, eats Western food and drinks red wine, has resources in hand. Those actors and actresses come here just by smelling it. They are simply able to dominate everything. Look, but now, the end is here, and everyone is running around to make a living. Who is still staring at the phone screen and giggling? It is impossible for anyone to invest in those bad movies, so the living standards of these people have plummeted, and they will never go back to the past, and they don't even have the ability to live a good life at this time. A man with a big belly said, "You all shut up, it's because you can't find a relationship. If you have a relationship, wouldn't you be able to remake movies and TV series? To tell you the truth, I have already hooked up with you." There's a line. Which line did you catch? Everyone asked quickly. The man with a big belly said, "Let me tell you, I got on the line of Lucian, a high-ranking executive in Yazhou, and he wanted to release his own album, so I did what he liked and got to know him directly. From now on, as long as I can convince him to join us, so we can go back to our old life." When everyone heard this, they immediately worshipped him. This is the network. When everyone was struggling to find a way out, there were already people with good hands and eyes who knew the big shots in Yazhou. Then someone opened the door and called the waiter, "Bring me another plate of peanuts that you have discounted here. Hurry up, we'll be up to 1 million every minute, don't delay our time." Hearing the voices of the people in the room, the waiter in the tea house gritted his teeth with hatred, and said in his heart, "A bunch of poor ghosts, let alone a room, only eat peanuts, even dare to order a bottle of beer, dried meat you can only look at it and drool, and dare to yell at me, it's really hateful." In fact, the waiters in the tea house also have performance. If they can sell more food or drinks, they can get more bonuses. Therefore, in the eyes of the waiters, those who can consume more are the parents of food and clothing. Similar to occupying a person who has a room but does not consume is a thorn in the side. When Shen Feng went to look for Lucian, Lucian was playing and singing on the roof, looking very lonely. He was isolated for 2 months, and his current condition is not very good because Lucian participated in many battles. He also made meritorious service. He has 5 tall buildings in Yazhou as his property. When Shen Feng walked to the top of the building, he saw Lucian's lonely expression. Stubble, the whole person is no longer the handsome guy before, but like a frustrated young man. "Lu Xian, are you free?" Shen Feng asked with a smile, and sat down while talking. Seeing Shen Feng's appearance, Lucian felt a sense of surprise for a moment. He quickly put down the guitar and asked, "City Lord, why are you here? I only have water here, do you want to drink it?" "It's okay, plain water is fine, you don't need to make tea. I just came to inform you about one thing, that is, I investigated Hong Yehu's content before and made sure you are not involved in it, so your days of squatting at home are over, and then you follow me go to Siberia to find someone, and you should stay in the army in the future," Shen Feng said with a smile. Shen Feng felt that he was the one who brought good news to Lucian, but after hearing Shen Feng's words, Lucian's mood suddenly became heavy. So, Hong Yehu is really a traitor. At this moment, Lucian couldn't accept the fact that his wife was a traitor. Since she got married, she had always treated herself gently, and she could handle all kinds of family affairs well. She didn't need to worry about family problems at all, let alone the older generation. The people in the house put pressure on themselves, and the relationship between the two is also very good. Who knows, his wife has secretly betrayed Yazhou. Shen Feng sat beside Lucian, poured a glass of boiled water, held it in his hand and said, "It's okay, there is no grass anywhere in Xian'ai, why bother to fall in love with a single flower? There are so many beautiful women, you want a gentle if you are a virtuous, well-educated wife, I can help you, don't worry." Shen Feng is going to introduce someone to Lucian, so that Lucian can get out of the shadows earlier, but at this time Lucian suddenly said to Shen Feng, "City Lord, I have a heartfelt request, and I hope you can agree." Shen Feng said with a smile, "If you have any request, please tell me. If it can be fulfilled, I will definitely help you." Shen Feng has always known that Lucian is very reliable, so he doesn't think there's a problem with Lucian's request at this time. But Lucian said seriously, "City Lord, I hope you can promise me, rout Hong Yehu this time, I will definitely do it in the future. Repay you." The smile on Shen Feng's face disappeared at that moment, and then he asked, "Lucian, what on earth are you thinking? Hong Yehu is going to betray Yazhou. She even concealed this matter from you, which means she is not real. Likes you, she just uses you as a tool to complete the task, and you have no children, why do you plead with a traitor?" Shen Feng hated the traitor the most. In his opinion, the traitor was the most hateful guy, and Hong Yehu could not be forgiven. Lucian said sincerely, "City Lord, I know that you hate traitors the most, And I have heard that you cut the guy who betrayed you into a human stick, but I still want to say that a husband and wife can be in the same boat for 10 years. After 100 years of cultivation, we can sleep together. Now that I'm married to Hong Yehu, I can't easily abandon her." Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, sat on the chair and began to think. He didn't know what it was like to get divorced, but when he thought about it carefully, it would still be very hard to watch his wife die before that. It was often said on the internet that the 3 major happy events for middle-aged men are promotion, wealth and death of their wives. However, that is not what normal people can say. When the lover stays with you for a long time, love will gradually turn into family affection. How can this kind of family affection be given up at will? Those who say that the death of a wife is a happy event must be ruthless and ungrateful, and those who have been with him for a long time can walk away as soon as they say it, so it can be called a happy event. Shen Feng also remembered the article he had learned in high school, that is, Xiang Jixuan Zhi, in which Gui Yaoguang said, "There's a loquat tree in the garden, which was planted by my wife when she died, and now it is as graceful as a roof." Thinking about killing Hong Yehu directly would make Lu Xian feel bad, but Yes Hao was killed by the bastards of Xianlong Bureau, over 4,000 people. If the traitors are not dealt with, it will be difficult to explain to the families of these people. It's okay to let her go, but it's easy to let her go, but the punishment is impossible. You should find a way to let her accept the punishment, preferably for life. Shen Feng said to Lu Xian immediately. Shen Feng has heard of foreign reasons for the abolition of the death penalty. One of the reasons is to change the death penalty to lifelong hard labor to punish prisoners, so that prisoners can't live but can't die. It's a pity that later people often ignore it. The option of hard labor for life has become nothing more than imprisonment now, since Lu Xian begged for mercy. It is not easy to kill Hong Yehu directly, but he can choose to deal with lifelong hard labor. After receiving Shen Feng's answer, Lu Xian showed a grateful expression immediately, and said, "Thank you, the city lord. I will definitely go through fire and water, and I will die." Lu Xian thought that his life was over, but at this moment, Lu Xian saw the hope of his wife's survival, and also saw many possibilities in the future afterwards. Lu Xian thought for a while and said, "Hong Yehu opened a private school before. She can teach. Let her teach. There is no need for salary, as long as she can live. Okay, let her teach elementary school students, and she can't be idle during the winter and summer vacations. If the logistics department needs to work, they should work together." Shen Feng added, teaching is not an easy task, especially when teaching elementary school students. It is a kind of torture, but teachers have winter and summer vacations. Shen Feng has not forgotten this. It is okay to let Hong Yehu teach, but during the winter and summer vacations, he still has to go work. It is a necessary atonement after getting a satisfactory result for everyone. Shen Feng was ready to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Lu Xian, "Pack up your things and be ready to go at any time. Siberia is very cold, so bring more clothes." At this time, Lu Xian was slovenly and unshaven, and when he was sitting on the roof, he was only wearing a single shirt. Let alone going to Siberia, it would be too cold even on the grasslands, so Shen Feng kindly reminded Lu Yin again. Chapter 682, I Shed Blood for You. Shen Feng then went to the prison. In the prison, male and female prisoners were held separately, and the guards immediately received the city lord when they saw the city lord appear. Zhang Zixi doesn't have much to do in normal time, as long as there are not many prisoners. She doesn't need to interrogate and can wander around Yazhou every day, but once the prison is overcrowded, Zhang Zixi will have to work overtime now. All the prisoners in the prison have been interrogated clearly. Those who committed minor crimes were sent to work in the fields, while those who committed serious crimes were prepared to be beheaded after autumn. It was still late autumn, and the season of frost had not yet passed. After Shen Feng walked into the area where the female prisoners were held, he happened to see Zhang Xiaoqiang. At this time, Zhang Xiaoqiang excitedly grabbed the prison fence and said to Shen Feng, "City Lord, I have already explained everything. Most of the people, it's all my confession. I have made meritorious service for you. You can't forget me." Shen Feng looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang. At this time, Zhang Xiaoqiang no longer had the arrogance she used to have. She had been working with Chang Jianyi for a long time, and she was once regarded as a right-hand man by Chang Jianyi. At the beginning, she was also a high-ranking person, but now this time has become like this, unkempt and disheveled. If I knew today, why bother? Shen Feng shook his head helplessly. The first people who followed Chang Jianyi were Yin Li and Zhang Xiaoqiang, and Yin Li had already been killed by Shen Feng in the cave to the south. As for Zhang Xiaoqiang, Shen Feng didn't plan to take care of her anymore. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately tore off her clothes, revealing many scars on her body, and then said, "City Lord, look, I once shed blood for you. When the zombies attacked the dam in Jiangyang at that time, I rushed up to fight the zombies bloody, and the wounds on my body are like this. Take a look." Shen Feng resisted not looking back, but he had already remembered that when he was in Jiangyang, 30,000 zombies were not disturbed by dysentery and had been attacking the dam. Chang and Guo Pinming led a bloody battle on the front line, but they were still retreating. When someone escaped, it was Zhang Xiaoqiang and Yin Li who led the people to supervise the battle, and even rushed to fight the zombies in person. How could Shen Feng forget such a thing? At this time, Zhang Xiaoqiang was topless, pointing to the scars on her body to introduce to Shen Feng. Shen Feng could not pretend to be indifferent in the end. Shen Feng sighed and said, "I will tell my senior sister about this matter. As for whether senior sister will forgive you or not, that's up to you. You obviously already have a very high position. If you continue to work, you will also be entrusted with a heavy responsibility, but unfortunately, you have taken the wrong path." When Zhang Xiaoqiang heard Shen Feng's words, she also knew that the city lord gave her a chance, so she knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Her hair was disheveled, and said sadly, "Thank you, the city lord. Thank you, the city lord. I will never forget the city lord's kindness." Seeing the usefulness of pleading, other people in the prison also started pleading one after another. Some women imitated Zhang Xiaoqiang and tore off their clothes, as if they wanted to impress Shen Feng with their beauty. Zhang Xiaoqiang had known her for a long time, and Shen Feng was only lenient. Shen Feng didn't bother to pay attention to other people's words. Finally, Shen Feng came outside Hong Yehu's room and watched her through the prison fence. Seeing Shen Feng appearing at the door, Hong Yehu had a sarcasm on his face, and then asked, "What? Shen Feng, do you want to see me beg for mercy? Or do you want me to act like Zhang Xiaoqiang? Things, crawling in front of you like a dog? Then you humiliate me severely." Shen Feng looked at Hong Yehu with complicated eyes, and asked, "I just want to ask you one thing, why did you and I betray me? This is what I want to know the most." Hearing such a question, Hong Yehu sneered, "It turns out that you have forgotten what happened back then. You once humiliated me severely and made me laugh at others. If it was someone else, they would probably admit it with humiliation, but I am not convinced. Because your luck is better than mine, you became a supernatural being. If I were a supernatural being, it would not be your turn to humiliate me." Shen Feng looked at Hong Yehu silently. He really couldn't remember such a thing. Hong Yehu continued, "It doesn't matter if you forget, I will never forget. At that time, I brought someone to ask for my car, but you took away our car and let Yuanshu use his supernatural ability to almost suffocate me. It made me lose face in public, and from then on, I swear, I will take revenge on you." Shen Feng thought about it carefully, and finally remembered that there was indeed such a thing, but in his impression, it was not like this. Afterwards, Shen Feng said seriously, "You asked for it yourself. Don't forget, at that time, the Corpse King in Yuzhou was heading towards Rongchang with hundreds of thousands of zombies. I had to take the whole city to escape, but you bring bad things to people, no matter the severity. You think your life is more noble than others, but in my opinion, all people are the same and need to be saved. But, that's my car. Why did you take it away? I just want to get back what I deserve, but you say I don't care about the seriousness. In my opinion, it's just that you are arrogant and unreasonable gun, so no one can control what you want to do." Hong Yehu had a mocking expression on his face. "That's right, but with a gun in my hand, I didn't hurt others casually. As for you, you colluded with outsiders to avenge your own personal revenge and caused heavy casualties in Yuzhou. This is even more unreasonable. Now, come with me. Go," Shen Feng said lightly. Shen Feng didn't want to continue arguing with Hong Yehu. What happened back then was not justified by the public, but justified by the mother-in-law, so it would be useless to continue arguing. Shen Feng took Hong Yehu out of the prison, and Hong Yehu asked, "Next, are you going to hang me on the city wall?" Hong Yehu's question was very sharp. She had heard about the fate of the people in the Xianlong Bureau. All of them had their brains dug out, and their bodies were hung on the city wall. 2 months later, these people have been air-dried. Yuzhou is very hot, and the water evaporates severely. If it turns into a mummy, it will not be able to see its true colors. Shen Feng didn't answer. Not long after standing at the gate of the prison, Lu Xian appeared riding an electric car. Nowadays, Yazhou has no oil or natural gas, and electric cars are the most suitable way to travel. Seeing Lu Xian appearing here, Hong Yehu was stunned for a moment, and started to look away from Lu Xian, apparently not wanting to see Lu Xian. Lu Xian didn't care about these things, patted the seat behind him, and said, "Daughter-in-law, come up quickly, don't be dazed." Hong Yehu's eyes suddenly showed a surprised expression. Obviously he couldn't believe the situation at this time. Didn't he say that he was about to be executed? Besides, I kept contradicting the city lord just now. Can the city lord let me go? Shen Feng said lightly at this time. Okay, let's go. I won't kill you, but you will teach your whole life in the future, and use teaching to atone for your sins. Hong Yehu was still in a daze. She had already thought about it. She might be brutally killed by Shen Feng. Maybe she would be hung on the city wall, and eventually turned into an ugly mummy. But now she didn't have to die, which made Hong Yehu unbelievable. Lu Xian put Hong Yehu on the back of the electric car, and said to her, "Okay, hold me tight, we're going home." Hong Yehu hugged her husband tightly in a daze. In the past, she just wanted to use Lu Xian to take revenge on Shen Feng, but she never thought that her husband would not give up on her when she was already so down and out. Why? Why do you still do this? Hong Yehu asked immediately. Hearing this question, Lu Xian said while riding a bicycle, "You are the woman I fancy, how can you ignore it? From the time I chose you, I have already decided to treat you well, but in the future, you don't even think about who lie." Hong Yehu continued to ask, "But I have already implicated you. You were obviously a man of power in Yazhou before, but you have been implicated by me and have been marginalized. I caused you to become like this. You just don't care at all. Don't you hate me?" Lu Xian shrugged and didn't say anything. He couldn't figure out why he was so obsessed with Hong Yehu. It's not difficult to find a woman who has the same hobbies. It's normal to break up with Hong Yehu in the future, but in the end, Lu Xian still couldn't help pleading, because he didn't want to become an unqualified husband. After Lu Xian and Hong Yehu returned home, Hong Yehu heard the news that Lu Xian was going to perform a mission in Siberia, and immediately Hong Yehu understood everything. The reason why he survived was all thanks to Lu Xian, who used himself to carry out the mission. The condition of the mission changed her life. Hong Yehu is very touched. Perhaps in the end of the world, this kind of sincere emotion touched people's hearts the most. After Hong Yehu washed up, he immediately started to prepare things for Lu Xian to go out. Siberia is really too cold, so keep warm. Do well. After squatting in prison for a long time, Hong Yehu also understood how important a stable life is. Now that she has the opportunity to reform, she immediately cherishes it extremely. Hong Yehu started to pack Lu Xian's things. Since he had never done this kind of thing before, he seemed to be in a lot of haste at this time. While tidying up, he warned, "Be careful when you're on the road, especially after going to Siberia. I heard that there are a lot of brown bears over there, and the mutated individuals are definitely not wanted. If you see them, you must run away as soon as possible. I will wait for you at home." Hearing his wife's instructions, Lu Xian's heart warmed, and he said seriously, "Don't worry, I will come back safely, and I will leave the family affairs to you. Although you won't get any rewards for teaching, but here I am. There are 5 buildings, you can rent them out, and it will definitely be no problem to make money, but in the future, don't do stupid things." Since the end of the world, Hong Yehu, a strong woman, has not felt the warmth of her family for a long time, but now, Hong Yehu finally understands that the previous hostility is indifferent, and the most important thing to do is to live a stable life. After Shen Feng dealt with irrelevant matters, he notified Su Xing and Qi Lingshan by the way, and planned to set off for Siberia with a group of 4. Su Xing was repeatedly reprimanded by his mother Wu Yilian recently because Su Xing said that he would kill all the bandits in the world. This ambition was hit mercilessly by Wu Yilian now. With the opportunity to leave her mother, Su Xing immediately seized the opportunity and joined Shen Feng's plan to go to Siberia. Chu Qiaoyan actually wanted to go with her, but Shen Feng rejected her because it was too far away, and Chu Qiaoyan was a lady, so she couldn't bear this kind of hardship. That night, when Shen Feng came home, there was another person at the dinner table, Shen Feng's sister, Shen Yu. During the meal, Chu Qiaoyan and Chang Jianyi kept bringing food to her sister, which made Shen Yu very embarrassed, obviously. I came to cause trouble for you, but you still take care of me like this, which makes me really embarrassed." Shen Yu said embarrassedly. Shen Feng took the opportunity to say, "I told you and your parents to live in Yazhao, and I can take care of you conveniently in the future. If you don't listen, now that you have come to Yazhao and seen it with your own eyes, you should also know about Yazhao. Is it safe, Shen?" Yu nodded and said, "Before, I always felt that it was useless for you to organize a non-governmental organization by yourself. Now it seems that I lack experience. Yazhao now has a population, food, and Yangtze River natural insurance. This is the safe place." Chapter 683 Ready to Go. Shen Yu's thoughts are still stuck in the past. In her opinion, the only way to end this troubled world is to rely on the headquarters. After all, you can know from the full name of the headquarters, which is called China's Special Moment Coordination and Decision-Making Headquarters. The organization of various crises, the army, food, and resources are almost all deployed in a unified manner, and the person who can finally end the troubled times must be the headquarters. Therefore, Shen Yu has been staying in Rongcheng. She believes that only by following the decisions of the headquarters can we have a better tomorrow. Among other things, the number of troops that the headquarters can control is not comparable to that of ordinary organizations. To end the troubled times, the army is needed for protection. However, Shen Yu finally discovered that the doomsday would not end. After the zombies were dealt with, the mutated beasts also appeared. Now that the mutated beasts have not been dealt with, the mutated birds have also become a threat to everyone. Instead, Shen Feng occupies you. It is a particularly lucky thing that the state can have a good life, and after Shen Yu saw the current situation in Yazhao with his own eyes, he could only admit that Shen Feng was no longer the younger brother who was beaten up by him. With him in Yazhao, there was a bumper harvest, and there was no need for safety issues. Worrying, people's lives are still considered affluent, not inferior to those in Rongcheng, and you can often see smiles when you walk on the street. At this point, Shen Yu could only admit that what he said to his younger brother back then was all wrong, that his younger brother did not become the king of the mountain, but instead gained his own foundation and became famous all over the world. However, Shen Yu still refused her younger brother's invitation, and she said seriously, "Shen Feng, I can be reused in Rongcheng, and I am also a person with supernatural powers now. What's changed? And Rongcheng is also very safe, so you don't need to invite me." Shen Feng is helpless. He also knows what his sister thinks. "It seems that my sister has her own plan. She wants to rely on her own ability to make a fortune in Rongcheng. Besides, Rongcheng treats her fairly well, so she gave up her achievements in Rongcheng. Going to Yazhao is undoubtedly a very difficult choice, and it will be considered as going through the back door. It's rare to get together for dinner, not to mention anything else," Shen Feng said. Shen Feng also knows that if her sister does not leave Rongcheng, her parents will not leave Rongcheng either. They have said before that they are boys and work hard outside, so their parents should feel relieved, but sister Shen Yu, no matter what happens, is girls. Parents are worried. They must take care of them in Rongcheng. Shen Feng didn't force his sister to stay in Yazhao. He also found a way out for himself. If he really had nowhere to go, he could take his wife and children back to his hometown. At least his sister could take care of herself in Rongcheng. However, at this moment, Zhang Zixi couldn't help but said to Shen Feng, "Brother Shen, if you want to go to Siberia, which way should you go?" Shen Feng heard this question, thought for a while, and replied, "Probably go to Rongcheng first, escort my sister back, then go from Hansong to the lowest plateau, follow the road to the north, and finally drive to Siberia. If you're lucky, you can arrive there in about 20 days, Zhang Zixi quickly said. "Then if you pass through the Mongolian plateau, you can visit my big brother at your convenience. I will write a letter and you can hand it to him for me." Shen Feng nodded and said, "No problem, this matter is very simple." For Zhang Zixi's request, Shen Feng readily agreed. Anyway, he was pretending to go to Kilming, just to give his sister a suitable answer. If he sent a letter, he could also do it. Anyway, he went along the way. Zhang Ju's task is quite special, that is to dig coal on the Mongolian plateau. China has mined a lot of coal, and the production capacity in Datong and other areas has reached its limit. On the contrary, the coal production capacity on the Mongolian plateau in the north has great potential, and there are underground deposits. There are many coal mines in the Mongolian plateau, and the task of protecting the coal mines on the Mongolian plateau was given to Zhang Ju. Shen Feng also couldn't figure out what these people in the headquarters were thinking. Zhangju, a guy who is not very good at fighting, why should he be sent to guard the coal mine? If he is in danger, he flaps his wings and flies away. What's the use of this? It's not bad to let a supernatural being like Zhang Zi guard the coal mine after eating. Shen Feng started to pack up his things and prepare to go to Siberia, but Shen Yu felt that Shen Feng only brought 3 people there. Such a small number of people was really too small, and such a small number of people seemed to be useless, but she did dare not ask for more. Shen Yu also knows that she needs help from others. Although the object of pleading for help is her younger brother, but the brother still has to settle accounts clearly, she still asks Shen Feng to do something life-threatening. More than 20 supernatural beings are all in Siberia missing. If Shen Feng also disappeared, wouldn't I be more sorry for my brother's family? For this, Shen Yu can only beg God to bless Shen Feng, so that Shen Feng can successfully bring Xiao Sheng back. As for Chang Jianyi, he brought Shen Feng a large bag and a small bag. This time he went to Siberia, mainly by car, and it was a one-way car, because the gasoline in Yazhou was really out of stock, so he had to go to Siberia. Without any supplement from the outside world, the gasoline obtained in Yazhou recently was all transported from Wuling Mountain by the Qinghong Gang. The Qinghong Gang is very powerful in Southeast Asia, and there are offshore drilling wells in Indonesia and other places. Wang Aoi relied on single-handed smuggling and directly won over countless powerful people. There are even bases of the Qinghong Gang in many places in Southeast Asia. However, because of the existence of the Three Gorges Dam, the Yangtze River route is directly blocked. If you want to get gasoline, you can only get it by land. However, if you go by land, you are likely to encounter mutant beasts and bandits. In the end, Yazhou can get less gasoline. There are very few people, and most people can only use electric vehicles to travel. At any rate, they don't need to walk by themselves. Bicycles are also very popular at this time. Chang Jianyi directly put Shen Feng's portable paraglider into Shen Feng's car, and patiently told Shen Feng, if the situation is not good, run quickly, don't be foolish and wait for death. Do you understand, Chang? Jianyi didn't say it clearly, but the meaning is very obvious, that is, don't really take saving people as something important to do. The most important thing is to protect yourself. If it is particularly dangerous, then just leave. Anyway, I don't have a particularly deep relationship with the Ability Management Bureau, and everyone just knows each other. Shen Feng nodded and replied, of course I know that. If there is any danger, I will fly back with my men directly. Shen Feng has learned a lesson from the sea at the time. The paraglider is too small to carry only one person. If he wants to continue flying, he must have a bigger paraglider. This time, the paraglider stuffed into the car. The umbrella is specially made, the parts and the like have been disassembled, and it can be used after assembly. Although it is only a skeleton, it can bear the weight of 5 people. The biggest advantage of Shen Feng is speed, especially the ability to fly in the sky. The existence of this ability can directly prevent him from dying in the wild. When he returned to China from Japan, he also used a glider to do it. It can be said that people who can fly to the sky basically can't beat Shen Feng, and those who can beat Shen Feng can't go to the sky, just like Gong Changfa. Shen Feng also has one thing to admit, that is, in terms of destructive power, Guang Changfa's ability is stronger than him. When he was at sea, Guang Changfa almost killed a sea beast with a single click. Unfortunately, his biological knowledge is not enough to know that the squid is actually a cephalopod, so it attacks the torso of the squid. In the end, the wounded squid is directly killed by Shen Feng with a collision at the speed of sound. However, to deal with Guang Changfa, Shen Feng needs to use long-distance containment means, and must not come into direct contact with Guang Changfa. Otherwise, as long as the moment of contact, the internal organs and brain will be attacked. Chu Qiaoan also prepared clothes for Shen Feng, especially down jackets. Today's Yazhou still makes people feel hot during the day, and it's not particularly cold at night. A quilt can handle it, but in Siberia, frozen soil exists all year round. It is often heard that mammoth fossils can be dug up in Siberia. That is because the mammoth's corpse was preserved in the frozen soil. Chu Qiaoan also said seriously, it's very cold over there. I heard that there are Amur tigers and brown bears in Siberia. These 2 things are not good, especially mutants. If you are not careful, you will be shot to death. Go over there and have a look, and you will be back soon, so don't get lost there. Chu Qiaoan was also very worried about Shen Feng's safety. More than 20 people from the Supernatural Management Bureau were in Siberia, and there were quite a few strong ones among them. As a result, They lost contact immediately. There were no living people in Tumen City. It goes without saying that these people must have encountered a major crisis. Shen Feng also quickly agreed, saying that he would be careful while Shen Feng was packing things. Du Xinxi also came over with a package, which contained a lot of snacks, the most of which was air-dried meat, which was already dried in the sun, and after being pickled, it could be eaten directly. Tear it off and eat it, city. Lord, this is for you, eat slowly on the way, that is, you can use it to satisfy your cravings. Du Xinxi said quickly after Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan saw this scene, they immediately frowned, and their faces showed unanimous expressions of displeasure. It was obvious that they had a big opinion on other women giving things to their husbands, but this is also with good intentions. The two of them couldn't say anything. Shen Feng had a guilty conscience. After accepting the package, he immediately sent Du Xinxi to leave here, so as not to be seen as something wrong on the second day. Shen Feng was also ready to go. First, he sent his sister back to Rongcheng. He knew that her sister was already a supernatural being, but her combat ability was not good. Her supernatural power was to strengthen her body type. Or fingernails. Fingers can easily tear human flesh, but if you encounter danger in the wild, it will be really miserable. Shen Feng also didn't know how her sister found her way to Daba Mountain. In such a dangerous world, my sister was a weak woman walking outside. Fortunately, nothing happened. Otherwise, if she encountered danger, it would be too late for anyone who wanted to escape. It took Shen Feng a day to drive his sister Shen Yu to the outside of the city walls of Rongcheng. Today, Rongcheng has also built a city wall. This is a necessary measure to resist mutant beasts. Ordinary mutant beasts can only be blocked in the city. Moreover, with the existence of the city wall, people living in the city will feel more at ease. Collective organizations are always the most reassuring, and humans have always been social animals. Shen Feng sent his sister to Rongcheng, and after seeing that it was getting late, he wanted to find a chance to meet his parents, but now it seems that Rongcheng will close the city gates soon, so this kind of thing should be avoided. However, at this moment, General Z of Rongcheng got the news from nowhere, and he took people out of the city directly, and said with a smile, Shen Feng, since we are already outside the city, why don't you come in? Here is your hometown, you are not Dayu, it is a bad idea to pass through the house 3 times and not enter. Shen Feng looked at his sister and asked, did you tell him my news? Shen Feng used to have a lot of affection for Ziba Teng, because when he was in Rongcheng, he had been instructed by General Z, but later on with the experience of a half-immortal, Shen Feng realized that this guy doesn't look chubby, it looks harmless to humans and animals, but in fact it is a smiling tiger with bad water in its stomach. So Shen Feng no longer has a good impression of Ziba Teng. When Shen Yu heard the younger brother's question, she said helplessly, I didn't tell you where you were, and I don't know how he knew about it. Chapter 684. Shen Feng has already broken with the headquarters, so in Shen Feng's view, he must be an object of unwelcome, especially in the city controlled by the headquarters. But Shen Feng didn't expect that when he appeared outside Rongcheng, he was immediately welcomed by the leaders of Rongcheng, as if the conflict between Yazhao and the headquarters did not exist before. So far, Shen Feng can only follow enter Rongcheng behind Ziba Teng. When entering the city, Shen Feng thought silently in his heart, there must be traitors in Yazhao, who have revealed my whereabouts, but it is difficult for me to get news from the outside world. The news from the outside world will do. Su Xing sat in the car, looked at the facilities in Rongcheng, her eyes were full of envy. This place is really prosperous, much busier than Yazhao. In Su Xing's view, the residents here in Rongcheng live in a very stable life, and many people have smiles on their faces. No wonder many people said before that Rongcheng is a particularly livable city, and life is already so leisurely. Naturally, it is suitable for self-cultivation. Under Su Xing's careful observation, he found one thing, that is, there are many fair-skinned people here, so he quickly asked, City Master, are the people here so good? I feel that the skin is very white. Hearing this question, Shen Feng pointed to Shen Yu, who was sitting on the side, and said, you should ask my sister about this. I have dark skin, and my sister is fair. She has been so white since she was a child. Shen Yu smiled and said, it's not that we take better care of ourselves, nor is it that there is something special about our genes. The main reason is that this is a basin, and it often rains, and ultraviolet rays are not easy to radiate. Therefore, many people's skin there are whiter. Su Xing took out the mirror to take a look, and couldn't help but said, I also seem to have fair and tender skin, but my mother doesn't allow me to go too far. Su Xing has always wanted to make meritorious deeds, and the first thing to do is to kill all the bandits in this world. If not, then the next best thing is to kill all the bandits in China. In the face of setbacks, the setbacks do not come from the outside, but from the people around me. That is, my mother Wu Yulian firmly opposed Su Xing to do such a dangerous thing. It would be fine if she followed Shen Feng to the battlefield. There were many people around her, and her chance of surviving on the battlefield was much higher. But Su Xing wanted to kill the bandits alone. This will not work. Therefore, it would be difficult for Su Xing to leave Yazhou, let alone live in Rongcheng for a period of time. General Zi had already set up a reception banquet in Rongcheng to entertain Shen Feng, and Shen Feng's parents also appeared here. When Shen Feng saw his parents, he rushed over immediately, with a smile on his face. Shen Xin didn't say much, but just stretched out his hand and patted his son's shoulder, without saying anything, while he Liping grabbed his son's palm. There were tears in the eye sockets for a while. As the saying goes, parents are not far away. Shen Feng was rumored to have died at sea last year. When he Liping heard the news, she cried until she died, almost dying of pain. Later, she heard that her son had been returning to China from Tasmania in the southern hemisphere. Such an experience made her feel even more distressed. My son has suffered too much from sex. Seeing his mother like this, Shen Feng quickly comforted him. Mom, I'm fine, just sit down and eat quickly. I'm going to Siberia after I rest for the night. Let's be happy now. He Liping thinks about it too. It is rare for the family to get together. It is too late to be happy at this time. How can they have a bitter face? This is really inappropriate at this time. The three people behind Shen Feng also stepped forward to salute. Lu Xian and others were of the same age as Shen Feng, and they were also Shen Feng's subordinates. Now facing Shen Feng's mother, they naturally did not dare to make mistakes. He hurriedly came forward to meet him, and they all called him uncle and aunt. However, when Su Xing stepped forward, he Liping saw another young and beautiful woman appearing, and couldn't help blurting out, "A Feng, is this your daughter-in-law too?" In this day and age, as long as you have the ability, you can marry as many women as you want, because the social order has collapsed and the law can't work. Who cares about monogamy? Not to mention in the apocalypse, even in the peaceful era before the apocalypse, rich people still change their brides every night, and at that time, no one cares about them ever since. When he Liping saw Su Xing behind Shen Feng, she thought that Shen Feng had a new love again. Hearing this, Shen Feng quickly explained, No, absolutely not. This is my friend, a real friend, don't get me wrong. Su Xing will marry again in the future. Su Xing was also blushed by this misunderstanding at this time. She never thought that she would encounter such a misunderstanding. It was simply unimaginable. He Liping also quickly apologized, and everyone sat down to eat at the dinner table. Ziba-Ten began to discuss with Shen Feng how to end this troubled world. Shen Feng, in my opinion, everyone calls today's world the end of the world, except for mutant beasts and other external factors that threaten the survival of human beings. In addition, the most important point is that the social order has collapsed. Therefore, if you want to completely end the troubled times, you must do a good job both internally and externally. Externally, all animals that threaten human survival are naturally wiped out, even if they are extinct. These animals are no problem. If humans cannot survive, other species will not survive. As for the interior, it is to rebuild a stable and prosperous society so that everyone does not need to rush around for survival. This requires everyone to unite. Get up, what do you think? Shen Feng was not moved by the impassioned words, but said lightly, if you want to end the troubled times, you should first salvage the meteorites in the sea. As long as the meteorites are not salvaged one day, the end will not end. After speaking, Shen Feng put a piece of braised pork in his mouth. Shen Feng is not worried about being ambushed. According to his ability, it is not difficult to leave Rongcheng, and Ziba-Ten can't wait to go to Siberia to save people by himself, because it is said that Xiao Sheng used to be Ziba-Ten's bodyguard. Yes, if Xiao Sheng came back, he would probably stay in Rongcheng in the future. It would be a pity to lose this kind of strength. Ziba-Ten frowned, and asked, but I heard that the meteorite has already melted. When it hit the Earth, it was 20 meters in diameter, but now it has shrunk a lot. Isn't that nonsense? Shen Feng thought for a while, and it was true. However, as far as he knew, there was still a God's domain in the sea today, and electromagnetic waves could not penetrate the God's domain, which meant that the meteorite had not melted. However, we can't wait until the day when the meteorite melts, right? What if the meteorite stops melting? Why don't we wait forever? Shen Feng asked. Ziba was speechless. Although the solution to ending the troubled times is so simple, the internal and external problems can be solved, and the doomsday will be ended, but as long as the meteorite cannot be salvaged, there is no doubt that the animals on the earth will not to stop the mutation and solve the external threat. Is it easier said than done? If you want to salvage meteorites, you have to fight against sea beasts, but as far as I know, today's supernatural beings are not opponents of sea beasts. It seems that they are in a dead end. Ziba said helplessly. While eating and drinking, Shen Feng said, when I came back from Australia, I once heard a supernatural person say that today's sea beasts are hostile to humans because humans overexploit the ocean and litter the ocean. Therefore, we want to salvage meteorites, but the sea beasts snatch them away and refuse to let us do what we want. This is the evil result of human beings themselves. During the dinner, everyone was talking and laughing, and General Z also found many people to accompany him. Shen Feng brought 3 big eaters to eat and drink constantly, and the meals on the table were constantly changing. Finally, after an hour, Shen Feng's side is also full, and the food on the wine table has been replaced for 4 or 5 rounds. Shen Zin actually wanted to drink some wine with Shen Feng, but was scolded by He Liping. Both of you father and son can't hold alcohol well. Are you ashamed to show yourself when you're drunk? Therefore, Shen Zin's plan to fight wine with his son has also failed. After Shen Feng walked out of the restaurant, he wanted to take a stroll in Rongcheng. For Shen Feng, he had already settled down in Yazhou, married a wife and had children, but Rongcheng has always been his hometown, and he still has a deep feeling for his hometown. Nostalgic, Shen Feng began to walk on the street. Shen Feng didn't notice that anyone was following him, but if he wanted to come to Ziba, he wouldn't let anyone follow him. After all, General Z had seen Shen Feng's speed before. Who can keep up with Shen Feng? Who is the fastest in the world? However, although no one was following Shen Feng, when Shen Feng was walking on the street, he was still surrounded by many people, all of whom were saying, "Look, this is Lord Fengshen, and Lord Fengshen has come to Rongcheng." Immediately, someone criticized, "Stop talking nonsense, what is coming? This is returning to Rongcheng, you know? Lord Fengshen is the pride of our Rongcheng. No matter where Lord Fengshen is, he will always be from Rongcheng." Shen Feng didn't want to continue to be watched, especially on the street. It made him feel like a monkey, not at all comfortable afterwards. Shen Feng ignored these people, and left the street directly using his supernatural ability, jumping on the roof, and quickly disappeared in the eyes of everyone. The people on the street could only lament at once. They really hoped to talk to Lord Fengshen, but even if they had such an opportunity, they didn't have the opportunity. Lord Fengshen didn't give them this chance. The photo was immediately loaded by the media for the current news media, paying attention to the trivial matters of a traffic star's eating, drinking, and laughing will no longer receive attention. Who cares whether the star ate pancakes or steamed buns for breakfast? Ordinary people only care about one day 3 meals. Other than that is the movement of the supernatural beings, especially old-fashioned supernatural beings like Shen Feng, who began to emerge within a month after the end of the day, became a man of the hour, and even became a hero to save Yanjing. His appearance would naturally cause a sensation. Shen Feng came to a secluded street and stopped, with lingering fears in his heart. He thought silently, really, what if I haven't seen it before? I didn't have this kind of treatment in Yazhou. When I returned to Rongcheng, the elders in my hometown were really too enthusiastic. However, at this moment, Shen Feng, who was hiding in the dark alley, suddenly saw a man and a woman in the distance. The man was handsome, while the woman was mature and gentle. With a baby in their arms, it looks like a happy family. Shen Feng took a closer look and found that the man was Feng Qinghao, and he hadn't seen him for a long time. When he was at sea, Feng Qinghao was broken all over his body in order to save Qin Qa, but now Feng Qinghao is alive and well. From the signs of injury, it can be seen that the recovery ability of the supernatural being is still too strong. Shen Feng was about to go up to say hello. After all, they all knew each other. It would be a bit too much if they pretended not to see each other. However, at this time Shen Feng suddenly heard a familiar voice. "I heard that you went to check the number of mutant beasts on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Are you not injured?" Hearing this voice, Shen Feng immediately thought clearly. Who did Feng Qinghao marry? There is no need to doubt this anymore. It is naturally Yuanshu. After all, the two of them even have children. That's right. The familiar voice Shen Feng heard belonged to Yuanshu. At the beginning, Yuanshu left without saying goodbye, which made Shen Feng a little unacceptable for a while. Now that so long has passed, Yuanshu has also married and had children. Shen Feng found that the world is changing too fast. Chapter 685. The so-called wolf nature is just a gimmick. For a long time, Shen Feng felt indifferent to the changes of time, because he was still very young, only 23 years old. This age should not hurt the spring and autumn. The sadness of the changes in things is actually the feeling of the elderly, yes, but at this time, Shen Feng suddenly felt that things were different. The Yuanshu who used to be exuding arrogance was already married at this time, and Shen Feng could still remember the night when she left. At that time, Shen Feng didn't feel that it would be difficult to see each other after parting. Only now did Shen Feng understand that some people would never see each other again after they missed it. Seeing the appearance of the other party's family of three, Shen Feng did not choose to disturb, turned around and left, unknowingly cast accompanying like the wind, and left the street as if escaping. Yuanshu also seemed to feel something at this time, and looked back with a child in her arms, but she saw nothing. Today, Yuanshu exudes the brilliance of motherhood all over her body. Perhaps it is because she has a child, so she is not as beautiful as before. So proud, but gentle. What are you looking at? Feng Qinghao asked quickly. Yuanshu shook his head and said, "It's an illusion. Just now, I felt as if an old friend was watching me, but when I turned around, I didn't see anything." Afterwards, Yuanshu continued to walk forward, and said as she walked, "Feng Qinghao, you are so good, it's time to find a wife. How about I introduce one to you? It's a researcher in the laboratory. She is usually very gentle. You two must be a good match." No, I will consider my own lifelong affairs." Feng Qinghao waved his hands quickly and said, if possible, he would like to express his thoughts directly, but he can also feel from Yuanshu's attitude that Yuanshu actually doesn't feel anything about herself. If she confesses her love forcibly, she won't even have to be a friend in the future at this time. Feng Qinghao couldn't help asking in his heart, what's so good about Shen Feng? He's just a playboy, isn't it because he's luckier than me? Why can't I surpass his status? Shen Feng was sitting on the roof, he couldn't calm down for some reason, and Yuanshu's figure kept appearing in his mind, lingering. Shen Feng didn't know why this happened. After Yuanshu left without saying goodbye, the relationship between the two should have been severed. After all, before that, the relationship between everyone was just cooperation. Shen Feng's understanding of the zombie virus in the early days, they were all obtained from Yuanshu, and Yuanshu's purpose was also very simple, that is to find a way to return to Yanjing. The left and right are just a cooperative relationship, but when Shen Feng saw Yuanshu holding the child and talking and laughing with other men, he still felt very uncomfortable, as if he didn't want to see this kind of scene at all. Of course, Shen Feng also knew that it was impossible for him to ask a woman to be as good as a jade for himself. This is a selfish idea. However, seeing Yuanshu marrying someone else to form a family, Shen Feng still felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't know what he was thinking of, and muttered in his mouth, I advise you not to cherish the golden thread clothes, and I advise you to cherish the flowers when you are young. Open and fold straight, don't wait for no flowers to break branches. When the flowers are in full bloom, pick them as soon as possible. If you wait, after the flowering period is over, there will only be empty branches left on the tree. As for the flowers, most of them were picked by others. Shen Feng blew the cold wind in the middle of the night. Finally he calmed down a bit, and when he returned home, he fell asleep very quickly. After dawn, Shen Feng forgot everything and continued to drive. A group of 4 on Shen Feng's side drove 2 cars towards the destination Siberia, along the road, and the speed was not slow at all. Lu Xian was sitting in the car on Shen Feng's side, and in the car behind it was Qi Lingshan and Su Xing. Walking on the road was the most boring. Looking at the surrounding scenery made people want to sleep. When Shen Feng was hungry, he took out the air-dried meat and other snacks that Du Xinshi had given to him to eat. The air-dried meat was dry, so it should not be eaten too fast. Eat small strips. In this way of eating, he had already finished his snacks as soon as he passed the lowest plateau where Shen Feng passed by. Many people welcomed it, because Shen Feng went to Siberia in the name of investigating the habitat of mutated birds, and the 2 places in North China and Northeast China are currently being ravaged by migratory birds, and the headquarters is not too big. A good solution, After mobilizing soldiers, can only fortify the wall and clear the field, and the damage is really heavy under such circumstances. Everyone is avoiding the mutated birds. Who would dare to go to Siberia? It was too late to escape, but Shen Feng faced the difficulties and chose to go to Siberia. This behavior immediately made countless people admire. A few people know the inside story. The people of the Ability Management Bureau in Siberia have disappeared, and the headquarters has no power to investigate the situation in Siberia. Shen Feng went to Siberia this time, probably to save people. As for the investigation of the mutant bird habitat, that is a lie. There are only 4 people, and it is impossible to investigate the huge Siberia. Shen Feng is already famous, killing zombies, saving Rongcheng, rushing to help Yanjing, beheading the Dragon King of the Yangtze River, and rescuing Jingxiang floods. Whoever heard it didn't give a thumbs up, although the break with the headquarters affected his reputation. But what has been done has been seen by people when passing through the villages in northern Shaanxi. Many people delivered food to Shen Feng's car, wishing Shen Feng a smooth journey. It can be seen that everyone generally hopes that the end will end sooner, and everyone has already pinned their hopes on Shen Feng. Shen Feng accepted the food sent by the people, and suddenly didn't know what to say. He himself is the owner of Yuzhou City. How could he lack food? Obviously the villagers are the most in need of food, but the name of the village must send food. Shen Feng, I saw pairs of expectant eyes, but I couldn't refuse, so I had to accept it. When entering the Mongolian plateau, an old man told Shen Feng, "Fengshen, you must be careful on the grassland. I heard that there are mutant wolves on the grassland. These beasts like to attack in groups. Now that winter is coming, the wolves will attack you if they have nothing to eat." Hearing this reminder, Shen Feng quickly said, "Understood, thank you old man, I will be careful." After that, Shen Feng drove into the prairie. It was already late autumn. For the north, it was already winter. In fact, in October, the north had already started to snow. The higher the latitude, the earlier the snow falls, the lower the temperature will be. After Su Xing heard the old man's reminder, she immediately remembered a book she had read before called Wolf Totem. The wolves described in this book were both cunning and cruel. Immediately, Su Xing couldn't help but ask Qi Lingshan next to him, "I saw in the wolf totem that the wolves on the grassland are very ferocious. If we meet, will we be in danger?" Hearing this question, Qi Lingshan said while driving, "I don't know if wolves are cruel, but the book you mentioned is a completely bad book. You'd better not believe what's in it. When you get home, use it as toilet paper." Su Xing frowned and said, "No, I can't listen to your suggestion, because this kind of paper is too hard." Qi Lingshan smiled while driving, "I thought you would refute my opinion. What's the matter? Your favorite book is called Bad by me. You are not excited at all." Su Xing then replied, "A bad book is a bad book. I don't read much, and I deserve to be cheated. But I want to know, why is this book a bad book?" Qi Lingshan was driving at this time, and Qi Lingshan shouldn't be distracted at first, but the grassland is flat, and there will be no accidents if you drive casually, so Qi Lingshan simply held the steering wheel with one hand, looked sideways at Su Xing, and said, "What to say this book is a bad book? First of all, the author is a bad person. A lot of things written in this book are made up, and the deep meaning even denies farming civilization. When I returned to China, I heard my high school teacher criticize it. This now involves Su Xing's knowledge blind spot. Her education is only in the 3rd grade of junior high school. She has not yet graduated, and the education of high school teachers cannot be passed on to her ears. Tell me carefully." Su Xing asked quickly. Qi Lingshan said directly, "First of all, the author of this book said that Mongolian herdsmen all worship wolf totems. This is a random fabrication. In fact, it should be Khitan who worships wolves, and Mongolian herdsmen worship wolf totems. The Changshan is the sky above the head, and the eagle has a higher status in the hearts of the herdsmen. In the hearts of the herdsmen, the eagle in the sky is a bridge that can communicate between humans and the Changshan. It is said that the herdsmen compare themselves with wolves. That's nonsense. Oh, keep talking." Su Xing listened carefully. She was already attracted by the mistakes Qi Lingshan said. It turned out that she had been deceived for many years, and she really shouldn't have bought this book. Then, it's the talk of praising wolves, talking about the wolf culture. You have to be cruel to yourself, and saying that wolves are the biggest overlord in the grassland, and humans have to retreat. If this is true, the wolf fighting movement back then, how could you beat the wolves almost to extinction?" Qi Lingshan said disdainfully. Su Xing kept nodding. She had to admit that she was fascinated by preconceived notions, and really thought that wolves were omnipotent. Qi Lingshan continued, then, it is just touting the wolf totem, saying that the ancient dragon worship is actually wolf worship, saying that the prototype of the dragon is a wolf. Nonsense. There is no evidence at all, it is all made up, and then the wolf totem is used referring to the nomadic people, saying that the nomadic civilization is superior to the agricultural civilization. It's so bragging, as if the Central Plains dynasty didn't beat the nomadic people to the ground. In short, except for the part about raising wolves, everything else is just a fabrication, just for the sake of denying our Central Plains culture. After hearing these explanations, Su Xing finally understood, so it seems that she really bought a bad book, but the ridiculous thing is that she actually took it seriously, and many people in the society also took it seriously, and they really thought that wolf nature culture is a great thing, but if you look closely, those companies have deprived employees of their wolf nature and given them dog nature, which is just called wolf nature. You're not from Henan either. What about Central Plains culture? Su Xing asked immediately. Qi Lingshan was silent for a moment, and explained, the Central Plains is not a geographical concept, but a cultural concept. Do you understand? Although I am not from Henan, the cultural connotation is the same. The two chatted while driving. The Mongolian plateau is very flat, and there are forests here, but the grasslands are the most numerous. Looking around, the ground is dry and yellow. It's autumn, and the grasslands look like this. If you come here in spring, here's a piece of green. If you come here in summer, the grass can drown you. You are really knowledgeable. You are indeed a Ritterni. Su Xing couldn't help but praise. Small meaning. If you read more books, you will know these things. Qi Lingshan's mouth was modest, but his face was already full of uncontrollable smiles. This is the truth. Nothing has changed at this moment. Shen Feng in front of him suddenly braked. Qi Lingshan had been showing off his knowledge, but he didn't expect the car in front of him to stop, so he stepped on the brake quickly. Immediately, he covered his forehead and exclaimed, how did you drive, Qi? Lingshan didn't understand, opened the car window and shouted to the front, Lucian, how did you drive? Chapter 686, Grassland Catastrophe. Qi Lingshan was still showing off his profound knowledge to Su Xing, who was beside him, but he didn't expect the sudden break in front of him. The end of the seat belt. When an accident occurs, the seat belt cannot function, so Qi Lingshan was a little out of breath at the time, and he didn't dare to criticize the city lord, so he could only ask Lucian, why did he brake suddenly? Lucian and Shen Feng had already stepped down from the car in front, and they said as they walked, you will see for yourself why we brake. After hearing Lucian's words, Su Xing and Qi Lingshan hurriedly got out of the car, came to the front and looked. Their eyes were stunned. A small town that used to be on the grassland had now turned into ruins. If it's just ruins, it's fine, but there are still many human bones on the ground, and the ground is bloody, which makes people feel horrible. Someone must have lived here before, but I don't know why the town has been destroyed now. It's out of shape. After seeing this tragedy, Su Xing felt a burst of sadness in her heart. It is normal to feel sad when seeing the same kind being killed. You must know that maybe they were still living human beings before. Go, let's go up and have a look. We always need to know what happened on the grassland, otherwise, it will be dangerous for us to cross the grassland. Shen Feng said to the crowd, and then everyone went up to check the situation together. Logically speaking, in the apocalypse, even villages and towns have guns. In order to protect their own safety, if they encounter enemies, everyone will definitely fight to the death. Horror. Shen Feng immediately led people into the town, and the car was left outside. Considering that Su Xing was relatively timid, Su Xing was given the task of guarding the car, and Su Xing really couldn't bear to see the tragic death of the same kind, so he was willing to wait outside the town. The town has been destroyed badly, and the original fence outside the town has also collapsed. On the collapsed fence, Shen Feng found many messy footprints. These are the footprints of animals, which look very similar to a wolf. Oh. Go. I was talking about the wolf totem just now, but now there are wolves. I must have opened my mouth. Qi Lingshan couldn't help complaining after seeing the footprints of the wolves. Shen Feng squatted down and stretched out his hand to measure the distance from the thumb to the middle finger, which is called one shoulder. Shen Feng calculated that the largest footprint was 2 shoulders long, which shows that one of the wolves who broke through the town. There must be a huge mutant individual. It has just snowed on the grassland recently, and snow can be seen in some shady corners at this time. Qi Lingshan suddenly found a wolf skeleton on the ground, and said quickly, "Come and see, there are wolves here." Skeleton. Shen Feng looked at Bai Sensen's skeleton, and there were many tooth marks on it, and then he thought about it. So, the wolves can't find food in winter, so they choose to eat people. This small town that was broken by wolves, and the wolves on the grasslands should not be underestimated. It is said that dogs do not eat their own kind. Even if they are fed dog meat buns, dogs can ask questions. However, wolves are different. When there is an extreme shortage of food, wolves will also eat their own kind. Many people may think that wolves' packs are carnivores, but this idea is wrong. Wolves are actually omnivores. Once a zoologist dissected the corpse of a wolf and found that there were many wild fruits and worms in the stomach of the wolf. Fill the stomach after the snow fell on the grassland, the food has been decreasing, and the only place where food can be found is the human gathering place. In this way, it makes sense for the wolves to attack the human gathering place. Lu Xian used his power to check if there were any living people around, but he found nothing, except for the three of them in the town. There was no living person left. City. Master, there are no living people here, but there may be some survivors in the cellar. Let's search separately. I haven't found any wolves within a kilometer radius. Lu Xian said in a deep voice. At this time, the role of taking Lu Xian in the wild is revealed. Lu Xian can feel heat in a wide range, and if humans are alive, their bodies will definitely produce heat. After all, humans are endothermic animals, so it is easy now. If Lu Xian has not found other living people, there is only one explanation left, that is, all the people in the town are dead. The three then shouted in the small town, trying to find the living. There are cellars in many places in the north. In order to store food and vegetables, although the emergence of refrigerators makes cellars less used, many people are still used to having a cellar to store things, and when in danger, they can hide in the cellar. Shen Feng also pinned his hopes on the cellar, hoping to find a few living people from the cellar, so as to inquire about the situation. The next step is to cross the grassland, and he must prepare early for possible dangers on the grassland. However, Shen Feng and the others searched the town, but they still couldn't find anyone. They found a few in the cellar, but they were all opened. The gray wolf's nose is very sensitive, so most of the people hiding in the cellar have already been found out and eaten. It seems that we don't want to find any living people. Lu Xian said helplessly. There are not many smells that human noses can smell, but dogs can smell some places that humans can't smell, so police dogs are trained all over the world, just to find things that humans can't, and dogs start from ashes. Wolves have been trained to smell the smell that dogs can smell, which means that wolves can smell it too. Shen Feng found 4 or 5 cellars here, all of which were open from the outside. Wolves can actually dig holes. After discovering the cellars, they can dig into them. At this moment, Qi Lingshan shouted from a distance, "City Lord, Lu Xian, come here quickly, I found useful information." After hearing this, Shen Feng and Lu Xian immediately approached Qi Lingshan. When they walked over, they found that Lu Xian was in a building with a blood-stained letter in his hand. The envelope had already been opened up. Lu Xian said hastily, "I found this from a desk, and it was probably left behind by the office workers in this small town. It also says who to hand it to." Shen Feng took the letter and looked at it. Sure enough, there was a line of words on the envelope, "Headquarters personally." Shen Feng opened it and watched it, and wrote in the letter, "We have been surrounded by wolves, and the telephone line may have been bitten off. We can't make calls, so we can only leave information. Headquarters, this matter is of great importance and must not be underestimated. Recently, many wolf packs have appeared on the grasslands. They first came from outer Mongolia, and there are a large number of them. We estimate that there are 5,000 wolves outside the town. Perhaps there are more hidden in the vast grasslands. Among these wolves, there are ordinary individuals and mutant individuals, among which the mutant individuals are as huge as elephants, and they are flexible in action. In order to avoid future harassment by the wolves, the headquarters is also asked to send troops to clean up the wolves on the grassland." After seeing the contents of the letter, Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, "It's a pity that the headquarters is in a state of desperation right now, so we don't have time to take care of things on the grassland. We can't deliver this letter either." Perhaps, the person who wrote this letter also placed his hope in the headquarters before he died, hoping that the headquarters could come to rescue, but in the end, this letter became a must-write and fell into Shen Feng's hands. Lu Xian thought for a while, and couldn't help but said, "City Master, why don't we take a detour? It's too dangerous here." Shen Feng heard this, but asked back, "Detour? From where? The forests of the 3 eastern provinces? Can you guarantee that there are no wolves over there, Lu?" Xian pointed to the situation in the small town and said, "But, City Master, you have also seen that the current grassland is too dangerous. Our 4 supernatural beings may not be the opponents of the wolves, Lu." Xian was very worried that he would never return, especially on the grassland, where there was no body collector. If he died on the grassland, it would be a great injustice. He also hoped that he could return safely to Yazhao and the daughter-in-law went to live. If she died, Hong Yetu would become a widow. Shen Feng stuffed the letter into his pocket, frowned and thought about it, and said, "No, keep going north, go faster, and cross the grassland as fast as you can. As long as you reach the Siberian plateau, where there are many forests, then we'll be safe." When Lu Xian heard Shen Feng's answer like this, he had a bitter face at that time, and his face became particularly ugly. Now he can't understand why the city lord knows that there are tigers in the mountains, so he prefers to go to the Tiger Mountain, and he obviously takes a detour as the most suitable choice. Qi Lingshan also agreed with Shen Feng's decision, and said seriously, "Since there are countless packs of wolves on the grassland, no matter how many of us there are, they will always bump into them. Why don't we just rush over there? Don't forget, we came here by car. The movement of wolves relies on 4 legs, so there is no need to worry about speed." From Qi Lingshan's point of view, he came here in a car. If so, couldn't 4 wheels not run on 4 legs? Relying on his speed advantage, he can leave the Mongolian plateau in 2 days, and when he reaches the north, won't there be no danger of wolves? Lu Xian shook his head and said, "You guys, it's still too simplistic. You just think that you will meet wolves on the plains, but wolves don't care about that. What if the wolves live in the mountains? Now it's the end of the day, and anything will happen. If we take a detour, the gasoline we carry will not be enough. If the wolves are installed, the car happens to have no gas, and we can only take the 11th road. I don't need to worry about this problem at my speed, but how many of you? It's hard to say personally." Shen Feng said lightly. When Lu Xian heard what Shen Feng said, he couldn't understand it. It seemed that what the city lord said was true. If there was no gasoline and met wolves, the danger would be more serious, so he had to rush over. The 3 came out of the small town and found Su Xing, who was sitting on the roof of the car wiping his long knife. Ever since the samurai sword broke, Su Xing found people from the steel factory in Yazhao and asked them to help make a titanium alloy long knife with a slightly blue light. After getting this knife, Su Xing has been fond of it ever since. She hardly let go of the knife in her hand. As for the samurai sword Shen Feng gave her, Su Xing kept it at home as a souvenir. Qi Lingshan gave an overview of the situation when he entered the town, and Su Xing couldn't help being excited when he heard that he might encounter wolves on the grassland early, and said, "So, do you want to fight wolves? If I killed a few wolves, wouldn't it be possible to make a wolf fur coat?" Shen Feng has not forgotten the incident of wearing a wolf fur cloak to make a fool of himself on stage. Now that Su Xing talked about the wolf fur coat again, Shen Feng could only reply casually, "As you like, but if you want to use wolf fur to make a clothes, I don't know if you have this kind of ability. Generally speaking, animal fur can be made into clothes, but the fur you get is basically rough and hard, and only after tanning and other treatments will it become soft." Su Xing obviously doesn't know this, and thinks that peeling clothes can be made from skins. Chapter 687 Undeliverable Letter. Next, Shen Feng continued to drive north. Shen Feng did not forget what Zhang Zixi told him before, which was to send a letter to Zhang Ju. It has been almost 2 years since Zhang Zixi and his big brother separated. There are still calls, but there is no chance to talk recently, so Zhang Zixi misses big brother very much, so she wants to write a letter to send it. Shen Feng also knew where Zhang Ju was. He was in charge of guarding the mine on the grassland, and his wife also lived here along the way. Lu Xian has been using supernatural powers to find out all the surrounding situations, so as to avoid sudden attacks by mutant beasts. Although you can see everything on the grassland, you can see everything when you look around, but there is no big mistake in being careful. Lu Xian would rather expend his energy to use his abilities than be attacked suddenly. Although he is a person with abilities, his combat effectiveness is not very good. Strong, especially when facing a group of mutant beasts. Soon Shen Feng saw the mine. Although it is a mountain, the mountain has been hollowed out. The mine is sunken. There are many mines in the mine. The coal truck is responsible for bringing coal from the mine to the mine come out. However, When Shen Feng stood on the top of the valley and looked down the mine, he fell silent immediately, because the mine was also empty, and there were hundreds of soldiers guarding the mine, but now they have disappeared. There was no one in the mad arena. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately guessed that something happened to Zhang Ju. Hey, I'm a step late, and this side has already been attacked. Lu Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh, thinking that the guys who fought side by side in Yanjing back then don't know what's going on now. Seeing this, Shen Feng could only shake his head helplessly, and said, "Go down and have a look. This place is always protected by regular soldiers. Even if it is attacked, it will not be helpless. Maybe everyone is hiding, maybe in the mine, so relax." Next, a group of people walked down. Su Xing didn't intend to continue to look at the car. Anyway, the surroundings were unobstructed, and the car would be fine if it was left outside. After arriving in the mine, Shen Feng quickly found symbolic casings on the ground. It is obvious that there was resistance when it was attacked. There are many houses in the mine, which are built in the center of the valley. Everyone lives here. Although it is a bit noisy, it can be protected here. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Shen Feng shouted. The words echoed continuously in the valley, and if someone heard Shen Feng's words, they would definitely be able to answer them. However, after waiting for a long time, Shen Feng did not hear any answer, so he had to go to the area of the house in person. The houses here were all damaged. Some doors were broken, some windows were broken. Bloodstains can still be seen in many places. Human bones are scattered on the ground, and skulls can be seen from time to time. Su Xing was disgusted by the situation in front of her. It wasn't that she had never seen a dead person, but she actually saw the human bones after being bitten, which caused her physical discomfort. There is still a lot of coal piled up on the mine, which has not been crushed or desulfurized. It is coal that has just been mined, and the warehouse door has been opened, and all the grain inside has disappeared, leaving only a lot of broken flour sack. Qi Lingshan shook his head and said, "Let's go quickly. The place is guarded by soldiers have become like this. It can be seen that the fighting power of the wolves is indeed strong. If we stay here, we will probably be attacked too." Qi Lingshan's words immediately got Lu Xian's approval. That's right, it's fine if the town is just breached. It can be said that there are no regular soldiers protecting them. It's a group of civilians protecting their lives. They can't beat wolves. It was a matter of course, but the mine could be protected by hundreds of soldiers. Hundreds of soldiers are already quite powerful, but even so, they have not been able to hold the mine. One can imagine how powerful the wolves are. Shen Feng didn't persist this time. The danger was already in front of his eyes. If he didn't listen to persuasion, he would definitely suffer. However, Shen Feng is still very optimistic at this time, saying, even if there is an accident in the mine, there is no need to worry about Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju is a supernatural being. He can fly. At this time, Zhang Ju may fly. I ran to a safe place and hid. Yes, we don't need to worry about Zhang Ju's safety. This guy is most afraid of death. When the city lord asked him to give you a ride, he always pushed back and forth. He had to be aggressive. This kind of person must be able to those who survive the chaos. Wolves can't fly. Lu Xian also echoed. At this time Lu Xian participated in the assassination of the Corpse King. At that time, Zhang Ju's performance had already made many people look down on him. It just so happened that Lu Xian was one of the people who looked down on Zhang Ju. This kind of guy who is greedy for life and afraid of death, is in danger. He must have flapped his wings and escaped, and he would take his daughter-in-law along with him. However, at this moment, Lu Xian sensed a new situation, so he immediately asked a mine in the distance, "Who is it? You are sneaky, stand up for me." At this time, after Lu Xian cast his power, he suddenly discovered that there was a heat reaction in a mine in the distance, and it was in the shape of a person. It was obvious that someone was hiding in the mine. Lu Xian was worried about the person hiding in the mine. He is a villain, so he immediately reprimanded him. Su Xing and Qi Lingshan immediately became vigilant and looked in the direction of the mine. A weak voice came from the mine. "We are our own people, don't do anything." After speaking, 5 soldiers came out of the mine. Their bodies were in tatters, and many parts were still wrapped in cloth strips. There were bloodstains under the cloth strips. Seeing the appearance of the soldiers, Shen Feng hurried over and asked, "Are you the soldiers guarding here? How are you doing now?" Seeing Shen Feng appearing here, the 5 soldiers immediately burst into tears, and then said sadly, "Lord Fengshan, there are more than 300 soldiers, only 5 of us are left alive." While talking, a soldier fell weakly on the ground. eyes blurred, looked at Shen Feng and said, "Water, food, I'm so thirsty." Shen Feng hurriedly said to Su Xing, "Go to the car and get water and food." Su Xing immediately followed suit and went to the cart to bring food and water. There are more than 300 soldiers and now only 5 are still alive. This kind of casualty is really terrible, and they don't know it's luck that they survived. Still unlucky. After Shen Feng distributed water and food to several people, he began to ask, "When did you encounter the attack? How many wolves are there?" Several soldiers were devouring their food, almost choking, and said vaguely as they ate, "In the attack a week ago, the number of wolves was too large for us to count, but Master Zhang Ju said, there are probably 20,000 to 30,000." Hearing several people talking about Zhang Ju, Lu Xian couldn't help but ask with a smile, "By the way, where is Zhang Ju? Where is he now?" A soldier took out a cloth bag from his pocket and said, "Master Zhang Ju is here." The expression on Lu Xian's face disappeared immediately. He thought Zhang Ju was still alive and well, but now, the other party handed over a cloth bag. What does this mean? Lu Xian opened the cloth bag and saw that there were only some broken bones left inside. Nothing else could be seen. "Don't make fun of me. Don't I know about Zhang Ju? He is cowardly and cowardly. How could he be dead?" Lu Xian's face became serious, and then he questioned several people. Hearing Lu Xian's question, several people could only explain uncomfortably, "Master Zhang Ju is indeed dead. We saw it with our own eyes." At that time, Master Zhang Ju escaped to cover the miner's family, and finally chose to hold the Wolf Wang, under the siege of hundreds of wolves, was outnumbered, and finally detonated the explosives, seriously injured the Wolf King, and then died. Just such a few bones, we managed to get them back. Shen Feng and Lu Xian looked at each other, their eyes filled with sadness. It was obvious that Zhang Ju was a complete coward, but in the end he did such a remarkable thing before he died. It seems that everyone is subject to change. After the 5 soldiers were full, they talked about the previous experience. It turned out that the winter in the north came very early, so there was a heavy snowfall on the grassland, just in time for the arrival of the Little Ice Age, and the temperature was even lower. Everyone hid in the house to rest. As a result, the wolves on the grassland had nothing to eat. Even if they wanted to eat wild fruits, they had to dig up the snow. In the end, the hungry wolves began to attack humans. Mines have also been attacked by wolves. The number of soldiers is still too small, and the ammunition in the hands of the soldiers is not enough, so they can't stop the attack of the wolves at all. Speaking of this incident, a soldier said indignantly, "If the convoy delivering supplies hadn't arrived late, the 300 of us would have been able to protect the mine, but Yanjing was attacked by mutated birds. There was a problem with the deployment of materials. We ran out of bullets and shells. We had to fight the wolves with bayonets. All our comrades fell down, and we just hid in the mine to barely survive." It can be seen that this soldier has deep opinions on the slow delivery of supplies. If there is no problem with the deployment of supplies, they will definitely be able to hold on. Shen Feng looked at the cloth bag in Lu Xian's hand, and said slowly, "I originally sent a letter to Zhang Ju. His sister Zhang Zixi entrusted me to do this, but now I can only find these broken bones. Please, I want to take these bones back and give them to Zhang Ju's sister." The 5 soldiers hesitated for a moment, and they all nodded in agreement. However, at this moment, a soldier reminded Shen Feng, "Master Zhang Ju's wife is also pregnant, and she fled with her family." The clause of the group, "I think Lord Fengshen can go and look for it," reminded. By this incident, Shen Feng couldn't help being a little surprised, and asked, "So, Zhang Ju may still have a child alive? Then I will definitely look for it." It turns out that the scope of this mine is very large, and some of the mines are connected to the mines in the old mining area, just a few kilometers away. Only the old miners know about this. When the situation is critical, the miners also join in with weapons. They took the opportunity to escape from the mine in the old mining area. They left in a hurry and did not bring any food. I don't know what is going on now. Did they escape smoothly? After learning about what happened in the mining area, Shen Feng took out Zhang Zixi's letter and put it together with the bones in the cloth bag. It seemed that Zhang Zixi's letter would never be sent out. Next, Shen Feng said to the 5 soldiers, "Next we have to go north. You, stay here. If I pass by here when I come back, I will take you back." The soldiers did not give up. Now there are only 5 of them left in the mine. If they continue to stay here, they have no food and no weapons. How can they survive? "Lord Fengshen, we want to go with you." Someone expressed his thoughts and wanted to follow Shen Feng out of here. Shen Feng quickly shook his head and said, "No, the place I am going to is Siberia, which is more dangerous. If you follow me, it is very dangerous. I will leave some food for you. During this time, you should work hard live." When the soldiers heard Shen Feng's explanation, they had no choice but to agree. After all, they were just ordinary people. Although they could shoot, they couldn't help the supernatural beings. Now they didn't have bullets, and the guns in their hands were just burning fire. It's just a stick. Fortunately, when Shen Feng was on the lowest plateau, many villagers sent food to Shen Feng. Otherwise, Shen Feng really didn't have any extra rations to give to others. Shen Feng left 200 caddies of white flour. As long as these few people, if you eat sparingly, you can last for a while. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688, Wolves Appear. Now Shen Feng also knows what is the most dangerous thing on the grassland, that is, wolves. In just one day, Shen Feng has already encountered 2 places that were attacked by wolves, which is also the terrain on the mine side. It is more complicated, and only 5 soldiers can barely survive in complex terrain. Wolves rely mainly on their noses to find prey. The sensitive nose can track many prey. Whether it is Sika deer or humans, the nose of gray wolves can clearly distinguish prey, but in mines, the noses of wolves are useless. Gas leaks often occur in coal mines. In fact, it is methane. When methane burns in the air, it will explode. In addition to methane, there will be other gases in the mine. These gases would interfere with the gray wolf's sensitive nose, making it impossible for the gray wolf to attack. Only then did the 5 survive. Shen Feng put Zhang Ju's remains on the car, and prepared to take them back to Zhang Zixi. This was the only thing Shen Feng could do. The letters could never be delivered, and only the bones of relatives could be brought back. I don't know how Zhang Zixi will behave when he hears the bad news. Since there are many dangers on the grassland, Shen Feng doesn't intend to stay too long, and leaving the Mongolian plateau as soon as possible is the most important thing. Soon, Shen Feng drove away from Inner Mongolia and arrived at the border of Outer Mongolia. Here, the towns are not so easy to see. Among the 5 East Asian countries, Outer Mongolia is the most miserable, because their people are all they live a nomadic life, and they basically rely on mining to make money, so it is undoubtedly very difficult to establish a town here. Today, they still live in yurts, while the people in Inner Mongolia live in yurts. Live a settled life. Driving on the grassland is fast, because there are occasional ups and downs in the mountains, but it does not affect the driving of the car. Just drive forward. Although there is no road, the speed is just as fast. Finally, when the sky was getting late, Shen Feng also started to rest. He brought dozens of caddies of coal from the mine in the car, and after lighting up the fire, he started cooking, and there was no need for camping or anything else. Sleep directly in the sleeping bag to keep warm, and the sleeping bag is made of new materials. I heard that astronauts use the sleeping bag for rest. Susan is ingenious, and a child from a poor family has long been in charge of the family. Therefore, although she is from the south, it is rare that she can bake pancakes and smear them with beef sauce. Don't try to find vegetables. Shen Feng doesn't know wild vegetables either. At most, he only knows that dandelions are edible, but the taste of dandelions is not very good. As a result, there is no way to supplement vitamins. Next time I go out, I should bring some sauerkraut. If I don't eat a la carte, I always feel that something is missing. Shen Feng muttered. When Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were in Southeast Asia before, they regretted not bringing seasonings to the sea. Now, Shen Feng brought seasonings, but they lacked vegetables and felt inappropriate. In fact, this is China. In the south, everyone can easily get fresh vegetables, even in winter, so it is better to have green vegetables on the table for every meal, which looks more comfortable. But in the north, this temperature is not suitable for growing vegetables in winter, so it is very difficult to eat vegetables in winter. Lu Xian looked around vigilantly, and said, I don't care what I eat, as long as I don't encounter danger, that's enough. I won't pick and choose. Up to now, Lu Xian is still worried that he will be attacked by wolves. It is the scene he saw during the day that gave him a huge impact. There are many bones on the ground, and the meat on these bones has been gnawed clean. Now, you can imagine how cruel the wolves are, so you can't be too careful. Qi Lingshan comforted Lu Xian, You are still too nervous. Among other things, the Mongolian plateau is such a large area, and our small target has no reason to be attacked, do you know Murphy's Law? The more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it will happen. You should shut up and go to bed when you are full. Lu Xian said angrily. The place everyone chose to rest was on a gentle slope. With a cold wave going south, the north wind was blowing, and everyone was resting in the leeward area, with the cars parked on both sides after eating and drinking enough. The stars in the sky also came out at this time. The four of them leaned against the fire to rest. Lu Xian was worried and prepared to be on duty at night. As for the other three, they were lying safely in their sleeping bags, while watching the stars, while chatting. Soon fell asleep. Lu Xian watched the three of them fall asleep one after another, and sat on the roof of the car, using his supernatural powers to detect the surroundings. Even if it was a rabbit in a hole, Lu Xian could sense it, and if there was any danger nearby, he would be able to detect it and give an early warning. The fire is very bright, the coal is a bit suffocating, but it is very warm, and it is pitch black in the distance, and nothing can be seen, but the stars in the sky are extremely bright, which looks very magnificent. The stars are flat and wild, and the moon is surging and sweeping. Lu Xian suddenly remembered these two lines of poetry. Although the second half of the line is useless, the first half of the line is suitable for the scene at this time. The skies like the cover covers the earth from all sides, and the stars in the sky are still shining, which looks very spectacular. However, looking at the unchanging scenery around him, it was still pitch black, so Lu Xian couldn't help closing his eyes after Su Xing fell asleep. She always felt bored and flustered in her heart. She couldn't fall asleep after sleeping for a while, so she simply sat up and said in her heart, "It's strange, why have I been flustered all the time? What's wrong?" Just when Su Xing couldn't understand why she felt this way, Su Xing suddenly felt a vibration of the ground. If it was an ordinary person, they might not be very sensitive to the vibration, unless the amplitude of the vibration was particularly obvious, but Su Xing was different. A capable person, or a person with a special ability to vibrate. Su Xing immediately sensed that something was wrong. The earth is vibrating all the time, and this vibration is also very regular. Once a large-scale earthquake occurs, the magnetic field will change, and the seismic waves will also change. Animals rely on these keen perceptions to avoid earthquake disasters. At this moment, Su Xing noticed that the vibration on the ground was unusual. This was not an earthquake, but the sound of a large-scale movement in the distance. At this time, Su Xing was suddenly alert. Why couldn't she fall asleep? Why was she always restless? It's all about insecurity. If the vibration I felt came from a distance, then what kind of action could produce such a dense vibration? Get up, the wolves are coming, don't sleep. Su Xing immediately warned, pushing Shen Feng and Qi Lingshan, and they woke up immediately. Shen Feng instinctively looked in Lu Xian's direction, but found that Lu Xian opened his eyes sleepily on the roof of the car, and asked, "Wolves? Where are the wolves? Aren't you a sentinel? Where are the wolves and you still ask me?" Shen Feng said bitterly. He never thought that Lu Xian would fall asleep when he was on sentry. If it wasn't for Su Xing, wouldn't it be a big deal if there was an early warning? No, I was too sleepy. I was just about to take a nap, but I fell asleep. Lu Xian said embarrassedly. During the day, Lu Xian had been performing supernatural powers, so his physical strength was huge. I still felt energetic at the time, but it didn't take long before I felt sleepy and fell asleep uncontrollably. Hurry up and check the wolves around you. What are you waiting for? Shen Feng hurriedly urged. At this time Shen Feng didn't want to continue to pursue Lu Xian's responsibility. Now the most important thing is to find out where the enemy is. Lu Xian nodded, and quickly cast his supernatural ability, but found that his supernatural ability didn't detect anything within a kilometer range. This place is very safe, Su Xing. It's unacceptable for you to lie about the military situation. I have already checked, and there is nothing within 1 kilometer. Lu Xian looked at Su Xing with displeasure. Dissatisfied, Su Xing said seriously, "My feeling is not wrong. As long as an object moves, it will vibrate. I can tell you clearly that there are large-scale groups moving in the distance. On the prairie, only probably the wolves are moving." Really? Then I will expand the scope of the investigation, but my limit is 2 kilometers away. If the wolves are 2 kilometers away, then I can't do anything. Lu Xian looked at Su Xing doubtfully. At this time, he was so swearing, he could only choose to believe it afterwards. Lu Xian used his abilities to the limit distance, and he could perceive all the situations within 2 kilometers. However, This move was very energy-consuming, and soon Lu Xian's complexion became pale, and his physical strength was exhausted. After a while, Lu Xian opened his eyes and said, "On the east and west sides, there are countless packs of wolves approaching us. We are caught between two sides. This is a two-sided attack." After careful perception, Lu Xian finally discovered the enemy's situation. There were actually two packs of wolves approaching him, and there were a lot of them. Did it mean that the pack of wolves had already found him? Shen Feng calmed down. He always had a problem with the current situation. How could the wolves have such a high IQ? Especially if you can determine your own direction and double team from 2 kilometers away. How is this possible? No, we weren't surrounded. It's just a coincidence. These are 2 packs of wolves. It's just that their destination is this hillside. It must be like this. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Then, what should we do? Go there? Qiling asked hastily. Shen Feng was silent for a moment, then said, if it's impossible to go north, go to Ulaanbaatar, and you will always be protected. Ulaanbaatar has always been the capital city. In Shen Feng's view, wealth and wealth come from danger, so go straight to the north. As long as you reach Ulaanbaatar, there are hundreds of thousands of people here, and wolves will definitely not dare to attack. It is impossible to go south. This time, we must go forward to Siberia. Chapter 689. After discovering the traces of the wolves, Shen Feng immediately decided to run away. If there was a city wall here, Shen Feng would definitely choose to defend the city. Wolves attack, however, under the current situation, it would be even more dangerous to stay in the wild. There are no defense facilities here. As long as they are surrounded, the only way to go is to fight. Under the current situation, Shen Feng has the only general solution, which is to go north. Since the wolves on the left and right are still 2 kilometers away from him, there is still enough time on his side to escape from the camp. Therefore, there must be a gap between the 2 groups of wolves, and the gap is the opportunity to escape. Shen Feng drove towards the distance, and the fire on the ground was extinguished by the way, so as not to cause a fire. However, just as Shen Feng started to escape, Lu Xian found something was wrong again, and quickly said to Shen Feng, City Master, these wolves are still following us, and the 2 groups of wolves have converged. Hearing this news, Shen Feng immediately became suspicious, and then asked, how can these wolves be so fast? Even if they have the ability of night vision, they can't be so powerful, right? They are able to prepare in the dark. Find us, how could this happen? At night, the eyes of wild wolves are green and look like they are glowing. Even at night, they can see the target clearly. Many villages in the north have heard that wolves will attack sheep pens at night, and eat the lamb after killing it, while humans are sleeping at this time. Shen Feng is driving fast, even if he is a supernatural person, except for the place where the headlights can shine, he can't see farther away at all. It's still night, and the surrounding area is full of black lacquer, almost nothing can be seen clearly. It is hard to imagine that the wolves can find themselves 2 kilometers away and pursue them. Lu Xian also didn't understand why the wolves seemed to have special means to lock themselves. Could it be that there was something on the car that attracted the wolves? Shen Feng and Qiling drove separately and fled towards the distance, and their destination was Ulaanbaatar. Although Outer Mongolia was sparsely populated, it was relatively speaking. In their capital, how many people there were? The population of 100,000 is still living, which is much less than before the end of the world, but the population of hundreds of thousands can be regarded as a big city. As the capital, Ulaanbaatar must have a city wall. With a city wall, the threat posed by wolves is not enough to fear. Although it has been targeted, Shen Feng is driving an off-road vehicle with a high chassis and fast speed. Although there are many wolves in the pack, they are not fast enough. As the saying goes, 2 legs cannot run with 4 wheels. Yes, in the same way, even with 2 legs, it is impossible to be faster than a car. Under the rapid speed of the off-road vehicle, the 2 vehicles escaped from the range of the wolves. At this point, Shen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, and they have not yet arrived in Siberia. If there's an accident, then only I can escape back to Yazhou. As for the wolves, Shen Feng wasn't very worried. He could escape straight away with his speed, but it was hard to say for the rest of the team. The car ran on the grassland in the middle of the night, and finally got rid of the wolves behind him. At dawn, Lu Xian took out his binoculars to watch, but found some small black spots on the grassland in the distance. Needless to say, these small black spots are the wolves. They have stopped on the mountain now, at least 20 kilometers away from the car. Most of them gave up chasing when they saw that they could not catch up. The number of these wolves is quite a lot, several thousand. Lu Xian murmured. Gray wolves can act in groups, but generally speaking, a pack of wolves is only a dozen or 20 or 30, not tens of thousands of wolves. Zoologists have observed the largest pack of wolves is more than 100. If the number continues to increase, there will be a fight among the wolves. These wolves are really not afraid of death. They have already dared to attack humans. Are you not afraid that we will have another wolf hunting campaign? Lu Xian murmured. While driving, Shen Feng said, if you don't have food, you will die, and if you attack humans, you will die. It's also death. It's better to be a hungry ghost. Shen Feng said to Lu Xian. The car drove in the middle of the night, and soon saw the road leading to Ulaanbaatar, and the city wall could still be seen in the distance. Lu Xian observed the city in the distance with a telescope, and found that there was still a lot of smog above the city. He couldn't help but said, we are lucky, everyone in the city is cooking breakfast. When we arrive at the destination, there's something to eat. Shen Feng shook his head and said, Wang Shen ran to death. It seems that it is not far away, but in fact there is still a long way to go. After driving for another 2 hours, Shen Feng and his group finally arrived at their destination. However, at this time, there was countless black smoke over the city, and the sound of crying came from the city, and countless wild wolves were rushing into the city. In the middle of the scene, many wild wolves still had flesh and blood on their lips. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Has Ulaanbaatar been breached? Su Xing couldn't help asking. Originally, the purpose of Shen Feng's side was also very simple, that is to find a safe place to rest for a while, and then continue on their way. But when they ran all night and arrived outside the city, they saw dense packs of wolves pouring in. In the city, there were cries and explosions in the city, and some sporadic gunshots could be heard amidst these sounds. City Lord, run quickly, the wolves from here are coming. Lu Xian quickly reminded Shen Feng that now is not the time to be in a daze. Just as he threw away the wolves behind him, he bumped into more wolves head-on. Wolves, if you are in a daze now, you will be surrounded. Lu Xian used his ability, but found that there were almost all wild wolves around. The number of wolves in the city was quite large, while the wolves outside the city were even bigger, and it was unknown how many there were. There may be tens of thousands, there may be hundreds of thousands, we can only go around. I just hope that these wolves will not be disturbed. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Next, Shen Feng changed direction and headed northeast, while a small group of wolves had already chased towards Shen Feng. Hungry wolves would not be afraid of humans. Even if they were dead, they would rush up and bite. Shen Feng fired dozens of wind blades at will to wipe out the wolves, but there were only dozens of wolves. For Shen Feng, the threat was not that great, and they could be easily eliminated. Su Xing listened to the cries in the distant city, and couldn't help shaking her head. She really wanted to be a hero, but the situation is too dangerous now, and the wolves in the distance are densely packed, and they have already surrounded the city. In the city, she had no choice but to let go of the idea of being a hero. Qilingshan was observing the city wall while driving. It stands to reason that as long as human beings have a city wall, their combat effectiveness will increase exponentially. But now, the city has been directly breached. Even the number of wolves should not be able to do it. That's right, Su Xing, take a look. Is there any damage on the city wall? Qilingshan said to Su Xing, who was on the co-pilot. Su Xing quickly took out the binoculars to observe the city wall. She also felt that something was wrong. If the city can be breached with a city wall, then Ulaanbaatar's defense strength is really too bad, right? However, under Su Xing's observation, he found that the city wall was almost undamaged, only there were many holes dug out under the base of the wall. Even the city gate was opened from the inside, and wild wolves swaggered in through the city gate. It's strange, there is no damage on the city wall. Could it be that the people inside opened the door and invited the wolves into the city? Isn't this too hospitable? Su Xing couldn't help but said the city wall is the first facility invented by human beings to protect oneself. At the beginning, it may have been an earth enclosure, but after development, the wall has continued to increase. It can be said that in the era of cold weapons, the role of the city wall is huge. If a city relies on the city wall to defend it, it can block 10 times as many enemies. Therefore, strong fortresses are often breached from the inside, which refers to cities that are difficult to invade from the outside. Only by relying on internal personnel can there be a chance to break through the city. Shen Feng was trying to gather his energy and flee towards the north. Fortunately, he was not surrounded, and it was still very easy to escape. However, suddenly a black shadow fell in front of the car, and there was a muffled boom. Shen Feng hurriedly moved to the side to avoid it. After a closer look, a gray wolf appeared on the ground. It broke right away, and the mouth was still spraying blood. It was obvious that the internal organs had been injured. Lu Xian was taken aback by the change in front of him, and quickly looked up, only to find that there were many black shadows in the sky, which turned out to be eagles, and in the claws of many eagles, they were still holding wild wolves. The wild wolf just now was thrown down by the eagle. Damn, this trick seems familiar. After seeing the current situation, Lu Xian immediately felt familiar. Of course, this trick will seem familiar. After all, Lu Xian had already seen this kind of scene when he was in Yanjing. It's just that the mutated birds threw zombies into the city at that time, while the eagles on the grassland now, but the wild wolf was left behind. The methods were the same, and it seemed that the way of thinking of the mutated birds was similar. And after seeing the current scene, everyone immediately understood how Ulaanbaatar was breached. No wonder there were no traces of attack on the city walls. If wolves attacked the city, the towering city walls would it must be an insurmountable obstacle, but with the help of the eagle, the wolves can enter the city directly. Depending on the situation, Ulaanbaatar did not expect to encounter air raids. After some wolves entered the city, they directly was breached. At this time, 2 cars were speeding in the suburbs, and dozens of eagles in the sky were also circling above Shen Feng's head. Maybe they thought Shen Feng and his group were tricky, so they didn't dare to descend, but they kept flying from the sky. Although the wild wolf threw it down, although it couldn't cause substantial damage to Shen Feng, it greatly interfered with Shen Feng's forward route, so Shen Feng had to be careful about things falling from the sky at all times. Wild wolves falling from high altitudes almost have only a dead end, but even dying wolves will bite people before they die. Just by looking at the slobbering mouth of the wild wolf, one bite if you want to lose 2 ounces of meat, even if you can bear the pain, you can't do it, because the saliva in the mouth of wild wolves contains pathogenic bacteria, and if you are not careful, you will be infected with rabies. Lu Xian used his supernatural ability to constantly perceive his surroundings. At this time, Lu Xian's observation direction was not only the wolves on the ground, but even the eagles in the sky became the objects of observation. Lu Xian soon discovered the problem. There were wolves in the north, and they were still approaching him. After discovering this situation, Lu Xian immediately felt that something was wrong. Mutant beasts were blocking the way ahead, and when he looked behind, thousands of wild wolves were also coming. City. Lord, we are surrounded. There are wild wolves in front and behind. What should we do now? Lu Xian asked anxiously. Shen Feng naturally did not doubt Lu Xian's ability. Although Lu Xian did not warn in time last night, it was because Lu Xian fell asleep. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xian could detect the enemy in advance. We need to find a way to shoot down the birds in the sky. Have you noticed that the movement of the wolves is guided by the eagles in the sky? In such an urgent situation, Shen Feng found something wrong. It was the wolves, the way of hunting in packs. Chapter 690. After Shen Feng told what he observed, Lu Xian also quickly observed, and combined with his own abilities, he really discovered the abnormal behavior of the wolves. The wolves would often look up, and what they could see, that is naturally the eagle in the sky. When the eagle moves to a certain place, the wolves immediately move with it. That is to say, the eagle in the sky is the commander, and the eagle directs the actions of the wolves. Lu Xian also came to his senses, and said, "So, we were exposed last night, and we were also exposed by this flat-haired bastard." Eagles usually move during the day. Even standing in the sky, they can clearly see the animals on the ground. Yesterday, Lu Xian also saw the eagle flying in the sky. At that time, Lu Xian still felt that this scene it is more beautiful. Under the setting sun, the eagle is circling in the sky, making a sharp cry from time to time. This is the real eagle hitting the sky. But now, Lu Xian already hates the eagles in the sky extremely, because these eagles turned out to be leaders, leading the wolves to attack him, and a huge human city was destroyed by the eagles. It is impossible not to resent. Qi Lingshan also drove to catch up with Shen Feng, and drove with Shen Feng, and asked loudly, "Master, there are also wolves surrounding you on both sides. It's time to find a way." Shen Feng said calmly, "There are sniper rifles in your car. Go shoot down the eagle in the sky. If you don't shoot down, we will never have a safe life." Regarding Shen Feng's statement, Qi Lingshan agreed very much. Seeing the wild wolves falling from the sky, although they would not hurt him, but there is a good allegorical saying, the toad lies on the instep, and it is scary even if it does not bite. For these eagles, if he ignores it, he will always feel uneasy in his heart, and he must be on guard against possible dangers at any time. Su Xing, I will leave the task of hunting birds to you. Find a sniper rifle and prepare to shoot. Qi Lingshan said quickly after hearing this. Su Xing showed a troubled expression and said, shoot? I don't know how to shoot. No way, you are already a supernatural being, and you still don't know how to shoot. Are you kidding me? Qi Lingshan couldn't believe what he heard. Su Xing is also a supernatural being, and she once went out of the city to fight. How can this be possible? In the apocalypse, combat power is a must for wandering the rivers and lakes. In modern society, the most powerful weapon is of course guns. Therefore, for those who need to go to the battlefield, learning how to shoot is a must. As for the body, but Su Xing had stayed in the city before, and basically did not participate in a few battles. The only time he went to the battlefield was when he was killing bandits. Now, it is necessary to attack the mutated birds in the sky. Qi Lingshan needs to drive, so the task of shooting can only be handed over to Su Xing. Su Xing wants to fight, but the titanium alloy long knife in his hand is impossible to attack. As far as the birds in the sky, the ability is vibration, and the transmission of vibration in the air will attenuate, so long-range attacks will not work. Qi Lingshan was helpless, and said to Su Xing, then I'll stop the car and you drive. Is it okay? Su Xing smiled bitterly and said, I don't know how to drive either. Qi Lingshan was finally speechless at this moment, and couldn't help asking, you can't drive or shoot, are you too useless? Upon hearing this, Su Xing was not happy at the time, and said directly to Qi Lingshan, if you can't drive and shoot, it's useless? Then you can't have children, aren't you useless? Qi Lingshan was too lazy to talk nonsense and continued to drive. His abilities were useless at this time, so he could only think about the next countermeasure while driving. Fortunately, there were also guns behind Shen Feng's car. Lu Xian climbed to the roof of the car with a sniper rifle and sat down, aiming at the eagle in the sky. The height difference between the eagle and the ground is about 200 meters. It's within range. Bang! Lu Xian shot directly, and hit an eagle hovering in the sky with one shot, and the eagle fell from the sky at that time. After that, Lu Xian continued to shoot, and hit 100 shots. The eagle in the sky number is continuously decreasing. However, after driving for a short distance, Shen Feng saw a dense pack of wolves in front of him. These packs of wolves were in full swing. Due to the cold weather, the wild wolves kept exhaling white mist when they were panting. The wolf's eyes were also very sharp, and it seemed that it might pounce on it to fight at any time. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng could only stop the car and prepare to think about countermeasures. The pack of wolves saw the appearance of the enemy at this time, but they did not rush forward to attack, but waited in place, as if waiting for the order to attack. Lu Xian pointed to the equipment at the back of the car, and said, City Master, at this time, we can only use the paraglider. Hurry up and assemble the paraglider and take us away. Shen Feng didn't answer, but just drove the car to a small hillside and stopped, looking at the surrounding situation and thinking silently. The rest of the people were also waiting for the decision of the city lord. Shen Feng suddenly asked at this time, if there is no supplies, can we survive in the wild? Lu Xian nodded without hesitation, and said, of course it's possible. Among other things, which one of us here can't do such a thing as hunting? What about the clothes? Don't forget, we are in the north now, and the latitude here is almost the same as that of Manchuria. If we don't have clothes, can we carry them through? Shen Feng continued to ask. Lu Xian stopped talking at this time, because he knew that he couldn't bear the cold. The body of a supernatural person is much stronger than that of ordinary people. People are more resistant to freezing, and there is no complete immunity to cold. If the temperature is extremely low, they will also be frozen to death at this time. Shen Feng continued, if it's summer, it's really no problem to take you flying, but don't forget, it's winter, and if you abandon your equipment and vehicles, it's equivalent to drinking poison to quench your thirst, and it's safe for the time being, but without supplies, we will definitely die. Trust my judgment. Su Xing was eager to try, and said, City Master, let's kill them. I don't believe that there are hundreds of thousands of these gray wolves. Shen Feng nodded and said, since you can't give up the supplies, then there is only one way left to choose. Get ready to fight and go straight out. Lu Xian could only show a wry smile. Among the 4 people present, only his ability was not of the fighting type. Although he could detect the enemy's position in advance and predict the enemy's actions, but in the boundless pack of wolves among them, his combat ability can only be ignored. Qi Lingshan took a deep breath and said, "This is my first official battle, so you should keep an eye on my performance from now on." At this moment, Qi Lingshan was ready to go all out. There are a lot of wolves in the north. If you look around, there are furry figures under the hillside. In the apocalypse, the reproduction of wolves has never stopped, so the number of wolves is also constantly increasing. The fertility of mutated wild wolves, they are very powerful, so in a few years, the number of wolves has increased to an exaggerated level. Moreover, after winter comes, there is no food to be found on the grassland. Even if you want to eat grass, the wild grass has dried up. Then, the only thing left that can be used as food is human beings. In the understanding of wild wolves, not only can human beings be eaten as food, but also human beings can also store food. As long as they eat people, then food can also be obtained. Right now, the grasslands are full of wolves. The cattle and sheep raised by humans have been eaten, and the crops planted have also been eaten. When these things have been eaten, the wolves will focus on humans. Shen Feng sat on the roof of the car. There are also low railings on the off-road vehicle, which are used to tie up the materials on the roof when necessary. Shen Feng tied his legs to the railing with ropes, and Lu Xian was driving, and Qi Lingshan continued to drive. As for Su Xing, he was standing on the roof of the car with a shiny knife, obviously ready to fight. Qi Lingshan said loudly at this time, "City Master, remember to use your abilities to open the way, don't let the wolves block our way." Shen Feng nodded and said, "I see, you should also close all the windows of the car, and you must not lose the supplies in the car. If the breakout fails, then prepare to assemble the glider." Shen Feng has already used the glider as his trump card. It cannot be used easily, and the reason is very simple. If you use the glider, you must give up many necessary materials in order to reduce the weight. Without the materials, everyone wants to live in the cold north. It is undoubtedly a very difficult thing. At this moment, a huge figure appeared from among the wolves. With the appearance of this figure, the ground shook slightly. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a white wolf with snow-white fur all over its body, but its figure was so huge that from a distance, I thought it was an African elephant. "This is the Wolf King, the leader of the wolf pack," Su Xing exclaimed at this moment. He heard that there is a Wolf King among the wolves, and the Wolf King can also command the entire wolf pack. There was no chance to see her, until now. Su Xing finally saw her. The Wolf King's body is covered with pure white hair, snow white without any variegation. If it is made into fur, the price will be very expensive. However, the fly in the ointment is that this Wolf King is actually a one-eyed dragon. Wang's left eye was closed, and it seemed that he couldn't open it at all. It looked like he had been injured. After seeing the virtue of the Wolf King, Shen Feng also thought of what the 5 surviving soldiers said yesterday. Before he died, Zhang Ju used a grenade to injure the first wolf, so he bought enough time for the end. Judging from its size, this Wolf King is likely to be the guy who attacked the mine. Shen Feng took a deep breath and said, "Zhang Ju, please watch over me. If you are the spirit in the sky, I will avenge you soon. In the next life, I hope you will not meet the Wolf King." When Shen Feng heard the news of Zhang Ju's death, Shen Feng felt very uncomfortable. He was a companion who fought side by side at the beginning, and also shared adversity. In the end, he was already dead. Before he died, he did something meaningful things, but in the final analysis, it's still a pity. The remaining one eye of the Wolf King seemed to have seen Shen Feng, and immediately raised his head to the sky and let out a roar. Wow! The rest of the wild wolves howled together. Wow! The shrill howling sound spread far away. For a while, the vast grassland was covered with the sound of howling wolves. Those who didn't know thought it was a meeting of wolves on the grassland, but in fact, it was a gathering of wolves. The sound of howling wolves came from all directions in the distance. Packs of wolves appeared in the southeast, northwest, and at this time, the 2 cars were surrounded by tens of thousands of wolves. The wolves in front made moves, and approached the hillside in 2s and 3s. This was a test of the wolves. The wolves wanted to know how powerful the people in the car were. Lu Xian stepped on the gas pedal and rushed out. Shen Feng also cast a special ability at this time, the Eye of the Hurricane. After finishing speaking, a small tornado appeared directly on the grassland, and the howling wind swept up all the sand and dry grass roots on the ground. The wolves were all fascinated by their eyes and had to close their eyes past. Generally, tornadoes occur in North America, because there are many plains in North America, and the monsoon activity is more active in summer, which leads to frequent occurrence of tornadoes. In Asia, although there are many plains, however, due to the existence of high pressure on the mainland, tornadoes are not very common, and many people have no chance to see tornadoes in their entire lives. Chapter 691 Revenge. When a huge tornado appeared on the grassland, the wolves were stunned at that time, because basically the wolves had never seen a tornado, and they couldn't imagine that a tornado would appear in front of them. They were all stunned for a while. She foolishly lowered her head to avoid the tornado. The place where the tornado passed was filled with flying sand and rocks. Even if the wolf is a little thinner, it will be swept away when it gets close to the tornado. The visibility in the air is decreasing in a straight line. Even the Wolf King can't help but close his eyes at this time. Su-Xing had been prepared for a long time, and quickly found goggles from her body to put on. The soldiers in Yazhou have one more piece of equipment compared to soldiers in other places, and that is goggles. It's not that Yazhou is richer. I really have no other choice. When Shen Feng casts his powers, the ground often looks like flying sand and rocks, not to mention that the eyes of the enemy will be fascinated. Even his own people will inevitably be drilled into the eyes by the sand. As a result, the fighters in Yazhou basically have a goggle, just to be able to use it at this critical moment. After the tornado appeared, there was chaos among the wolves. Some wolves that were close to the tornado were immediately swept up by the strong wind. Their huge stature couldn't stop the strong wind. The wolves were constantly retreating, and many wolves were whimpering. Lucian and Qilingshan took advantage of this time to drive and rush behind the tornado. With the tornado opening the way ahead, Lucian and Qilingshan didn't have to worry about being attacked at all. No wild wolf could do it at this time. Shen Feng didn't expect that the tornado would be so effective at this time, and it would scare the pack of wolves directly. As long as he continued driving in this situation, it would not be difficult to get out of the pack of wolves in normal times. The effect of Eye of the Hurricane may not be as good as it is now, but the terrain here gives a bonus to the whirlwind. On the endless plains, the whirlwind can develop unscrupulously. When the wind speed reaches a terrifying level, the destructive power is astonishing. Although the effect of this man-made tornado is not as good as that of a natural tornado, it is still not a problem to sweep away some wild wolves. However, at this moment, Shen Feng looked in the direction of the Wolf King, wanting to see how the Wolf King dealt with the tornado, but Shen Feng found that the Wolf King had completely disappeared at this time, as if it seems to have disappeared from the air. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng looked around quickly, but he couldn't see the slightest trace of the Wolf King. It was really a tornado that lowered the surrounding sight, and the air was full of dust and withered weeds. You can't see it at all. Shen Feng secretly said that it was not good. In this case, the Wolf King has already hidden. For the Wolf King, under the interference of the tornado, blurred vision was originally a disadvantage, but at this time the Wolf King took advantage of this. 1 point, hiding in the dark. If you launch an attack, you will definitely attack from a place you can't think of at this moment. Su-Xing from behind sensed that something was wrong, and there seemed to be a strange sound coming from behind, so he slashed backward without thinking. The titanium alloy long knife made a sound, which only occurs under high-speed vibration. The high-speed vibration blade is extremely sharp, and can easily cut off bones. Hit the enemy where the long knife cut. Countless blood gushed out immediately. Before Su-Xing had time to dodge, the blood had already sprinkled on her body. Before Su-Xing had time to be happy, she felt the crisis coming again, and a huge wolf claw directly hit Su-Xing's chest. At this moment, it was impossible to escape, so Su-Xing could only grit his teeth and hold on. But the moment the wolf claw arrived, he cast his supernatural power, and his whole body began to vibrate. The moment the wolf claw attacked Su-Xing, the claws were bounced off by the shocking ability, Chi. La. Although he had already blocked the blow of the Wolf King, the clothes on Su-Xing's body were torn instantly, and it was still too much effort to bounce off such a huge and ferocious beast as an elephant. Under the torn clothes, there were already scratches on Su-Xing's chest. If Su-Xing hadn't bounced off the Wolf King's claws at a critical moment, Su-Xing would have been ripped open. At this time Su-Xing saw in the instant just now that the enemy was covered in snow-white fur. Needless to say, he knew that it was the Wolf King who attacked him. He didn't expect the Wolf King to have such rich combat experience. It can also launch an attack, and it almost succeeds. Su-Xing already felt that she was at a disadvantage at this time. If she continued, she still couldn't see the surrounding situation clearly. On the contrary, the Wolf King would take the opportunity to attack continuously at this time, so she could only shout loudly at Shen Feng. Shouted, "The city lord, don't use the whirlwind." Shen Feng looked back and saw that blood was already oozing from Su Xing's body. Presumably this was caused by a sneak attack under normal circumstances. Su Xing's powerful abilities could cut off the bodies of all animals. This is why Shen Feng brought her out. At that time, Su Xing was successfully attacked by surprise. If he did not respond to the current situation, Su Xing would be attacked again next time, so Shen Feng had no choice but to stop using the Eye of the Hurricane. Without the support of the ability, the tornado gradually calmed down. The wolves can also see the surrounding situation clearly at this time. Su Xing quickly searched for the trace of the Wolf King, only to find that the Wolf King has been following unhurriedly at the back. Just looking at the strong figure of the Wolf King, it is completely unexpected that this is a figure comparable to that of an African elephant. However, Su Xing also found that the Wolf King's movements were a little stiff. Take a closer look. There is a blood stain on the Wolf King's shoulder. The blood is flowing down the white fur. This place is where Su Xing attacked before, with one stab. Don't care how hard your Wolf King's fur is, just one stab cut open at this time. The two cars had already driven to the center of the wolves, surrounded by wolves staring at each other, and the hungry wolves also launched an attack at this time. For a while, countless wolves rushed towards the car. "Come here," and Shen Feng and Su Xing are standing on the roof of the car. They are live targets. When Shen Feng saw the pack of wolves rushing towards him, he was startled and said in his heart, "There are so many of them." Shen Feng does not have the most powerful area of effect damage of Yu Hengai. Now facing the wolves rushing from all directions, Shen Feng can only cast Wind of Fury, and the wind blades in the air gather together, aim at the surrounding wolves and launch. Puff! Puff puff! The wind blades pierced through the bodies of the pack of wolves continuously, and the smell of blood permeated the air. After smelling the smell of blood, the actions of the wolves suddenly became more ferocious, as if they were affected by the smell of blood. The stimulating, tyrannical emotions have also emerged. However, although the number of wolves is large, Shen Feng has more wind blades. Now Shen Feng is not worried about crowd tactics, because after becoming a 6th level supernatural power user, Shen Feng wants to use supernatural powers because of his mind. It can be done with one movement, and the physical strength is also very abundant, almost endless. It is nothing more than killing wild wolves, and it couldn't be easier. Shen Feng took the time to look back, only to find that Su Xing on the roof of the car was in danger. Not only were the wild wolves constantly attacking Su Xing, but even the Wolf King sneaked up on Su Xing from time to time. Su Xing swung the long knife in his hand airtightly. Under such circumstances, the wild wolves charged up and killed one with one knife, without delay. Even a mutated individual could not hold the knife at all. After many wild wolves were around, the long knife in Su Xing's hand was still shining, which turned out to be the case of killing without blood. It's not that the knife in Su Xing's hand is of the same style as Yang Zhi's. After all, precious swords only exist in legends. The reason why people don't get bloody is because the knife bounces off all the blood on the knife during its high-speed vibration. And the vibrating blade can easily tear apart the flesh of the pack of wolves on the roof of Su Xing's car. The corpses of the pack of wolves kept falling and gradually piled up. Su Xing had no choice but to kick the corpses of the pack of wolves away. Today's Su Xing's methods are extremely cruel. Almost all the wild wolves that rushed towards her were cut in half with a single knife, some were split in the middle, and some were cut in half. It seemed that Su Xing was very excited, and her eyeballs had turned blood red. This was a sign of bloodshot eyes, indicating that she had entered a bloodthirsty state. Although she was only a woman, her bloodthirsty level was no less than that of a man. But the Wolf King kept attacking from Su Xing's blind spot. He seemed to sense the strength of Shen Feng and knew that Shen Feng was not such an easy guy to deal with, so he set his target on Su Xing. The Wolf King likes to go around Su Xing and attack from behind. Fortunately, Su Xing was very vigilant at this time. As soon as she sensed something was wrong, she would immediately cast her supernatural powers. After the huge wolf claws landed on her body, they would be bounced away instantly. At most, the clothes on her body would become broken. Substantial harm will not be suffered. Shen Feng saw the scene and knew that he had to support Su Xing. Otherwise, Su Xing would definitely be attacked by the Wolf King. The Wolf King can make many mistakes, but as long as Su Xing is injured once, he will definitely be attacked. Killed at that moment, Shen Feng pulled out a meteoric iron longsword at his waist, cut off the rope on his feet, and said to Lu Xian, "You just charge forward, and I will open the way for you. As for me, go back as soon as you go." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng immediately gathered 3,000 wind blades and launched them directly towards the wolves in the north where the sharp wind blades passed. The pack of wolves were cut into pieces. For Shen Feng, killing wild wolves was no different from killing zombies, and the enemies were equally vulnerable. Chapter 692 Revenge. After hearing Shen Feng's words, Lu Xian didn't dare to be negligent. 3,000 wind blades had already opened up a bloody path among the wolves. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he hurriedly drove forward, and finally took advantage of this moment to rush out. Although the road was bumpy, at least there was no overturning through the rearview mirror. Lu Xian saw Shen Feng jump out of the car and disappeared among the wolves. Lu Xian also knew Shen Feng's ability. As far as Shen Feng's ability was concerned, even among tens of thousands of wolves, he could still rush out. If he couldn't do it, Shen Feng could escape at a very fast speed. A truly dangerous person. It should be me. After landing, Shen Feng cast Follow the Wind, and the wolves wanted to attack Shen Feng, who jumped from the car, but they couldn't see him at all, because the speed was too fast, and the naked eyes of the wolves could no longer lock Shen Feng's position. The figure that he had seen a moment before had just disappeared when he was about to pounce on him. In martial arts in the world, speed is the only thing that can't be broken. As long as the speed reaches the level that others can't match, then you will naturally become a first-class master in the world. And Su Xing on the other car was miserable. At this time, she was already scarred by the Wolf King's sneak attack. If she was facing the enemy head-on, even in the arena, Su Xing was not worried that she would be able to fight. She couldn't win because she believed that the long knife in her hand was omnipotent. No matter what was in front of her eyes, Su Xing was sure to cut it in two. However, the Wolf King's attack on Su Xing would not appear in the front at all, but would constantly harass Su Xing from the side. As long as Su Xing was a little inattentive, there would be more scars on his body. The Wolf King has rich combat experience and knows what methods to use to deal with any enemy. After discovering Su Xing's powerful combat power, he didn't appear in the front at all, and used sneak attack tactics to attack. Su Xing's clothes changed. The body was shattered, and blood flowed out. If Su Xing couldn't get out of the wolves' encirclement as soon as possible, Su Xing would still be pinned down by the Wolf King's attack. The most important thing in battle is to see all directions and listen to all directions. However, the situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. It is not so easy to use eyes and ears to clearly observe the changes in the surrounding situation. As long as you are a person, there will always be blind spots. Generally speaking, insects such as flies have the least blind spots in their field of vision. The reason is simple. The eyes of insects are compound eyes, which allow them to see things much more clearly, and they can clearly see scenes in all directions. And Su Xing encountered the attack of the Wolf King, who blocked his vision. Every time, the Wolf King appeared behind Su Xing, and he was about to be hit by accident. Su Xing was enraged by the attack of the Wolf King. If you have the guts to fight with real swords and guns, don't hide in the dark and sneak attack. However, the Wolf King doesn't know what martial virtue is. If he wants to survive in the wild, he has to do whatever he can, and sneak attack is the tactic with the lowest risk. At this time, the Wolf King is ready to carry out the sneak attack to the end. Su Xing hacked to death the wild wolf that was rushing towards the top of the car. With this knife, the wolf was cut in half. Immediately, the internal organs of the wild wolf fell on the car and slid down along the roof. Fortunately, the window has been closed, otherwise, the contents of the wild wolf's gut must have flowed into the car. It seemed that the wolves were really hungry. After discovering that many of their companions had been killed, they ignored them and started eating the corpses of their own kind. Seeing this scene, Su Xing could only curse that she was inhumane and even ate the same kind of meat. However, for animals, they naturally don't know what human nature is. They only know that filling their stomachs is the most important thing. It can only be used on people. Sheila. The Wolf King attacks Su Xing again, rushed up and attacked Su Xing. Su Xing quickly used his supernatural power to shake off the huge wolf claws, but his clothes were torn to pieces again, and the blood on his body was also hidden. She couldn't help it anymore, even though it was only a skin trauma. Su Xing also felt fear at this time. If she continued to be attacked by the Wolf King, she might be killed. Su Xing couldn't help looking at the car in front of her. She wanted to ask for help at this time. Although it was embarrassing, She had to ask Shen Feng for help in order to survive, but Suzing didn't see Shen Feng's existence. The roof of the car in front was empty, without any figure. Seeing this scene, Suzing was stunned immediately, and said in her heart, could it be that the city lord was thrown down by the wolves? When we shuttled among the wolves, the situation was very chaotic. For the wild wolves blocking in front of the car would run over directly. Ordinary wild wolves would not dare to block in front of the car, but instead attack to the side one after another. The attack of the wolves. The method is also very simple, that is to jump up directly. As long as you can jump people down, you can swarm up and divide up the food during the battle. Suzing needed to be careful not only from the attacks of the wolves, but also from the sneak attacks of the Wolf King. He was so overwhelmed with himself that he had no time to pay attention to Shen Feng's situation. Now he didn't know what happened to Shen Feng. It's impossible for the city lord to be thrown down. He's so powerful, how could a mere pack of wolves hurt him? Suzing thought silently in her heart. At this moment of distraction, the Wolf King's attack has come again. The Wolf King is huge, but he is silent when he moves. When he walks, he makes no sound at all. After arriving behind Suzing didn't let Suzing see it, and launched an attack from the blind spot of vision. The degree of danger on the battlefield is self-evident. As long as you distract yourself, you will be attacked. At this time, Suzing heard the voice behind him and knew that the Wolf King had appeared, but it was too late to resist at this time, so he could only grit his teeth at high. However, at this moment, there was a loud noise in the distance. The air shook violently, and a cloud of mist spread out in a circular shape, while the surrounding wolves were deafened at this time, and a black shadow it flew out from the place where the sonic boom appeared, and passed under the Wolf King's head. Wow! When Suzing was preparing to resist, a stream of warm liquid poured down from top to bottom. Before he could react, a huge black shadow came down from above the Wolf King's body. Could be as big as an African elephant. After the body was pressed down, Suzing was directly crushed under it. Off-road vehicles are front-wheel drive. When the body was pressed down, it was directly pressed against the back, and the front of the car was tilted up. The front wheels kept turning in the air, but they could not bear the force. At this time, the front half of the car was suspended in the air and could not move at all. Qiling didn't expect this situation to happen. Originally, he could rush out of the pack of wolves as long as he followed Lucian, who opened the way, and he could get rid of the pack of wolves by relying on the speed of the car. But now the front of the car is tilted, and the front wheels keep idling. The car couldn't move immediately. Suzing, what are you doing? Are you so important? Qiling immediately asked loudly. Of course, Qiling didn't know what was going on behind him. He also knew that Suzing was a girl of normal build. It was impossible for her to tilt the front of the car. Looking through the rearview mirror, she could only see the snow-white fur of a huge monster. The car was shuttled among the wolves one by one. Shen Feng and Lucian were leading the way. Qiling and Suzing followed behind. At this time the car behind was half suspended in the air, and it was out of touch. Lucian in front, he ran over the corpses of the pack of wolves and rushed out. While the car behind was still in place, the wolves would not let go of this rare opportunity, and rushed up to bite and scratch. At that time, there was a tooth-piercing sound. Squeak. The piercing sound came from the iron sheet on the outer wall of the off-road vehicle. Well, the paint on the car was scratched a lot at that time, and the rearview mirror was exposed outside. After the wolves rushed up to bite, only a few seconds later, the rearview mirror disappeared and was bitten to pieces. Qiling saw that something was wrong. Not long after the vehicle stopped, the vehicle was already submerged. The originally fairly wide field of vision was completely blocked by wolves. At this moment the pack of wolves rushed up one after another, and their heavy bodies were directly pressed against the car. However, even the weight of the pack of wolves could not balance the weight of the Wolf King behind the car. Drive out. Qiling saw that this situation was not good. If it continued to be bitten, no matter how strong the car was, it would be torn down by a group of hungry wolves. At the moment, Qiling had no choice but to use his ability. The air outside the car immediately began to compress, the nitrogen continued to accumulate, and finally turned into liquid nitrogen. The method of industrial nitrogen production is similar. In an ultra-low temperature environment, the air compress it, and finally get liquid nitrogen, and the temperature of liquid nitrogen is unimaginable. If you touch it directly, you will be frostbitten, and it will be difficult to recover later, because the tissues and cells inside the human body will be frozen by the ice crystals formed by the low temperature. Freeze. After the appearance of liquid nitrogen, the surrounding wolves began to freeze. Although nitrogen is an inert gas, It is all in the air. When liquid nitrogen changes from liquid to gas, it will absorb heat. During the process, the surrounding everything will be frozen. There is a cold knowledge in the northeast, that is, the railings in winter cannot be licked, or even touched, otherwise, the water on the body will freeze instantly, and the whole person will be glued to it, and now today, it is already winter on the Mongolian grassland. After Qilingshan used his supernatural power, the temperature around the car body dropped instantly. The wolf's tongue was stuck to the car at that time, and the ultra-low temperature began to take effect. The hairs on the wolves had already started to freeze, and the surrounding wolves were frozen to death around the off-road vehicle at this time. Su Xing was already under the body of the Wolf King. Fortunately, the fur of the Wolf King is very effective in keeping warm. Su Xing, who was covered under it, was not frostbitten. Slowly got out from under the body, felt the surrounding temperature, couldn't help rubbing his hands, and said, "It's so fucking cold." Su Xing's body was covered with fresh blood, some of which flowed from her wounds, and some spilled from the body of the Wolf King. At this time, Su Xing began to observe the body of the Wolf King, but found that the Wolf King, there was a wound on his throat, which was cut off and died. Su Xing immediately thought about it. The city lord had disappeared just now, and the Wolf King was killed instantly. From this point of view, the Wolf King must have been killed. The city lord was killed. Boom! The sound of a sonic boom was heard again in the distance, and the cloud and mist spread out in a circular shape, like ripples. Shen Feng turned into a black shadow and came to the side of the car in an instant, then said to Su Xing, who was on the roof, "Throw away the Wolf King. At this time, I will protect you. Lucian has already escaped from the range of the wolves, and now you don't hold back." The clothes on Su Xing's body were already torn. She was attacked by the Wolf King several times before, but fortunately she was directly shaken away by her. Otherwise, it would not just be a case of skin trauma now. After hearing Shen Feng's words, Su Xing also knew that it was not the time to be afraid of the cold. If she didn't rush out of the pack of wolves, there would be more and more packs of wolves around her immediately. Su Xing immediately began to cast the supernatural power. The blade vibrated violently, and made a strange sound, beheading the Wolf King's head with one stroke. The car finally returned to normal at this time. The front wheels fell to the ground and rushed straight away go out at this time. A large piece of thin ice has condensed on the ground, and a lot of hoarfrost has condensed on the withered grass on the ground. Dozens of wolves are frozen here, and they have also become ice sculptures at this time, and more wolves are still moving towards the off-road vehicle rushed over here. Chapter 693, Arriving at the North Sea. The Wolf King has been killed by Shen Feng. Shen Feng knows that the left eye of the Wolf King is blind, which means that the Wolf King is also in the blind area of the village. As a human being, Feng has a strong learning ability, so he has already learned this trick. He got stuck on the left side of the Wolf King and hid himself. The moment the Wolf King launched an attack, he turned into a cannonball and shot it out. After passing under the Wolf King's throat, Shen Feng swung his sword out. The sharp meteorite sword cut off the Wolf King's throat at that time, and the blood that fell on Su Xing came from the Wolf King's artery sprayed out at that moment. Su Xing chopped down the head and body of the Wolf King directly, and the off-road vehicle would be lifted up by the body of the Wolf King. But if there was only one head, the off-road vehicle could still hold up living at that moment. After the front wheels hit the ground, the off-road vehicle turned into a flying arrow and rushed out into the distance. The pack of wolves in front were crushed one after another, so they could only dodge in a hurry. Seeing Shen Feng in the distance surrounded by wolves, Su Xing quickly said, "The city lord is still surrounded." Qilingshan heard the voice outside, and said directly, "Don't worry about the city lord. The city lord will definitely be able to escape from the pack of wolves safely. You'd better be careful of the wolves around you." At this time, Su Xing had no choice but to concentrate on dealing with the surrounding wolves. Without the sneak attack of the Wolf King, Su Xing could finally concentrate on dealing with the wolves. Some wild wolves with short eyes rushed towards Su Xing, and Su Xing was covered in blood. In the eyes of the wolves, it was a delicacy, but when the wolves started to pounce on Su Xing was holding a long knife, which could cut the wolves to pieces. Su Xing looked at the huge wolf head next to him, which was an eyesore, and wanted to kick it down, so as not to occupy the space on the roof of the car, but the blood of the Wolf King had already spilled on the car, and Qilingshan was showing his strange when it is possible. The liquid nitrogen directly reduces the temperature in the air in a straight line, and the wolf head has been frozen on the roof of the car at this time, and it is not so easy to separate it. Qilingshan drove on a rampage, and fortunately the off-road vehicle was a modified car. Otherwise, under such a high-intensity impact, the off-road vehicle would have been scrapped in the end. Qi Lingshan also passed through the pack of wolves, and saw Lu Xian driving unhurriedly in front of him from a distance. Qi Lingshan chased after him by car, and asked Lu Xian, "Did the city lord let us wait for him?" Lu Xian replied, "Don't wait, the city lord has already caught up." There is a 3D image of infrared thermal energy in Lu Xian's mind. At this time, Lu Xian has detected the high-speed moving figure among the wolves. Except for Shen Feng, it is impossible for others to have this speed. In other words, Shen Feng is speeding towards him, so there is no need to stop and wait. At this moment, Shen Feng rushed out from the pack of wolves. The meteoric iron longsword in his hand was still pitch black. This is the real sword that can kill people without blood. And then, Shen Feng rushed directly to the roof of Lu Xian's car. He sat down and said, "Now, we have avenged Zhengju. The wolf king who killed him is dead now." Su Zing put the long knife back into the scabbard. When the north wind blew, she suddenly felt cold all over her body. Looking down, she saw that spring had dawned. Her clothes were tattered, and the key parts could no longer be blocked, so she quickly covered her chest. Seeing Su Zing's actions at this time, Shen Feng found it very funny, and couldn't help whistling. "How are you?" Su Zing blushed immediately, and said to Shen Feng, "What are you laughing at? If you were to face the Wolf King, you must be even more embarrassed than I am now." Shen Feng didn't say much, just took off the down jacket on his body, and threw it to Su Zing. Su Zing didn't care if it was a man's clothes, so he quickly put it on, and if he continued to wear tattered clothes, nothing else, you can't avoid a cold, and it's still a shame. After the two cars rushed out of the wolves still didn't give up and continued to chase Shen Feng, but after chasing for a certain distance, they couldn't catch up at all. If they wanted to run past a car on four legs, that would be terrible. It was not an easy task, not to mention that the wolves were still hungry at this time. Taking advantage of this time, Shen Feng counted. The exact number of wolves is not clear, but judging from the scale, the mountains and plains are all wolves, which is very obvious. There are at least 5 to 60,000 here. Of the wild wolves, some of them are as huge as cattle and sheep, and they are mutant individuals. The wolves finally gave up chasing the car. The wild wolves are not fools. They know that even if they catch up, there are only 4 people, which is not enough. If this is the case, why waste their energy chasing unworthy prey? Besides, the Wolf King has been killed by Shen Feng, and there is no Wolf King commanding the battle among the wolves at this time. It is not so easy to decide a new Wolf King. The power struggle is full of blood. The same is true for wild wolves. If you want to become the Wolf King, you must first defeat other competitors. Otherwise, it is impossible to become the Wolf King. The eagles in the sky are still staring at us. These flat-haired beasts won't continue to sneak up on us, right? Lu Xian opened the car window and asked. Shen Feng said calmly, "There is no need to worry. If these eagles dare to fall, I can kill them within 100 meters. If they just follow us all the time, then there is no need to worry too much." Against a blue background of the sky, a black eagle was flying. Shen Feng really wanted to imitate Guo Jing and play the eagle shooting trick, but he didn't have the ability, so he had to sit on the roof of the car and watch silently. The further north you drive, the colder it gets. Although Shen Feng is still wearing a sweater, he already feels cold all over. As for the ears, which are not protected, they are even colder. Now if someone says that Shen Feng's ears being soft, Shen Feng was able to retort immediately, "Look at the base of my ears, they are already hardened." After driving for another half a day, in the afternoon, the Central Plains saw Lake Baikal from a distance. The lake's surface was very clear, the lake water reflected the blue sky and white clouds, and there was still snow around. Snow, fire. For cooking, I'll go fishing, rest for 2 hours first. I didn't sleep well last night, now it's time to catch up on sleep. After seeing the lake, Shen Feng knew that he should rest. Lake Baikal is actually called the North Sea in ancient times. It is said that Su Wu used to herd sheep here. In the North Sea, in winter, there is nothing to eat, and Su Wu was reduced to digging voles to find food up. The car has been running for almost a day and a night. Even though the car is made of steel, the car also needs to rest, especially the many pieces of meat on the car need to be cleaned up, and people also need to sleep for a while to maintain a sufficient mental state. After running a long distance on the grassland, Shen Feng also found a lot of yurts. The yurts are very warm, but there is no one in them. only bones can be seen. Shen Feng chose to go fishing in Lake Baikal, found a good place, and started fishing after digging up earthworms. I don't know if the fish in the lake have multiplied after the end of the world. At this time, there are many fat fish in Lake Baikal. Fish, Shen Feng will catch the fish soon. Lu Xian started to cook, while Qi Lingshan washed the car. The wolf's head frozen on the roof also needed to be removed. It was the head of the Wolf King, and it would definitely taste good, but it was a pity that the Wolf King was covered in fur. If it can be removed intact, it can be used to make exquisite carpets. At this time, Su Xing lit a fire to boil water. After boiling the water, she took a bucket and a towel and went into the nearby woods. Needless to say, she was going to wash up during the battle. Su Xing was poured down by the blood of the Wolf King. Her whole body was red, and there was no time to wash her whole body during the escape, so she was alive like one gong. His face was all red, and anyone who saw it would laugh at him. Shen Feng concentrates on fishing, and there are no traces of wolves around. On the shore in the distance, he can vaguely see a few wading birds, but they are also looking for fish to eat and are ready to go south at any time. In peaceful times, living on the edge of Lake Baikal would be a good choice. The scenery is beautiful, the ecology is pleasant, and you can also ride horses. Shen Feng murmured, leaning against a tree on the shore while Shen Feng was fishing quietly. Su Xing suddenly screamed from the woods not far away. Ah, Su Xing's voice was sharper, which also meant that he had a strong penetrating power. When the scream appeared, the three of Shen Feng's side could clearly hear it, and immediately started copying the guy, rushing towards the distance after going out. Could it be that there are dangers hidden in the woods? Shen Feng's side was the fastest, and rushed directly into the woods, only to find that Su Xing was disheveled and surrounded by more than 30 people, and there was a guy lying down on the ground, holding a pink underwear, at this time has fallen to the ground. What happened? Shen Feng rushed over and asked. Seeing Shen Feng appearing, Su Xing quickly said, "Brother Shen Feng, these people want to rape me. I killed one person, and the others will not let me go." Shen Feng sneered, drew out his long sword, pointed at the group of people at this time, and said coldly, "You want to attack my sister? Are you not paying attention to me?" At this time, Shen Feng was very angry. This group of people took advantage of others. Su Xing hid in the woods to freshen up to avoid embarrassment, but now, he was actually being targeted. Qi Lingshan and Lu Xian also rushed over, holding swords in their hands, as if they might strike at any time. But after this group of people saw the weapons in the hands of Shen Feng and others, they laughed immediately, because it is the end of the day, and as a result, these old hats are still using cold weapons in their hands. What are they all about now? It's time. Do you still use weapons? Compared with guns afterwards, more than a dozen men took out guns from their bodies. Some used pistols, some used rifles, pointed the muzzle of the black hole directly at Shen Feng and the three of them, and then chattered. What was said, Shen Feng did not understand it all at this time. A woman came over and said in standard Chinese, "You are really hateful. Our leader wants to be lucky with your woman. You should send it up obediently, but now you have beaten her to death. Our people, we will take revenge now." FNNDP. Imagination, a curse word. You want to force my sister, but you still talk about luck. Do you really think I won't kill people? Shen Feng has never heard of this kind of reasoning. What kind of luck? Could it be that this group of people passed through from the feudal society? I'm doing this for your own good. You don't have any weapons in your hands. You just want your women to accompany the leaders for one night. Isn't this too much to ask? You know, our leader is of golden blood. The woman said plausibly. What kind of shit blood? Shen Feng said directly with displeasure on his face. I only know that beasts pay attention to blood or not. Why do people have so-called golden blood now? The woman said seriously to Shen Feng, if you don't understand, I can tell you that the leader's golden blood is inherited from Genghis Khan, and has been passed down from generation to generation. Genghis Khan once conquered the whole world, you know. Chapter 694 Golden Bloodline. After hearing the so-called golden blood remarks, Shen Feng's face suddenly showed a mocking look, looked at the group of people in front of him, and asked, "This is the reason why you trample on other people's dignity at will? You superior, of course, I think you are also from China. You should know the order of respect and inferiority. Bloodline inheritance is passed down from generation to generation. Especially now, this is the end of the world. The leader has played with your women. I will definitely not want you in the future, and I will just return it to you when the time comes. Don't be ungrateful." The woman said aggressively, and her tone seemed to have no doubts about this golden bloodline. Shen Feng took a deep breath, looked at the woman who stood up, and asked, "Are you from China?" "Of course, is there any doubt about that?" The woman replied directly, "If you are from China, then don't bow your knees to people from abroad, straighten your waist for me. Now that your own people are being bullied, you are not trying to persuade foreigners, but you are trying to persuade your own people to calm down and persuade us to swallow our anger. It's not like something a Chinese can do." Shen Feng said directly, but after hearing what Shen Feng said, the woman said dismissively, "Who is your own? What are your identities? This is the grassland, and the leaders here have the final say, and the leaders in the future will also the big shots on the wind howl side. I follow them to eat and drink hot food. You? It looks like they are fleeing. Who is with you?" Shen Feng was really angry at this moment, not to mention that his own person was being bullied, but this woman was still babbling. There were a lot of reasons, but none of them could hold water. Shen Feng didn't bother to talk too much nonsense, and directly said loudly, "Do it, catch the living ones." When Shen Feng gave the order, Su Xing, who was so ashamed and angry, stomped her feet on the ground, and the whole forest began to shake. Everyone could no longer stand still and swayed, while Shen Feng disappeared immediately. Shen Feng's actions had already exceeded the range that could be seen by the naked eye. He kept slashing with a long sword in his hand, cutting off 5 or 6 arms almost instantly after Shen Feng said the word hands on. The enemy also moved quickly. They kept shooting and attacking the 3 people on Shen Feng's side. It seems that killing people is not a big deal for them. Who told them? Is it the golden blood? Duh. Duh. The bullets kept firing. Lu Xian had already predicted the enemy's movements, and when the enemy made a move, he just hid a sight and threw the long knife in his hand directly. A person was pierced through the chest by a long knife on the spot on Qi Lingshan's side. Although he didn't rush forward to fight directly, he cast his supernatural ability directly, and a piece of liquid nitrogen flowed out of the air directly, and when it flowed to the enemy's side, it was frozen directly. But after 3 minutes passed, the hands and feet of everyone present were interrupted, and it was impossible to shoot. The woman who was still talking arrogantly just now was completely stunned at this moment, because she did not expect the current situation at all. The opponents were all legendary supernatural beings, and all the people on her side had already fallen. Well, how could this be? Su Xing walked behind Shen Feng, and said aggrievedly, "Brother Shen Feng, hurry up and make the decision for me. They're all bastards." Shen Feng is not blind. He has already seen the body lying on the ground. The underwear that this man is holding is obviously Su Xing's. Presumably these people saw Su Xing young and beautiful, and washing in the woods alone. I couldn't help but be malicious. Although Su Xing didn't bring a weapon, she was also a supernatural being. Immediately, she shot and killed the plotter. Then she screamed in panic, and Shen Feng and the other 3 were called in. "It's okay, next, let's see how we deal with this group of people. You go back to the cart to rest, and leave this to us," Shen Feng said flatly. Shen Feng had known Su Xing for a long time, and speaking of it, Su Xing was Shen Feng's savior. When Shen Feng went to the temple to ring the bell, he was exhausted and surrounded by zombies. Fortunately, Su Xing threw the rope from upstairs, which allowed Shen Feng to escape, and Shen Feng also treated Su Xing as his younger sister. But now, Su Xing was being bullied by the enemy. Shen Feng couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at him with cold eyes, without saying a word, and these people whose limbs were broken were still rolling on the ground at this moment. The woman who spoke just now begged for mercy in a trembling voice, "Spare me, men. We didn't mean to provoke you." Shen Feng ignored this woman, just pouted at Qi Lingshan, and said, "Catch one and kill it. I want to see if the so-called golden blood is gold flowing in the blood vessels. I want to see. How amazing are the descendants of Genghis Khan." Qi Lingshan was also unambiguous. He grabbed the guy whose hands were broken and his feet were frozen into ice cubes. He sealed his throat with a sword, and blood immediately flowed out. It was crimson red, the color of a red flag. "City Master, this is red, the same color as pigs and dogs," Qi Lingshan said with a smile. Shen Feng looked puzzled, and asked the woman who was still clamoring just now, "Now, can you explain the reason to me? Why is the so-called golden bloodline now red?" The woman explained with a mournful face, "Hero, the golden blood is a synonym for those descendants of the royal family or the royal family. It does not mean that there is gold flowing in the blood vessels." "That's right, it's all blood," So why should someone be noble? And you, being a slave to a tiger is the most annoying thing. Now you choose a way to die. For the sake of us all being Chinese, I can make you choose the way of death? Shen Feng said coldly. Compared with the most straightforward villains, Shen Feng hates those brats the most. They obviously have no strength and only know how to pretend to be powerful, but in fact they are worth 2 to 5 to 80,000. Most of the time, these people are bullying their compatriots. The toughest guy ever. The woman cried out quickly, "Hero, please forgive me, I am definitely not with them. I have been forced to do nothing. I can report, I can expose, these guys have done a lot of evil, they have killed many people, I can be a stained witness, now." At this time, the law is useless. What's the use of you reporting and exposing? Left and right are just trying to clear up their relationship. It's a good idea. Shen Feng said with a sneer, "City Lord, why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Kill them all, and throw the corpses into the wild to feed the wolves. I don't know if the stomachs of these dogs will break after being eaten by wild wolves." Qi Lingshan said directly, "No nonsense at all." Shen Feng looked at the group of people here, and asked, "Where do you come from? Isn't it golden blood? Golden blood can only do things like robbing women? Genghis Khan is powerful, that's Genghis Khan's ability. You guys, this group of people, like dogs, have the nerve to do evil in the name of Genghis Khan. In order to survive, the woman knelt at Shen Feng's feet and explained, "They ran out from Ulaanbaatar. 2 days ago, wolves surrounded the city. They took advantage of the fact that there were not many wolves. I ran away directly, and I rushed out with them at that time." After receiving such an answer, Shen Feng showed an unexpected look. Sure enough, these guys are the ones who escaped from Ulaanbaatar. The golden blood, don't they have to run away when they are in danger? Okay, I know now, you can choose your own way of death. I suggest you choose to be frozen to death. Someone on my side can easily do this, then you won't have any pain. Shen Feng said with a smile. At this time, the woman regretted it too much. She never thought that she provoked a supernatural being, and the other party smiled and asked her to choose the way of death. Only a demon can say such terrifying words. It's only now that it's too late to regret. Adults need to pay the price for their own decisions. For a woman, the death sentence has already been pronounced since she said not her own, "Hero, don't kill me. I can do things for you. I can do everything. I can do laundry, cooking, translation, and even warming your beds. That's all right. Don't kill me. I'm only 27 years old." The woman begged, PFFT. At this moment, a hole was opened in the woman's celestial cover, and a wind blade ended the woman's life. Shen Feng shook his head and sighed, "From now on, don't reincarnate in Songhua, because the end will be miserable." Of course, Shen Feng just casually said that he is a materialist fighter and does not believe in the so-called reincarnation and other nonsense. At this time, he also hates the behavior of the second devil. The servile look is simply disgusting. Lu Xian asked, "What should these people do? Should they be beheaded or thrown into the water? Or thrown into the wild to feed the wolves? Anyway, they can't run away now." At this time, the hands and feet of these guys who are interested in sex have been broken. It is absolutely impossible to act in this situation. From Lu Xian's point of view, it is too cheap to kill them with one blow. It's better to throw it into the wild to feed the wolves. At least it can contribute to the ecological environment. Shen Feng said lightly, "I don't like such things as Yu Chang Meng, so, you two can figure it out. The so-called golden blood, disappear from me." After speaking, Shen Feng left the woods. Qi Lingshan shrugged and said, "Watch my performance." Immediately, Qi Lingshan began to display his supernatural powers. The liquid nitrogen rolled down, and it would freeze instantly when it landed on the ground. Even if it was a distance away, Lu Xian could feel the cold, and the gangsters present were all killed. Frozen and turned into ice sculptures, they died in pain, and they kept cursing before they died, but they forgot to reflect on their own mistakes, to reflect on oneself. Susan, who had returned to the car, had also regained her composure. She put on her clothes again, and her whole body was completely new. She was still overly nervous, because if Susan really did something, 30 people would not be enough for her to kill, but this was the first time she had encountered such a thing, so she was in a panic at the time and only wanted to ask for help. This is typical courage not enough. After Shen Feng came back from the woods, he said to Susan, "It's okay, we have already avenged you, but don't be so flustered next time." Su Zing nodded quickly and said, "I know, I will calm down in the future. Lake Baikal is still very clear, and the lake water seems to be able to purify people's hearts. After Shen Feng caught a bucket of fish, he began to grill the fish. As a result, in the evening, the sky changed. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the cold wind howled. The ground suddenly flew sand and rocks, and black clouds appeared in the sky. Looking at this state, it is impossible to travel, find a place to continue resting. It looks like it's going to rain. Shen Feng said to everyone. However, things were different from what Shen Feng had imagined. Instead of rain, it was snowing heavily. Within 10 minutes, the ground was completely gray. The four of them set up a tent in the woods and found a place to rest in the wind. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695, The Ground is 3 Feet Free. After all, Shen Feng is still too young, and there are not many opportunities to travel far, and there are almost no opportunities to go abroad. When encountering heavy snow, Shen Feng can only wait for the snow to stop, but in the northern region, winter is here. In the future, once it snows, it means that you can only go out for a short time, because the snow outside is several feet deep, and you can't see the road at all. Shen Feng waited in the woods for 3 days, and wanted to wait until the snow melted before taking action, because if he couldn't find a road, if he wanted to go to Siberia, it was a joke. Under the thick snow, he wanted to take action. It's all completely impossible. Shen Feng couldn't live in the tent here. Fortunately, he brought an engineering shovel in the car and dug a cave on the hillside. Finally, he dug out a shelter. The four of them hid in the cave to sleep, and the lake was frozen. If you want to fish, you have to cut through the ice, otherwise you won't be able to put the hooks in. Shen Feng leaned against the cave wall, looked at the heavy snow outside the window, and thought of a sentence to describe it. The sky is wide, and the ground is 3 feet frozen. The land is vast, and the birds and beasts are extinct. If this continues, we will be trapped here. Even reaching Siberia will be a problem. You all have to find a way. Shen Feng couldn't help but said to the crowd before setting off. Shen Feng had imagined many difficulties, among which he was worried about the danger of encountering mutant beasts and being attacked by mutant birds. But Shen Feng believed in his own strength and could survive among the mutant beasts relying on his own strength. The fact is true, Shen Feng led the people out of the wolves, but the wolves failed to stop Shen Feng's actions. However, at this moment, Shen Feng finally realized that it was not others who blocked him, but the wind and snow. When the wind and snow were blowing, the outside scene could not be seen from the car at all, and his actions became a problem first. Although there are anti-skid chains on the car, at this moment, the anti-skid chains cannot work under the thick snow. You can't see anything clearly. If you walk outside, the snow can directly cover your calves. The off-road vehicle is just an ordinary car. It is not easy to bear force on the snow and cannot drive at all. However, for Shen Feng, it's okay to not see the ground clearly. He can walk on the snow without leaving any footprints. It has reached its peak, but it is impossible not to bring supplies, right? In heavy snow weather, without food and heating facilities, wouldn't they freeze and starve to death every minute? Leaning in the cave, Shen Feng sat frowning, staring blankly at the fire in front of him, as if he was thinking about something important, and no one else dared to disturb him at this time. Lu Xian said in a low voice, "City Master, isn't this the right situation now? It's not that we don't want to rescue Xiao Sheng, but the road is blocked by heavy snow, so we can't go there. I think, wait until the heavy snow stops in a few days. We just took a few random photos and went back to Yazhou, so we have an explanation." Shen Feng originally planned this way. In today's age, fishing is a very necessary behavior. If you really go all out, you will easily die in a foreign country. However, after seeing the heavy snow in the north at this time, Shen Feng shook his head helplessly and said, "The little ice age has arrived, and the beginning of winter has not yet arrived, and the snow is so heavy. It is conceivable that in the deep winter, what a miserable fate it will be. Since it's miserable, why don't you go back?" Qilingshan also joined the discussion. The four of them are all from the south. They have never seen such a heavy snow. The sky is full of snow. It has been snowing for 3 days. Now it is only in Lake Baikal. If we continue to go to the Dumen oil field, Who knows what kind of scenes we will encounter? It's because the little ice age is coming, so we have to get used to the cold climate. If we don't go on missions because we are afraid of the cold, wouldn't we sleep at home when winter comes? I have decided to go to men. Don't think about being lazy. Shen Feng said directly. When the other three heard this, they immediately showed helpless expressions. They also understood what the city lord was thinking now, and retreated when encountering difficulties. This side will continue to suffer in the north, Su Xing suddenly asked at this time. Nowadays it is impossible to drive, so why don't we go to Kuman on foot? I don't know what you're thinking now. It's snowing so deep that cars can't even go. Let's walk? Carrying food and luggage and going thousands of miles away, I'm afraid we'll be frozen to death in half an hour. Lu Xian couldn't bear it. He shook his head and said. Su Xing quickly explained, I'm not talking about walking on the snow, I mean walking on the ice. When I was fetching water today, I saw that the water in Lake Baikal was frozen, so it's okay to stand on it. Skating to men, that's always alright, right? After Su Xing stated her purpose, the other three began to think seriously. Shen Feng even found a map to watch. After observing, he found that the plan was indeed feasible. Now he has arrived at Lake Baikal. The next step is to go to the northwest, and the water system here is still developed. If you skate along the frozen river, you can indeed reach Tumen. From this point of view, we need a sled. Without a sled, skating is not so easy. Shen Feng said in a deep voice, I remember that there are many small towns here. There may be sleds in these small towns. Why don't I go to the small towns here and look for them? Maybe I can find a sled. Qi Lingshan said quickly. Qi Lingshan probably remembers that there is a small town nearby. After all, this is also a tourist attraction. It is a huge lake on the grassland. The herdsmen in the south will run here when they encounter danger. This shows that at least by the lake it was lived. Shen Feng said, let me go. I am not easy to get stuck in the snow in this terrain, and my speed is still very fast. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng got out of the cave directly. At this time, the off-road vehicle was covered with snow more than 1 meter deep, and the surrounding trees were also covered with snow, and the sound of branches snapping could be heard from time to time in the woods. Click, the branch, which could not bear such a weight, broke on the spot and fell to the ground. Shen Feng was wearing a down jacket with a hood on his head, and tied the shrink strap on his head, so it was difficult for the wind and snow to penetrate into the clothes. If he ignored it, the wind and snow would definitely get in. Shen Feng moved quickly along the edge of Lake Baikal. The wind and snow were so dense that he couldn't see anything 20 meters away. As for whether he could touch the small town, Shen Feng didn't know. After walking a long way along Lake Baikal, Shen Feng finally saw a huge black shadow vaguely, so he quickly pulled himself together and approached the shadow. When he got close, he found that this was a church. There is also a conspicuous cross on the top. Christianity can be said to be the largest religion in the world. There are churches not only in Eurasia, but also in places as far away as South America, but there are also factions in Christianity. In the area where Shen Feng is located, there are also people who believe in Jesus. Having a church means that there are people living there. Shen Feng patted off the snowflakes on his body, and then continued to move forward. Sure enough, a small town appeared behind the church. The road was frozen and no one cleared the road. There is no human habitation, otherwise someone would have cleared the roads of snow and ice. Walking into the town, Shen Feng could only see desolate houses. After the apocalypse, let alone the town, even the city would be deserted a lot. Now, Shen Feng only hopes to find usable houses in the town's supplies. After finding a room, Shen Feng pushed open the door directly. The door lock was corroded. This is the result of not using it for a long time. The speed of corrosion is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. With a light push, the door will be opened. As soon as the door was pushed open, dust fell from the top of Shen Feng's head, and Shen Feng couldn't help coughing. Ahem. The breath he exhaled turned into white mist. The furniture and everything are still there. It seems that no one has been in this small town. Shen Feng analyzed. In this house, the tables, chairs and benches have not been moved. It is obvious that no members of the mercenaries have arrived, otherwise, these furniture would have been taken away long ago. There are 5 or 6 mummy corpses in the house, and it is unknown whether they are human corpses or zombie corpses. Shen Feng thinks that they are zombie corpses. If human beings are trapped here, they have already thought of ways to escape from the town. Maybe wait until you starve to death and don't leave. Squeak. Shen Feng opened the door of the storage room, and his eyes lit up immediately, because he found the skis in the corner, and if there were skis, it meant that there might be a sled. Shen Feng immediately searched the town. After searching for more than a dozen houses, he finally found a sled, but it was an old-fashioned sled. Reindeer and sled dogs come to pull sleds. It is not so easy to find animals to pull sleds at this time. Forget it. It's better to have something than nothing. Even if you find a motorboat, you may not be able to use it. The old-fashioned one is the old-fashioned one. It seems that it is not difficult to take 5 or 6 people. Let's take it home. It's almost dark. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and then pulled the sled to return. Winter in the north is very short, especially in the range of the Arctic Circle. It will get dark almost soon, and after dark, it is best not to go out. Otherwise, once you encounter a brown bear or Siberian tiger, that was sure to be served as dinner. When Shen Feng pulled the sled back to the cave, Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan got entangled at the time, and finally asked, "City Lord, are you going to pull us forward? Isn't this too embarrassing? The animal that pulls the sled is not just anyone, it must be able to walk on the snow to be qualified, so the horse is not good at pulling the sled, because the horse's legs are very thin, and it is easy to sink when walking on the snow, and among the 4 people present, only Shen Feng could walk on the ground." From this point of view, Shen Feng was the only one who pulled the sled away alone. When Shen Feng heard this, he said with a gloomy face, "It's a good idea for you to let me pull the cart. It's impossible. After the snow stops, look around and see if you can find any animals." After Shen Feng said this, the others didn't have much to say, so they quickly let Shen Feng enter the cave. Shen Feng then took off his clothes and baked them by the fire. His clothes were already wet by the flying snow. It's too cold on the body. Fortunately, the 4 of them were avoiding the wind and snow in the woods. If there was a shortage of wood, they could just cut down the trees. If they encountered a snowstorm on the grassland, the fuel would be exhausted. Qi Lingshan said with a smile, "Now there are a lot of animals in the wild. After the snow stops, I will look for reindeer. If there are any, I will catch 12 and tie them to the front of the car. Hang a bell around the deer's neck, and it will jingle when it walks. Then, I'll change into red clothes for you, put on a Santa hat, and carry a package on your back. When you get home, you can go back through the chimney." Su Xing added, "Just kidding. Soon deer are said to only be found in northern Europe. Where can I find reindeer on the prairie?" Qi Lingshan added. Chapter 696, Arctic Fox. Shen Feng found a sled from above the small town. After returning to the cave, he couldn't find the animal to pull it. He could only sleep temporarily and planned to catch animals nearby to pull the cart after the snow stopped. However, at night, Lu Xian suddenly sensed a sound outside the cave, so he quickly turned on the flashlight and shined it towards the outside of the cave, only to find a dark shadow in the car, looking for something. "City Lord, look quickly, someone is stealing our things, catch him quickly." Lu Xian shouted quickly. When Lu Xian yelled, the things in the car were disturbed at that time, and then the black figure in the car quickly rushed out of the car door and disappeared into the wind and snow. After Shen Feng woke up, he checked the things in the car and found a weapon, and there is basically no shortage of equipment, but the clothes and the like have been turned around in a mess. "Do you see clearly what it was just now?" Shen Feng asked immediately. Lu Xian carefully recalled what he saw just now. After being startled, the black shadow got out of the car door and ran away, but one thing is certain, I didn't see the black shadow clearly, but the other party has 4 legs, so it must not be a human being. Nonsense, if it's a human, it's snowing heavily to search for something? I think it must be a wild wolf. Qi Lingshan couldn't help but said, since the other party walks on 4 legs, it is undoubtedly a wild animal. Shen Feng observed the footprints on the ground and confirmed that they are carnivores. However, the footprints are different from those of wolves. As for what species it is, Shen Feng, it is not clear. I thought they were looking for food, but they didn't dare to approach the fire after seeing the fire, so they were looking for food in the car. Su Xing added, all the food on the car has been stored in the cave, more than 800 caddies of rice noodles, some salt and chili noodles. These are supplies for survival. Of course they will not continue to be placed in the car. Now it seems that storing food standing up is the most suitable choice. Under the heavy snow, some animals have already set their sights on Shen Feng's food. An episode at night did not disturb Shen Feng's rest. Everyone continued to sleep, but still separated a person to observe the situation outside. If any animal came to attack, He must warn in advance a fire needs to be lit in the cave, but once a fire is lit, smoke will be produced. Lucian is helpless, so he dug a hole to lead to the outside. It is considered that there is a chimney, and the smoke quickly goes out along the hole. Now, the air condition in the cave is better. It's changed for the better. I really can't figure out how the Eskimos in North America use ice bricks to build their houses. Shen Feng said helplessly. That's their special skill. We can't learn it. We should sleep. It can't snow all the time. The snow will always stop. Lucian said. However, in the early morning, after Lucian woke up, he used his supernatural ability and discovered the existence of animals in the distance, so he quickly said, "Who is watching? There are already animals outside. Why don't you remind them?" Qi Lingshan sat at the entrance of the cave, turned his head and said lazily, "What enemy? I have been looking outside. During this time, no enemy has appeared. Can you stop lying about the military situation, Lu?" Xian walked to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. Sure enough, he could only see a pale scene. Except for the black tree trunks and the woods, the rest of the place was all white. As for the thermal reaction detected just now, there was nothing in the place. Did not see. Look, I just said that there is nothing. You don't believe it. Now, you can see it with your own eyes. Qi Lingshan said, dissatisfied. Qi Lingshan was already very dissatisfied with Lucian. He kept saying some pessimistic words all day long. That's all. He lost a chain at the critical moment, and he failed to find the enemy's traces in advance several times before. Lied about the military situation. Looking at the white scene outside, Lucian began to wonder if his senses were wrong, so he used his supernatural power again, but still found the heat reaction in the distance, in the snow, and there were 4 heat response. That's right, I did feel the existence of animals. It's over there. Lucian said affirmatively. He believed that his ability would not go wrong, even if he couldn't see it. The enemy really existed. Shen Feng also woke up at this time, and said, "Try shooting. If there is really an animal, just shoot it and scare it away." It makes sense. The city lord is right. Lucian also reacted immediately, took out the pistol he was carrying, and shot directly in the direction where he felt the heat. Bang! The pistol suddenly made a loud noise, and the bullet was fired, but it penetrated into the snow. On the contrary, the loud noise came out, shaking many branches, causing snow to fall on the branches. At this moment, 4 white animals suddenly stood up on the snow and flew away towards the distance. Qi Lingshan was shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that there were really animals on the snow. There is white fur on the body, and after squatting on the snow, there is no abnormality at all. White is the best protective color. Is this a fox? Qi Lingshan said uncertainly. It's not that it's a big deal to see white foxes in the north. There are many Arctic foxes in the north, all covered in white fur. It's normal to see 1 or 2, but what's wrong is that the individual seen by Qi Lingshan is really too big. White fox? Snow mountain flying fox. Shen Feng said to himself, "Don't worry about this. Didn't the animal pulling the cart appear? Why don't you hurry up and catch it?" Su Xing said quickly. She didn't care if it was a fox or not, she only cared about whether the task could be completed or not. After clarifying the situation, he can return to Yeshao earlier. Shen Feng was reminded by Su Xing and remembered a business. Since these foxes can walk on snow, it means they can pull sleds. Moreover, it seems that the other party is a mutated Arctic fox. The individual is relatively large, and it is also good for pulling carts. Very suitable. I'll catch it. A mere fox is not my opponent yet. Shen Feng immediately rushed out of the cave, performed walking like the wind and walking on water, and chased the white fox in the direction where he was escaping. Even snowmobiles can't catch up with Shen Feng. Shen Feng quickly caught up with these white foxes, and without saying a word, he punched them. Boom! A white fox was knocked to the ground at that time. It was due to Shen Feng's mercy. Otherwise, Shen Feng can kill the white fox directly with just 1 punch. There are 4 white foxes running away in the snow, but now they have been blocked by Shen Feng, and then the 4 white foxes stared at Shen Feng and surrounded him from 4 directions. They are indeed cunning foxes. At this time, the tactics of encirclement can also be used. Shen Feng also knows that it is impossible to influence these foxes by relying on words. Besides, even if they speak, the other party may not be able to understand them. These white foxes probably don't understand, but if they speak with fists, white foxes can definitely understand afterwards. the 4 foxes launched an attack on Shen Feng. The attack method was nothing more than rushing forward and biting. The size of the white fox is no longer as small as before. This is the mutated Arctic fox, which is very large. It can be as big as a large dog, with a long tail, and its snow-white fur has no variegation. Facing the attack from 4 directions, Shen Feng disappeared immediately in a dodge. Compared with Shen Feng's speed, the white fox's movements were really too slow. Shen Feng only needed to dodge in a dodge. Next, Shen Feng started punching and kicking the 4 white foxes. His purpose was not to kill the white foxes, otherwise, it only took 1 second for Shen Feng to kill the white foxes directly. Solve the matter without effort, but Shen Feng's purpose is to subdue these white foxes, and then train the white foxes to pull carts. Although the purpose is simple, it is not so easy to subdue the white foxes. For Shen Feng, the first thing to do is not to seriously injure the white foxes. Conquer them at the same time. The simplest logic for animals to submit to humans is that they cannot defeat humans. There is a good saying, if you cannot defeat them, then join in, and animals know this truth. When the white fox flew towards Shen Feng, it felt that it would be able to bite Shen Feng, but in the face of these attacks, Shen Feng disappeared in a flash, and the white fox not only failed to catch Shen Feng, but also suffered continuous attacks. The attack, at the moment, can't bear such an attack at all. Although the legs will not be discounted, it still hurts when the fist hits the body. Seeing that the situation is bad, the white fox wants to run away. If he can't beat him, he will leave. It's not ashamed. Survival is the most important thing. However, Shen Feng was catching up from behind, and now that he found that the white fox wanted to run, how could he make him do so? After catching up, he continued to beat him. The white fox could only see a black shadow flashing in front of him, and then a hateful figure would appear again. For the white fox, he couldn't fight if he wanted to fight, and he would be chased if he wanted to run. He was suddenly panicked, and the fear in his heart had already gained the upper hands. In the end, the 4 white foxes could only lie on the snow, with their bellies exposed, and the sound of whimpering was expressed, which showed their submission. Shen Feng finally managed to tame the mutated white fox after spending 2 hours, and brought the white fox back to the cave. Now, as long as the snow stopped, he could continue to set off. Wow, it's so cute, but the ears are too short, but they are still round. It would be great if the ears were more slender. Seeing Shen Feng bringing the white fox back, Suzing was so excited that she rushed forward and started stroking the white fox's fur. However, the white fox who was petted was not happy at the time, and started to grin at Suzing, which was a warning. Boom! Suzing didn't care about this, and yelled up with a slap, directly hitting the white fox in a mess, and then the white fox could only lie on the ground, wagging its tail constantly, in front of the fist. It had already seen understand the situation. That's right, be obedient, and I won't treat you badly. Suzing said while stroking the white fox's fur. At this time, Shen Feng explained, animals in the northern region need to save heat, so they will reduce heat dissipation. The short ears of the Arctic fox are also for better heat preservation. If you like the long ears, then you should go to Central Asia to look for broad-eared foxes. The foxes there have very big ears to enhance heat dissipation. At this moment, Suzing stroked the white fox and said, such soft fur, if it is made into a fur coat, it must be very noble, right, Su? Zing also knows that this kind of pure white fur is very rare, and only noble ladies can wear fur coats, so Suzing also hopes to get it. In the future, she will wear snow white fur when she goes out. Anyone who sees it will look jealous. Slaying the mill and killing the donkey. You are talking about what you are doing now, right? Lu Xian couldn't help shaking his head, and said, the most poisonous woman's heart. TCH, what do you know? This is not called killing the donkey, it's called making the best use of everything. Suzing didn't care what Lu Xian said. She really likes cute animals, but Suzing prefers to wear beautiful clothes. Shen Feng looked at the 4 white foxes. Their stomachs were already empty at this time, so he said, let's cook. Now there are 4 more big stomach kings, and the food is relatively tight. The previous several hundred caddies of grain was enough for Shen Feng to eat, but now that there are 4 more mutated white foxes, the grain needed has increased exponentially, and Shen Feng has no choice but to consider the grain issue. Chapter 697 Jingle Bells. On snowy days, the grasslands are all white. In the north, there is a saying of snow disasters, because in winter, the heavy snow will crush the houses, and the cattle and sheep will also be frozen. Death, what nomads are most afraid of is snow. Once it snows, the lamb is the first to die, followed by the bigger cattle and sheep for herdsmen. Their property is cattle and sheep. Don't look at just a few hundred sheep in any family, but once it snows, what are hundreds of sheep? It's not like they will all be frozen to death, and the frozen cattle and sheep will never be able to breed again. During the past few days, Shen Feng took turns training the white fox. If the white fox can successfully pull the cart, necessary training is indispensable. Fortunately, the white fox is smart. After being trained for a few days, he really learned to pull the sled. At this time, the snow in the sky also stopped. Shen Feng set off again immediately. First, he transferred all the materials in the cave to the sled. Next, he yelled at the Arctic fox to move from the ice of Lake Baikal to find the nearby river that flows into Lake Baikal. Head west. Only after Shen Feng went to the north in person did he know why the mutated bird went south. There was really no food to be found. The sky and the earth were all white, and the description of being covered in silver is very appropriate. In this case, even the Arctic fox couldn't find it. For food, I can only choose to go to the cart to steal food in the middle of the night, and the mutated bird can't find food. If it doesn't go south, it can't survive. As a result, when it goes south, the people in North China and Northeast China will suffer. If it continues like this, the mutated birds will go south to harass the autumn harvest every year in the future. Although it will not affect Yuzhou, it will be miserable in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. Shen Feng said to himself, "City Lord, don't worry too much. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there is a tall man holding it up. Even if there is a problem with a mutant bird, it will still be a headache for the headquarters. You are just worrying about it." Lu Xian couldn't help but said Shen Feng said. Shen Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't want to explain too much at this time. Others don't know what he thinks. Only Shen Feng knows what to do. Professor Chu once taught Shen Feng, saying, "Take the world as your own responsibility." So these people are destined to be remembered by history. So, with the world in mind, save the suffering people. However, for Shen Feng, such a task may never be completed, because Yuzhou has been blocked, and if he wants to save the people, he will wait until the blockade is lifted. City Master, look, there is a Siberian tiger in the woods. At this moment, Su Xing saw an animal by the lake, with light yellow fur with patterns on it. What else could it be if it wasn't a Siberian tiger? I guess what the Siberian tiger thinks is, look, there is lunch on the lake. Shen Feng said with a smile, this is the picture that a poem can explain. You stand in front of the window and look at the scenery, and others stand below to look at you. Others decorate your scenery, and you decorate other people's dreams. Su Xing looked at the Siberian tiger in the woods very freshly, but he didn't know that the Siberian tiger still felt that the few people riding on the sled on the ice were very fresh, literally fresh. In the end, the Siberian tiger did not attack Shen Feng's side, because the Siberian tiger sensed danger, and walking on slippery ice was not what it was good at. In the end, the Siberian tiger disappeared into the jungle, and Shen Feng and his group continued on. In fact, for Shen Feng, after assembling the glider, flying directly there is the most suitable way. Right now, there are no mutant birds in the north, and it takes at most 2 days to reach Tumen, but Shen Feng regards the glider as a life-saving method. Things definitely not easy to use. However, with the Arctic fox pulling the sled hard, Shen Feng's speed is not slow at all, and the friction on the ice is very low, and the 4 Arctic foxes are running side by side. Although it is not as good as a snowmobile, it's nice to have that kind of speed these days. The Arctic fox's nostrils are constantly emitting hot air, while the 4 people on Shen Feng's side are looking at the surrounding scenery. There are 2 rows of seats on the sled, and besides people, they also carry food in a glider. The Arctic fox can pull such a heavy sledge. Su Xing's interest rose, and she couldn't help humming, jingle bells, Su Xing has never ridden a sled. After all, she is from the south, and basically has no chance to ride a sled. Besides, even if it snows in the south, it will melt as soon as the sun comes out. Skiing is impossible. The Winter Olympics among the athletes, the skiers are basically from the north, because basically only the northeast can ski now. Su Xing, who is riding the sled, felt very fresh. If she had a bell on hand, it would be best to hang a bell around the neck of the Arctic fox. In this way, the Arctic fox could make crisp and cheerful bells while running up. At this moment, Shen Feng in front handed over a pair of sunglasses. Tell me to put it on. I'm not a foreigner, why am I wearing sunglasses? Su Xing instinctively refused the sunglasses Shen Feng handed over. Foreigners often wear sunglasses. Because of the difference in pupil color, people in China have black pupils, which can withstand strong light, but many foreigners have so-called blue eyes, which are actually lacking the necessary pigment, to put it bluntly, cannot withstand strong light, so you need to wear sunglasses at this moment. Su Xing didn't want to wear sunglasses either. If he didn't watch the beautiful scenery carefully, what's the matter with wearing sunglasses? Put it on, otherwise, you will suffer from snow blindness. There is a saying that if you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer in front of you. Shen Feng continued. When Su Xing heard this, although she didn't know what snow blindness was, she saw that the three of Shen Feng had already put on sunglasses, so she had to choose to put them on as well. The surrounding was completely white. When I first saw it, I thought it was so beautiful. But if you look at it for a long time, your eyes can't stand the strong light during the noon break. Just as Shen Feng stopped, the 4 Arctic foxes collapsed on the ground, their chests heaving and falling, obviously tired. If they ran by themselves, it would take 2 days to run. It's nothing, but there are 4 big living people and a lot of supplies on the sled. Pulling such a heavy sled is almost exhausting. Shen Feng is also lighting a fire to cook. There is the meat of the Wolf King in the car. As a reward, he starts roasting. While roasting, he smears honey, roasting until it is sizzling. After the Arctic fox smells the fragrance, it immediately becomes energetic. Sitting by the fire, wagging its tail constantly, its tongue sticking out, just like a dog. Su Xing said while grilling the meat, "You all pull the cart honestly, and I will give you something good to eat during this time. If it weren't for us, the 4 of you would have starved to death outside. You must know how to be grateful and eat my food, just be obedient." Before feeding, Su Xing began to talk about the truth, but how could the Arctic fox understand this? All the Arctic foxes wanted was the meat that was roasting on the fire, and they didn't care at all what Su Xing said. While the meat was being grilled, there was a roaring sound from the nearby forest, and then a black bear came out and attacked Su Xing. When Shen Feng saw this scene, he immediately understood that this black bear must be attracted by the smell of barbecue. The bear's nose is very useful, and he especially likes honey. At this time, Su Xing was grilling meat. After applying honey, the result is that the fragrance floats far away, and the black bear smells it and comes up. Be careful, prepare to fight. Shen Feng said hastily. Seeing the appearance of the black bear, the 4 Arctic foxes didn't even bother to rest, and ran away. Looking around while running, Su Xing threw the meat skewers aside, pulled out a long knife and rushed forward. The long knife trembled violently and made a buzzing sound. Afterwards, Su Xing, who was close to the black bear, chopped it down with one knife, and the black bear also. At this time, he waved his bear paw. PFFT, the long knife cut the black bear's shoulder without hindrance, causing the black bear to howl. At this time, when the bear's paw waved past, Su Xing dodged to the side and hid behind a big tree. The bear's paw hit the big tree, and the whole big tree began to tremble immediately, and the snow on the tree kept falling, including some. The snow fell on Su Xing's neck, and Su Xing shivered from the cold. Immediately seeing the enemy hiding behind a tree, the black bear came around and hit Su Xing with its back. For Su Xing, the black bear was too huge. After standing up, it could be more than 4 meters high, and its heavy body weighed down, that is like the top of Mount Tai. Su Xing didn't dare to underestimate it, and quickly dodged. The huge body of the black bear leaned against the tree. At this time, the fragile branches also fell, and the whole tree was shaking. The black bear twisted left and right, and even performed the legendary bear rubbing against a tree. Martial artists disliked the name, and changed it to Shuangzihuangshan, which means that even mountains can be bumped and shaken. It was also thanks to Su Xing's agility and quick reaction. Otherwise, if he was really hit, he would definitely end up with broken bones and tendons. Fortunately, Shen Feng and Qilingshan were not watching the show at this time either. The black bear was obviously a mutated individual. With such a huge size, it must not be underestimated. Qilingshan immediately cast a supernatural ability to freeze the black bear's feet. Shen Feng fired a wind blade to attack the black bear. Su Xing also displayed fragmentary knife skills, and kept waving the high-speed vibrating knife, no matter what monster was on the other side. When the knife passed by, no matter what part it was, it would be cut off, and the fat and meat on the black bear's body became fragmented. In the end, under the siege of 3 supernatural beings, the black bear died. Fortunately, the black bear had a lot of fat, which allowed it to survive for such a long time. If it were an ordinary black bear, Su Xing could kill him twice, it's solved. Huh? Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, didn't it be said that bears in the north hibernate? Why doesn't this bear hibernate? Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know about that. Maybe, if there is not enough food, bears will not hibernate, because it is easy to starve to death. Now it seems that black bears can't find food, so they will attack us. Su Xing frowned and looked at the black bear on the ground, and said, the fur is already tattered, and it looks like it's worthless. Chapter 698 The Silent City. When the black bear was killed, everyone felt it was a pity. It was not a pity that the black bear was killed, but a pity that the fur on the black bear was damaged. Such a huge black bear can break a big tree, so the fur on the body must be very effective in keeping warm. It might be good to make a blanket, but it was badly chopped by Su Xing's random knife. It's okay, it's fine without the fur. Don't you still have bear paws and bear gall? These two things are the most precious. Shen Feng said hastily. Bear's paws are the ingredients needed in the Manchu banquet. They are as precious as humps, but they are even more valuable than humps. Bear bile is even more precious medicinal material. In the past, rich people could not buy it. Many precious medicines needed to be added with bear bile powder compared with these two things on the black bear. The fur is nothing. When Qi Lingshan heard this, he couldn't help stepping forward to dissect it, and said, it's just right, the four of us here, each with a bear's paw, can also taste the famous dishes in the Manchu banquet. Freeze it and bring it back to Yazhao, we don't need it now, Su Xing immediately said, even if we have good ingredients, if we don't have a good cook, we'll just waste everything. Why don't we freeze the bear's paws and find a professional chef to cook them when we return to China? If you want to eat delicious food, ingredients and cooking skills are indispensable. Some of them think that ingredients are more important, such as Japanese food. Is Japanese food really delicious? Not necessarily. Whether it is wagyu beef or sashimi, the ingredients are precious. Some places think that cooking skills are more important, that is, some ordinary restaurants in China can't find precious ingredients, so they have to show their cooking skills, and the combination of ingredients and cooking skills is a delicacy. Okay, let's just make do with it. I don't know when I will go back. 4 bear paws are not enough to take home. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, feeling that Su Xing's thoughts at this time were really petty. In fact, Su Xing is also thinking about her mother at home, and feels that good things need to be shared together, so she wants to go back with bear paws. But now, Shen Feng has already said so, and Su Xing can't object. Now she is like this. The side seasoning is only salt and chili powder, so let's bake it at this time. The 4 Arctic foxes who escaped during the battle have also returned. These foxes are very clever. When they see danger, they will hide in the distance without saying a word. If the other side was killed, it must have escaped and stabbed without looking back, but now the human side has killed the black bear. When the food is available to eat, people will not go hungry after all. After Su Xing saw the 4 foxes who had no loyalty and came back, she couldn't help cursing angrily. You guys who are greedy for life and afraid of death are useless when fighting, but you are very active when eating. Be honest. Squat really, or I will beat you. At this time, Su Xing was still holding the sharp titanium alloy long knife in his hand. This knife killed the black bear just now. Therefore, after seeing Su Xing's current posture, the foxes quickly sat down obediently and did not move. I was afraid that Su Xing would be chopped off with a knife next. The 4 of them continued to barbecue and eat. The bear's paws had no share for the Arctic fox. After all, good things were always given to their own people, but Su Xing still roasted the bear's meat and fed it to the Arctic fox. Qi Lingshan noticed the abnormality when he was sarcastic, and said immediately, this black bear seems to be too thin, with very little fat on its body, and there is nothing to eat in its stomach. After Shen Feng heard the news, he thought about it and said, it seems that black bears don't hibernate because they can't fill their stomachs, so they can only hunt in winter, otherwise they won't be able to survive hibernation. Not all bears will hibernate, only the bears in the extreme north will hibernate, because it is difficult to find food after winter, so they eat their fill in advance, eat fat all over, and then drill into the cave. I fell asleep in a few months, and waited until spring came before continuing to act. Therefore, if bears cannot eat enough before winter, they will not be able to survive hibernation. Many bears will suffer from osteoporosis after hibernation, which is the result of no activity and no energy supplement during hibernation. This time, the black bear that the 4 of Shen Feng met was like this at this time. Lu Xian suddenly used his associative ability, and asked, if it is said that, even black bears can't find food to fill their stomachs, then do other animals have no food to eat? Since then, humans isn't the gathering place here very dangerous? It makes sense. In previous years, when animals were hungry, they would rummage through the trash cans, hoping to find food in the trash cans. As a result, the number of humans is decreasing sharply at this time, and the garbage dumps are even more crowded. You may find something to eat, and if you don't keep it all, there will be mutant beasts attacking the city. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Now Shen Feng probably guessed what kind of danger Tumen City encountered. Most likely, mutant beasts lacking in food attacked the city, which eventually led to the city being breached. After that, Xiao Xing and others were unable to contact the headquarters. However, even the city was breached, and there were more than 20 supernatural beings in Siberia. It was not difficult to break out of the siege of mutant beasts. However, guesses are always guesses. If you really want to know what happened in Tumen, you need to go to the destination. The bear's gall inside the black bear's body is very large, it can hold a bucket or so. Such a large gall is comparable to that of the legendary Jiang Wei. After all, it is a mutated black bear. Given its size, the bear's gall will not be too small. Shen Feng roasted the bear's paw immediately, and there was no salt. The four of them ate the pancake while eating the roasted bear's paw. The taste was not as good as expected. Although it was still fresh and delicious, it was far from it. Can't reach the level of the legend. Afterwards, the four continued to set off, and it took 7 days to finally arrive at Tumen from Lake Baikal. There are many forests here, and there is also a lot of snow on the ground. The north of Tumen is very cold. It will melt, and the ground will not thaw until next spring. And after Shen Feng came here with his own eyes, he finally knew what the permafrost in Siberia looks like. The ground is frozen hard, and if you use a hoe to dig down, the tiger's mouth will be shaken and painful. Although there are many plains in this place, but planting crops can only be done once a year. In winter, all crops will be frozen to death. I heard that there are many mammoths under the permafrost in Siberia, and the ivory of mammoths can also be traded. If you are lucky, you can dig up a few mammoths. That would be great. Lu Xian looked at the ice and snow on the ground, said, if you want to dig, I won't stop you, but I recommend that you find an excavator to do this kind of thing. If you want to dig out a mammoth with just your hands, are you dreaming? Shen Feng shook his head helplessly. Planting the terrain, even growing potatoes, is extremely difficult, but it turned out that Lu Xian wanted to dig a mammoth, which was really fantastic. Lu Xian shrugged and said, there must always be a little ideal. In this day and age, it's rare to find something good, especially something that can't be obtained before the doomsday. In the doomsday, after you have power, you will naturally have to find a way to get it. Lu Xian already has fame and wealth. It looks like Meruha already has a wife, so all that remains is to decorate the appearance. Shen Feng can bring back the original journey to the west from overseas. How many people want to do it but can't do it? So, Lu Xian decided to go out and bring back some local specialties. What does Siberia produce? The northwest wind is definitely not a special product, so it is impossible to bring back forests, coal and other things. It happens that there are mammoths under the permafrost here. If you can bring ivory back. Isn't this enough to brag to others? I think I dug out a mammoth with my own hands when I was in Siberia. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring it back intact. I could only bring back the ivory. If you don't believe me, look, this is the ivory I brought back. Lu Xian had already made up his mind. Bragging words, when the time comes, as long as you put the huge ivory in front of the other party's eyes, then you can appreciate the wonderful look of the other party. However, Lu Xian gave up after trying the hardness of the frozen soil. The ground is as hard as ice. Under such circumstances, digging a mammoth is simply a matter of being full. When we arrived around Tumen, the traffic situation improved immediately, and we no longer needed to take a sledge on the snow, because this is an important transportation hub. The north road leads to the Arctic Ocean, the south can go to the grassland, and the west can go to Moscow. The highway, there are both railways and roads. There are thick ice blocks on the road, and thick snow walls on both sides. As long as you walk along the road, you can reach your destination. For the sake of convenience, Shen Feng took the necessary supplies and set off. Before leaving, he threw the black bear's meat beside the Arctic fox and told him, wait for us honestly, don't run around. Afterwards, Shen Feng and his party didn't care whether the Arctic fox understood the order or not. and immediately started to move towards the direction of Kilming. It looked very quiet, and there were no traces on the road, as if no one was using the road walking into the city. Shen Feng immediately felt strange. There was no one on the street, not even stray cats and dogs. The whole city was very quiet. This place was like a ghost town in legends. "Hi, is anyone there?" Shen Feng shouted loudly. The shouting sound spread out, but no one responded, not even in the house. Lucian didn't notice any thermal reaction, so he couldn't help frowning and said, "City Master, most of the people here are dead. It is said that there are only 50,000 people here. With such a small number of people, if they encounter any danger, they will be killed. Exterminate." Before the apocalypse, 2 men could have a population of more than 500,000 people, but when the zombie virus broke out, there were only 50,000 people left in 2 men, and with such a small population, the ability to resist disaster is absolutely not enough. After hearing what Lucian said, Shen Feng felt a little reconciled and came all over the place. If no one can find it, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Afterwards, Shen Feng continued to shout. At this moment, Su Xing put her ear to the ground, felt it carefully, and said, "There seems to be movement in the ground, and something is moving in the sewer." After Su Xing cast her supernatural ability, she could feel the vibrations in her surroundings very quickly. No matter how small the vibration was, she could feel it. When she was on the grassland, Su Xing learned about the movement of the wolves through the vibration of the ground. Get closer, and at this moment, Su Xing felt a vibration in the ground again. In big cities, sewers are built to discharge sewage. It's just that no one lives in the sewers during normal times, but in the end of the world, the sewers are a good place to hide. Hearing this, Shen Feng immediately opened a nearby sewer manhole cover and looked down. At that time, he smelled a foul smell, but it was pitch black below, so he couldn't see anything. Suddenly, Lucian felt something, and quickly looked up. His face turned pale, because in the distance, black shadows appeared one after another, almost covering the sky, so he said quickly, "Look, heaven, something is approaching here." Chapter 699, The World-Destroying Black Dragon. After Lucian cast his supernatural ability, he found many birds approaching at the horizon. The distance was too far, and it was impossible to see what kind of bird it was, but there was no doubt that the things in the horizon were not interesting things. The dense birds are flying over, which can only be avoided. Shen Feng looked at the sewer, but still couldn't go down, and then said, Go to the nearby houses to take shelter. As long as we don't make a sound, these birds will always pass by." Su Xing and the others were also unwilling to drill into the sewer. The reason was very simple. It was really smelly down there. There was a river flowing through the city of 2 men, but even the river couldn't take away the stench in the sewer. Just smell it casually. Well, the sludge in the sewer has been fermenting for a long time, maybe even methane has been produced in it. If you go down at this time, you will definitely be stunned. Su Xing went down with a knife and split open a door, and the 4 of them quickly got in. There were still a lot of furniture inside. They moved the wardrobe to block the door, and then pulled up all the curtains. Hiding in a closed room, it will not be found easily. To be on the safe side, Shen Feng opened the curtains a little and looked towards the city. The birds in the sky were constantly approaching. When they came to the sky above the city, the light in the whole city seemed to have weakened a lot. Shen Feng had very good eyesight, so he could see clearly what kind of bird it was. It turned out to be a mutated crow. It's pitch black, and it makes a quack sound while flying, which sounds annoying. Could it be that the mutated bird destroyed this city? It shouldn't be, as long as it hides in the room. What else can the mutated bird do? It's impossible to come to the ground to fight, right? Shen Feng said to himself, feeling empty about the city of 2 men. The situation of 1 person feels very strange. If it is a mutant bird, it is still too difficult to destroy a city. The crow hovered over the city for a long time, but finally found nothing, and finally flew away to the distance, not thinking about it at all. There are so many mutated birds, at least 100,000, the average city really can't handle it. Keeling Shen analyzed. Shen Feng also felt that something was wrong. If it was just the attack of the mutated bird, it is impossible that no one survived in the city, but there is no one in the city, which is very strange. At this moment, Lucian felt something, quickly opened the curtains, looked towards the street, only to find that the manhole cover on the street was opened. At this time a person got out, and then ran on the street, still walking on the street. Looking around, it seems to be wary of something. If you are sleepy, You will have a pillow. Doesn't this mean that there will be people who know the information? Shen Feng said with a smile, and then Shen Feng opened the window, jumped out, and shouted, "Friend, can you tell me what was found here?" The guy who got out of the sewer is very careful. Even if he walks, he sticks to the wall. If someone who doesn't know him sees him like this, he will definitely think that he is a serious fan of crossing the line of fire. Why keep sticking to the wall? As a result, the moment Shen Feng's voice appeared, the man was taken aback, then turned around and shot. Bang! The bullet was fired directly at Shen Feng. Fortunately, Shen Feng propped up the Wind King barrier in time. The bullet shot at the barrier, but failed to hurt Shen Feng in the end. Shen Feng quickly said, "Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person. By the way, you don't understand what I said." At this time, the disadvantage of the language barrier appeared. What Shen Feng said was completely incomprehensible to the other party, and Shen Feng did not bring a translator, so no one could translate what Shen Feng said. The man on the street is a typical image of a white man in Eastern Europe. He has a hooked nose, a beard on his face, and blue eyes. He is too careful in his actions, and he is always on guard for possible presence around him. The moment he heard the sound, he turned around and shot at this time. The man was stunned when he saw Shen Feng's face, because he remembered that he had seen this face somewhere before, and after thinking about it carefully, he exclaimed, "Shen Feng, Shen Feng." Shen Feng was also very proud to see himself being recognized. What is an international superstar? This is a superstar. Even if you are thousands of miles away from your hometown, you can still be recognized. Shen Feng continued, "I'm not a bad person. I want to know now, what happened here?" However, the other party did not understand what Shen Feng said at all. The man scratched the hair on his head, not knowing how to communicate. In the north, the Chinese are called kitten. This is a historical misunderstanding. Kitten occupied the northern part of China at the beginning, and Moscow was just starting at that time, so they defaulted to the powerful country in the southeast as kitten. While the two were staring blankly, the three of Lucian also came over, and they were still carrying bags on their bodies. When the man saw the backpacks on the three of them, his eyes lit up immediately, and then he muttered something, and occasionally there will be the pronunciation of flicking the tongue. Shen Feng spread his hands to express that he didn't understand, but this action was immediately understood by the other party. Generally speaking, the international community has already accepted that spreading hands means powerlessness afterwards. The man knew that there should be any communication, that is, hand gestures. The palms kept making gestures in the air, and finally expressed clearly, "There is a child in the family who has already suffered from pneumonia and must be treated. He is looking for medicine." After Shen Feng understood what the other party meant, he immediately remembered. Before he set off, he brought antibiotics in his luggage. Antibiotics are eternal gods. After the emergence of antibiotics, many incurable diseases have been cured. Method afterwards, Shen Feng found the penicillin and threw it to the other party. Tears welled up in the man's eyes at that time, watching Shen Feng keep saying words of thanks. Fearing that Shen Feng would not understand, he was still clasping his hands together and gesticulating constantly. Shen Feng immediately wanted to know the situation in the city, but at this moment, there was a strange sound in the distance. It seemed that there was an animal roaring, and the vibration of the ground became more and more obvious. Lucian's face changed, and said, "City Master, there are a large number of heat sources approaching here." Su Xing also felt a strong shock, and then began to analyze. "At least 100,000 animals are approaching here. What should we do next?" At this moment, the man pointed to the sewer beside him. The meaning was obvious, that is to take refuge in the sewer. Shen Feng also didn't want to take refuge in the sewer, not to mention the darkness, and the underground was too smelly. After going down, I'm afraid he would have to live with cockroaches. However, at this time, the man had already taken penicillin and went into the sewer. Shen Feng was very helpless. Now if he wanted to know what happened to Kidman, he could only follow him underground. Put the lid on. Shen Feng reminded the broken key Lingshan, since the underground is very safe, the entrance cannot be discovered. Shen Feng turned on the flashlight to illuminate the road, but there was not much silt in the sewer. I don't know if it was because the sewage hadn't been discharged for too long. The silt in the sewer had also become dry, and the smell still existed, but once you get used to it, you won't feel uncomfortable anymore. The man led Shen Feng to detour through the sewer pipes. Shen Feng felt that he was going to get lost. The area he passed was already very complicated. I really don't know how this man remembers this maze-like piping system. In the end, The man took Shen Feng to the side and came to an underground parking lot. With a flashlight, he could see more than 200 people inside, and the exit of the parking lot was blocked. To travel, you can only go through the sewer. When the 4 people on Shen Feng's side appeared, they immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. It's not that they haven't seen any living people, but the 4 people on Shen Feng's side are all typical Asian faces, so they must be from outside. So someone immediately stepped forward to ask Shen Feng about the situation. Shen Feng couldn't understand what the other party was saying, so he quickly shouted, "Be quiet, be quiet, is there anyone who can speak Chinese? Stand up and translate. I'm here to find someone from the Ability Management Bureau. Can you give me an appropriate answer?" Among the more than 200 survivors, there is actually someone who can understand Chinese. This is a young woman who looks good. At this time, she said in blunt Chinese, "Master Shen Feng, we want to know, has the outside world come to save us? We are in such a serious crisis and to men, it is impossible for Moscow to refuse to save us, right?" Shen Feng didn't know what happened, so he quickly explained, "According to the news I got, Kinmen just lost contact after a snowstorm, and it is difficult to find people on the street on the satellite cloud image, so, I'm afraid the outside world doesn't know your current situation, and I also want to know what happened here." The woman's name is Yaramini. After hearing the news from Shen Feng, she showed a disappointed expression and was very worried about the current crisis. She then said, "Master Shen Feng, our Kinmen is over now. The Black Dragon and the Beast Hordes attacked us together, and when the snow was falling, we were completely unable to contact the outside world. Soldiers and miners had already left the city, Kinmen was breached, and now the survivors can only live underground." Wait a minute, what do you mean by the Black Dragon that destroys the world? Can you explain clearly? I don't seem to understand what you mean by the Black Dragon. Shen Feng said hastily. Shen Feng does not believe in the existence of dragons. Whether it is an Eastern dragon or a Western dragon, the prototypes of Eastern dragons are mostly crocodiles and snakes, while the prototypes of Western dragons may be fantasy creatures based on lizards. Therefore, when Shen Feng learned about the so-called world-destroying Black Dragon from Yaramini, Shen Feng had doubts at that time. How can there really be dragons in the world? Jerome quickly explained, "This is the bishop's prophecy. Last year, the bishop already said that in the future there will be a black dragon that will destroy the world from the sky. Wherever it passes, the cities will be destroyed. Later we heard it is said that there are many mutated crows attacking the city in groups, so the black dragon is used to refer to the mutated crows." Shen Feng nodded, and understood what the other party meant, that is to say, Kinmen was destroyed under the attack of the beast-tide and mutant birds. No wonder no one was seen on the street. It turned out that everyone had been eaten. It was strange. Yes, but there are no human bones on the street at all, which is really strange. By the way, you just said that the miners and soldiers left the city. What do you mean? Also, you should know the people from the Ability Management Bureau, right? Where are they? Shen Feng asked hastily. Speaking of this incident, Jerome felt uncomfortable. When the city was attacked, all the strong men left the city. If they were still in the city, 2 men might not have been so miserable. The supernatural beings of the Supernatural Management Bureau have brought soldiers and miners into the ground outside the city. It is said that treasures have been found underground, so they all went to find the treasures. Yaramini quickly told what she knew. Say it all. When Shen Feng heard such an answer, he was puzzled at the time. Treasure? What kind of treasure? It's the end of the day, and you still want to hunt for treasure. Shen Feng found that he could no longer understand what these people in the Ability Management Bureau were thinking. At this time, it was enough to mine oil honestly, but he still had to dig for treasures. Is this because he was full? Chapter 700 Destroy What You Can in number 039, Tgat. The faces of the people in the underground parking lot were pale, and the food and water sources inside could only be used in a fixed amount. Moreover, when there was no light source for a long time, Shen Feng appeared with a flashlight, which immediately made many people squint at Yanjing, as if it has been more than a month, and they are no longer used to the bright sunshine outside. Lucian took the time to observe the parking lot, and found that the crowd inside was chaotic, and everyone looked listless, with a typical mentality of getting by. Su Xing saw many children curled up in the corner, shivering under the low temperature. If this continues, the people here will only die, either starved to death or frozen to death. Although the temperature underground is not, it will be the same as the surface, especially when everyone is producing heat, which makes the parking lot more stuffy. But if things go on like this, diseases will definitely appear. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Xing looked at the man who brought him to the parking lot. At this time, he returned to his wife and children, took out penicillin capsules from his body, and gave antibiotics to his son who had a fever and cough. With a reassuring smile, there is hope of living with a medicine city. Lord, if they continue to live here, they will definitely die. The air here is too turbid. Although there are vents, there are too many people here. If one person is sick, the others will also die. We're going to get sick together. Su Xing couldn't help but said to Shen Feng. Although Su Xing didn't say much, the meaning was already obvious. That is, she hoped that Shen Feng could help the people here. After hearing what Su Xing said, Yaramini's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but said to Shen Feng, Master Fengshen, although I am far away in Siberia, I have heard of your heroic deeds. I have saved countless people in suffering. Now, please save us too. After finishing speaking, Yaramini knelt down directly towards Shen Feng. In Eastern and Western societies, kneeling is a sign of submission and begging. Now, Yaramini has pinned her hope of survival on Shen Feng. Shen Feng suddenly smiled wryly, and said, There are only 4 of us here? What can we do to save you? Don't you think highly of me? I can't solve the beast-tide and black dragon outside. To be honest, the current North China we are also being attacked by mutated birds. Why can't we just fortify the wall and clear the field to save you? How could it be possible? Shen Feng can clearly know his level, and it's okay to fight among thousands of mutant beasts, but it's impossible to deal with the attacks of beast hordes and mutated birds. Mutated birds, only the army can deal with them. Personal strength is limited, even for supernatural beings. Don't look at the combat effectiveness of ordinary people, even if they are not comparable to evolutionaries, but as long as they are formed into an army, they will be invincible. Beast-tide, both the mutant bird and the mutated bird, can only be solved by the army, but in 2 men, there is no army. There are only 200 people here, most of them can't fight yet. How can this save others? Jaramini thought for a while, and then said, There is no need to solve our current crisis, just take us away from 2 men and go to a safe place. Shen Feng shrugged and said, A safe place? Where is there a safe place in the world? The Arctic Circle is sparsely populated, so it's safe? But you can't live there, especially when the mountains are covered by snow. You won't be able to keep going there. What Shen Feng said was the truth. In the current situation, even if he wanted to leave 2 men, he would not be able to go to a city farther away. Jaramini lowered her head and thought seriously, and then said, Then can you please bring back the soldiers and miners who are looking for the treasure? As long as they come back, we have hope of living. To be honest, what they are looking for, the treasures, are nothing more than shrimps or something, and will not be of any help to us human. Shen Feng originally planned to leave, and had already arrived in Kuman. It was confirmed that Kuman was a dead city, and it would not take too long before it was completely destroyed. But at this time Shen Feng heard the 2 tree men the word, immediately became interested. If the tree man appeared, wouldn't it mean that the heart of the plant also exists? Shen Feng fell silent at that time, and began to think about the so-called treasure. In the end, what kind of thing can be called a treasure? Is it gold and silver? Impossible. Xiao Sheng and others will not go hunting for the so-called real money. The so-called treasure must be something of great value. The power source of the Trent is actually the evolutionary base, so as long as the plant heart can be obtained, the evolutionary base can be continuously produced. If possible, the Trent can be used as a guard. This is a real treasure. Mutated plants. Shen Feng thought everything through in his mind, but unexpectedly, he found something priceless far away in Siberia. So the treasure hunt by Xiao Sheng and others was very reasonable. Seeing Shen Feng pondering, Lu Xian thought that Shen Feng was considering the feasibility of this matter, so he quickly whispered, City Master, don't forget that our purpose of coming here is to return after checking in. There are only 200 people, and there are 2 million people waiting for you in Yazhou, a difference of 10,000 times. Lu Xian also knew that persuading Shen Feng should not be based on the degree of danger. Shen Feng does not pay attention to many dangers. Therefore, Lu Xian used the safety of Yazhou to remind Shen Feng. He hoped that Shen Feng knew that Yazhou's safety was more important. Now that he had been out for half a month, he finally arrived in Yumen. He was facing such a difficult situation. If he didn't leave now, when would he wait? Shen Feng came back to his senses, took Lu Xian and the others aside, and patiently explained, I also wanted to go back sooner, but I got a piece of news, that is the tree man. Do you remember anything? When Shen Feng said this, Lucian immediately remembered. He didn't know how powerful the tree man Shen Feng met in Yuzhan, but he often chatted with Guo Pinming and Yang Chang, and he also learned from these two people. Knowing how powerful the tree man is, Guo Pinming, who is already a second-level power user at the time, was slapped by the tree man and passed out. Jin Zizhu is a third-level power man, but he couldn't survive it. Feng evolved by mistake and became a fourth-order supernatural being. Only then did he blow away the fog and use ultraviolet rays to kill the Trent. In addition to the tree man, Lucian also learned that the 9-death resurrection tree that is now protected as a treasure in the Yuzhou laboratory is the heart of the plant that was killed in Yuzhan. If it can still be alive, if you want to completely eliminate it, you must burn it to ashes, and there is a tree man here. Doesn't it mean that the heart of the plant can also be found? Shen Feng said in a low voice, listen to me, now the evolutionary base can only be produced on a large scale in Yuzhou, and the rest of the people want to synthesize the evolutionary base, which consumes too much material. The laboratory is artificially synthesized, but we in Yuzhou are biosynthetic, and the evolutionary base is also the most important material in Yuzhou. If other people can produce this kind of material on a large scale, what is our advantage, Lu? Xian quickly understood, and immediately asked, City Lord, what do you mean? Take it. 4. Things like mutated plants, if you grab them, you can grab them, as long as you have enough strength. Lucian doesn't have any psychological burden. Shen Feng shook his head and said, why grab it? I mean, destroy it if you don't get it, Qi. Lingshan came to his senses and supported Shen Feng's decision at this time. He said seriously, the value of a pair of antiques is definitely not as high as the value of one antique. Monopoly is the most profitable behavior. Therefore, City Lord, you want to destroy this mutated plant. I agree, Su. Xing didn't say anything. She felt that Shen Feng's actions were immoral, but she also knew the importance of evolutionary bases. If someone else had the ability to produce evolutionary bases, it would threaten Yuzhou. Since then, Su Xing didn't object. After discussing with the three of them, Shen Feng then faced Jeremini with a smile and said, I can try it. If I can bring back the miners and soldiers from Tumen, I will definitely do it, but if you can't blame me for not being able to do that. When Jerome heard Shen Feng's answer, she was immediately grateful, and quickly said, God will bless you, and bless you to bring them back successfully. Soldiers and miners are already our last hope. Today, in Tumen there are only more than 200 old, weak, sick and disabled people, very few people capable of fighting, and there are not enough guns, and food is even less. Under such circumstances, if you want to continue the hope of Tumen, we can only wait for Shen Feng to come back with a strong man who left Tumen earlier. However, before Shen Feng went to look for Tumen's soldiers, there was one more important thing to do, which was to find a base for the survivors here to live. Is there a map? I'll see if I can find a suitable place to hide in the city. Anyway, you guys are really aggrieved here. If you continue, everyone will suffer from pneumonia. Shen Feng said directly. None of the people present had a map of Tumen, but luckily the man who brought Shen Feng to the parking lot was very familiar with Tumen's map, so he immediately started drawing the map, as long as it could be used. According to Jeromini, this man's name is Evans, and he is the only one who dares to go out to find supplies. In normal times hordes of beasts would rush in from time to time in the city. The city walls outside Tumen had already collapsed, and the protective effect had disappeared. However, under the repeated raids of the beast hordes, the number of living people in the city continued to decrease. The underground is safer. Shen Feng searched on the map for a while, and he really found a good place, that is the steel factory in the lower reaches of the city, where the river turned a bend, and the steel factory was built in this bend, with rivers on both sides. There are towering walls on both sides. The steel factory was built in the last century, but the facilities are complete. If you hide here, you will definitely be able to persist afterwards. It was time to transfer to the destination. At this time, Evans was still required to lead the way. He was very familiar with the sewers in the city, and he could reach the steel factory by walking the sewers. Next, Jeremini and Evans mobilized everyone to go to the steel factory, but many people were unwilling to go because they were worried that if they went to the outside world, they would be attacked by mutant beasts or black dragons, instead of taking the risk of going to an unfamiliar place. It is better to stay here. The hope of living here is even greater. Shen Feng didn't say much after learning about these people's attitudes. To them, he is a foreigner after all, so it's fine if they don't trust him. Anyway, his purpose is not to save everyone here. He is willing to leave. Just go. Those who don't want to go, just stay here and continue to be a mouse along the way. Shen Feng began to inquire, Jeremini, why didn't your soldiers report the treasure after they found it? Why did you have to use the only soldiers in the city to find the treasure? Jeremini was not very clear about this matter, and said, I don't know about this, but I heard that they all want to occupy it by themselves. It seems that if they get the treasure, they can control a powerful army. The army, I don't know more about it. Hearing such an answer, Shen Feng nodded secretly. If he can cultivate an army, it has something to do with the evolutionists. At the beginning, Shen Feng once cultivated an army of 2,000 evolutionaries overnight. Later, he was able to produce a large number of evolutionary genes. In the future, at least half of the people in the army will be evolutionists. If the plant heart really exists, it must be destroyed, otherwise, there will be competitors. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.